1974. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Copper Box Arena, it's time! After 4 years, we're back for Landon 2.0, and of course we gotta kick it off the right way with First Touch Live. It's me, Dazarin. Joined with me is Roll Diz and T-Bates. Boys, we're here!
Well, what a fantastic evening in London, my goodness. Got a lot of beautiful people, and here with my brothers, Dazarin and T-Bates. T-Bates, how you doing today, baby?
Man, it's exciting to be here in the Copper Rocks Arena where legendary moment, the most legendary moment in Rocket League has happened. We're gonna have a packed Copper Box Arena. They're gonna get loud.
Come on, baby!
That's right! That's right!
Yes, sir!
And it's gonna be an absolutely fantastic show. Come on!
I cannot believe it. We've seen the crowd. We've seen everybody come in. The line was packed. It's been amazing, just this entire journey to get to this point. You know, we saw the video from Wave yesterday, which was absolutely fantastic. But now we're here. We have the crowd. We even have Section 10 floor that's going to be there. I mean, they got a close-up look at all the matches. And, of course, you know, we get to see what this crowd is all about because they've been hyping it up for so long.
And they've been practicing. I'm telling you, since we got here in London, I can't believe how many chants I've been hearing from so many different people. Baze, I know
they got a whole chant book. They got a whole song book. It's been passed around. If you don't know where it is, go check out the Reddit. Go check out Twitter. Everybody's been tweeting out. This place is gonna be so loud, so hype, and especially because there's been so many upsets so far. But listen, there's a couple teams that are really here to make their stay and make this case for the best team in the world. Come on.
That's right. So let's talk about, before we even get to the plays, like you said, these teams have been on a run. They've been doing so well. We actually made a top 10 plays of the major so far that we want to go through right now, just to see all of the hype and exciting moments that we've gotten up to this point. So let's roll it. Starting with number 10, we got Rattles.
Later Thomas against Secret. Secret had just swept BDS, the unenforced. People didn't expect that one, but you know who did? SSG. A lot of them are coming to Mickey Run. It's never a Mickey Run. It's about who you play, and they actually dominated. Over here in the upper bracket.
Number 9 is Joyo. Look at this.
Look at my man, Joyo. Warrior, I better be hearing some Warriors in the crowd when he's playing, baby, because you know he's feeling mechanical this weekend.
At number 8 is Illusion from Optic.
Ooh.
Look at the flip.
Ooh.
Okay, old head. Okay, old head.
They didn't expect that from him. Listen,
Yeah.
They all think old heads ain't got mechanics no more. Lou, the only player to ever play for FaZe, Optic, and Envy. If you're a COD fan, I know you appreciate that. It's an incredible play coming at number 8.
At number 7, speaking of mechs, here's Beast Mode. Look at this.
Ooh.
Flip, dip,
Mode.
got him.
And he's too mechanical. He goes up, down, and around. Beast Mode's going crazy, baby. And guess what? He's in town, baby.
Hey, calm with the lead block, but here comes this young boy. I'm sure he's got a lot of fans here. Laniel with the absolute double touch right here. Flip reset off the corner. Oh.
I'm not sure about that card, though. Like, he might need
Don't
to
worry
take
about
that.
the drip, man.
At number 5, this is the pass and play from Falcons. Look at this. 1, 2, 1. It's in your net. Somebody put a hand up. You can't. They're just that fast with it. My God.
Hand down, man down, Daz.
You know the rules. Number 4.
A Chronic.
Oh, this one pains me. This one pains me. A Tyler Chronic against G2. The hand was down.
Face don't look.
I'm looking. It was pain. But it's just them liquid boys. They're dominating, man.
Number 3 is missed. Here's the double. That would have went in, boy.
I'm still upset that shot didn't go in, man. It's so pretty, so beautiful. Alu gets the credit for that goal, but that's all Nick Costello missed.
And number 2 is Amai. Oh my God, I remember this one. I cannot believe he came off the ceiling. Nobody was expecting that one. Into the lower right corner. That man is something special.
And he's so quick off the ceiling, T-Base. Come on, man. They speed over there.
But listen, this is the best player of the tournament so far. Joyo, yesterday, game 1 reset. Can I get a top? No! Oh my gosh, Joyo, I talked to him after this. He said, listen, I'm in form. I'm bringing it back today. Liquid, I hope you're ready for the Moist today.
Yeah, I hope so. You got to think, too, we had 2 Joyo goals in the top 10 plays. Joyo's been popping off for sure. We'll talk about that just a little bit later. But, of course, we've had all of these performers come in, show their stuff, but not everybody can win. So let's take a look at who's still left with the contender image to talk about some of the teams that we've got in here so far. As you can see, we have 3 European teams, Moist, Liquid, and Carmine Corp. And then in NA, we have Version 1, Space Station Gaming, and Optic Gaming. still battling it out. Now, looking at Sam, you have Furia and Mina Falcons, who they have Falcons still in the upper bracket. How do we feel about this one? Roll this.
I'm kind of surprised. I think a lot of people have been surprised that the NA 1 and 2, I think V1 has contested for that number 2 spot in North America. But a lot of people surprised that to see G2, I know T-Base, I'm sorry, man, and FaZe, I mean, we both out of the competition right now. OCE, KCP had a fantastic showing, but the Furia boys always seeming to upset and look surprised day in, day out, every single major.
Right, and in BDS, unfortunately for the crowd here in the background, BDS won't be here to play, but you still have 3 EU teams up top. But this major is so interesting. We have a chance for a Mina Sam final. We have a chance for an all-NA final, an all-EU final. Lots of variation that can come about. So there's plenty of action, plenty of excitement coming up store.
Here's your bracket, of course. This is where things are right now. In that top half of the bracket, you already know Carmine Corp will be taking on V1, and then Space Station Gaming will be taking on Falcons later. Those are going to be some hot matches, but we're starting off with the lower bracket today as well. You know, Furia taking on Optic, and again, Moist taking on Liquid, El Splashico. That'll be a super interesting one. But, I mean, for this, I mean, we got to kind of talk about, you know, the teams in it. Which team do you think is really kind of standing out the most to you when you look at the bracket? Bates, I mean, there's a lot of competition here, and a lot of people are saying anyone can take it.
Yeah, a lot of people who weren't really predicted to be here. I know every single bracket in the world has been busted, but a team who stands out that you probably won't expect me to say, but if you're watching me, you expect me to say, it's going to be Optic. Optic Green Wall. A lot of people didn't expect Optic to be here, man. The 5th seed, they all thought that this Optic team, man, they just skating by in the NA, but now they're here. They're playing against Fury, and if they win that, they're going to Moist v Liquid as a guaranteed top 6. Optic, who formerly Envy, who a lot of people had out of the dumps. I know I dropped the machine label, but I mean, when I dropped that, I didn't mean for them to drop that far. But
wait, what?
Yeah, I'm not.
What you
Come
mean?
on, man. Come on.
Now, are you saying they're back as a machine?
No.
Oh, I'm about to say.
Nah, now they're the green wall.
They're the green
They're the
wall.
green wall.
They're the green wall.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't even make nicknames.
Yeah,
That's
right. They already got one. They
Optic
already
has
got
been
one.
really solid. I think a lot of people might even be sleeping on them right now. They have a really good chance against Fury. A clash of playstyles, a couple of those today, including SSG Falcons.
Yeah, I think Optic can be a team that can withstand the amount of aggression coming from that Fury roster. For me, I think the biggest surprise so far in this tournament has to be Carmine Corp. I don't think we talk about it enough.
He's playing to the French car.
Oh, what are you talking about, the French? Listen. I know the French car is going to be loud for this team.
You don't get followers for this.
I don't need followers. It's not about the followers. Come on, man. Nobody expected Carmine Corp to make it through the uppers. I know I did.
Okay, well, we're talking about teams, but let's talk about MVP conversation. Because only one team's going to win, and there's only one most valuable player right now. We got our top 3 MVPs. Do we want to read them like 3, 2, 1, or do you just want to do our top? You know, I'll just do the top 3. So my top 3 I got right now. 3rd is Beast Mode.
What?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
2nd is Joyo.
Oh, what? Wait.
And 1st is Ahmad.
Oh, my God. Babe, how you rating that?
Come on now.
I think
Come
that's
on
like
now.
I'm surprised you didn't get booed.
I'm going to say mid.
Why would I get booed?
Yeah, that's mid.
That was terrible.
What's your list?
Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, I got you got to have one of the Liquid boys. They hungry, and they took down this man's team. Yeah, he mad. A Tao. Man showed up yesterday. He's going to show up all weekend. Look, they even got the face cam on you. Oh, devastated. Anyways, KC up top, I got Noli. With the Noli impact that he has brought to the mentality of this Carmine Corp squad. We didn't talk about him all last split. I had so much criticism for Astral. Noli joins the team, boom, look at where they at. Instant success. Number 1 has got to be them boys in the middle. It's got to be TRK. Turk going crazy. He's been popping off against every single team, and he really did he did something dirty to my team.
Listen, I'm here to balance things around. First off, 3rd is gonna be Noli, because what he's brought to KC. He's still averaging like 437 score per game. He's shooting like 1.38 goals per game and like a 70% goal percentage.
He brought the stats.
No, I brought the stats. Of course I did. Kind of have to be analytical plus the eye test.
Okay.
Plus the eye test.
And then Noli has lifted Astro. He's lifted Itachi, and now they're here playing the chance to win the Spring Major. That's why he's at number 3. At number 2, I was really conflicted. I was thinking Ahmed or I was thinking TRK. They're both really great players. I was gonna have 1 and 2 or 1 and 4. I chose Ahmed this time just because I think he's had a couple flashy plays, a couple more momentum plays. It's about moments. It's about it's about moments in a series, and he's taken the hearts, especially a phase that TRK maybe didn't do as much. And then number 1 is Beast Mode. There's no question.
What?
Beast Mode's averaging 500 points. There's no other player averaging 500 points at this event. He's shooting 1.4 goals per game.
He's averaging
500
he's
points.
taking it all points. 500 points a game.
And they dominated Moist.
But I don't think you ever put First Killer in the top 5 conversation, and he has one of the most
Because you
points
gotta win.
in
Points plus
North America.
winning. You can't just get the points and still lose the game. The points plus
We
winning.
keep underrating his 2 teammates.
No,
You see Calm getting in the head of the
Calm and
opponent?
Tommy doing well. Yeah, Calm plays his role. He's barking at people, and he's getting underneath their skin. Torment, you already know he holds down, but the man, the mission, the plan, the person who called a universal top 3 understood it. Beast Mode for a reason. They don't get this far without Beast Mode. What were they doing before Beast Mode?
I agree
Nothing.
with you 100%.
What was Casey doing before Nolan? Nothing.
Nothing.
I mean,
Exactly. You gotta rate those impacts. That's why I got Beast Mode at number 1. Why is Abstract and Archie once they come on?
Okay, okay.
listen, I can see it a little bit. First of all, you kind of won me over with the impact player discussion. You know I like that. Secondly, for Beast Mode, obviously I had Beast Mode in there at 3. I think he has had an impact. The only reason I didn't have him higher was because I felt like, I don't know, it just feels like V1 right now are just a unit. You know, he's not like standing out as much as I think we would have expected him to, but that could just be he's tormenting and Calm just stepping up, put him on another level. We all know how Calm is when it gets into like a group stage environment. He can get in the heads on the field and off the field with the demos and with the yapping. So I can see that. I think I just want to see a little bit more for Beast Mode, but I mean, I'm still feeling Joyo and Ahmed. I mean, we saw Joyo in that lower bracket. Moist didn't look that good. He stepped up. Highlight play after highlight play. He went up for a double. It was on target every single time.
In the lower bracket.
In the lower bracket.
In the lower bracket. There you go.
Exactly.
That's the big thing.
Exactly.
That's how you MVP when you're in the lower bracket right now. We'll talk about Joyo come tomorrow.
Yeah,
Maybe make Sunday Joyo.
I think he will. I think he will. But that being said, we got to move on to our next topic, top seed curses, and to bring in some guests.
Yes,
Look at that. The crowd's already chanting. We got apparently
my
Jack from
boys over
Dignitas
here.
and
Yes,
Archie
sir.
from Endpoint. Gentlemen, take a seat. It's a pleasure to have
Join
you
the
on the
party.
show. My goodness. Listen, I know you guys were on the sideline. You've been listening again to some of the conversations. I mean, we'll start with Archie. How you feel about this MVP convo?
TRK, number 1.
Who had the best list?
Huh?
Who had the best list?
You are the best
sir.
list.
Come on,
Yeah.
man. You already know.
But TRK is the MVP for me.
Really?
Yeah, he's the best player in the world.
Jack?
You know what? I always praise about TRK and Ahmad, but I think Khaled, this event has been so good. And I'm not just saying that. I know a lot of
What's
people
he saying it for,
are
Archie?
Huh?
He's saying it for the clickbait.
I'm not,
Yeah,
man.
he's saying it for the
I'm not.
For the YouTube videos, man. For the 100K views.
No, I genuinely, I've been watching the series. I think Khaled's been doing work, like in the back line. I think he's so good.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you because the biggest question mark that they had this weekend was going to be how O'Callaghan fitted in this roster because we haven't seen him on land and he's proven otherwise.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, these players have definitely did some standout performances, but, you know, also some really top teams have been knocked out of this tournament. You know, we're talking about BDS and we're talking about G2, both failing to make the crowd. And I think we got to, you know, hit on that just a little bit because it's tough. A lot of people come in, you know, these are top-seeded teams. There's an expectation of them to perform. I mean, I want to, you know, we've been hyping them up for a while, Bates. And now that they've failed to make it, I mean, does this kind of impact their overall legacy, do you think?
No, not a chance. They're both major winners.
But
You
they
lose one, you have one bad major, and all of a sudden, now people are rating you low. Like, what's
Is it a bad major or a terrible major?
You can say terrible. You can say
They got
awful.
double sweat.
It's a terrible major. Don't sugarcoat it, babe. Just because it's your team involved, do not sugarcoat it now.
Time
They got reverse swept twice,
They are the
babe.
major champions of the
Reverse
fall
swept
and
twice.
winter splits.
With Mark, that started with Mark.
They both won 2 regionals each in the spring split.
Only 2.
Uh-oh.
How many you won?
Oh.
I don't remember.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's upsetting that they're not here. A lot of people, I know me personally, if you check the Johnny Boy stream, I had all 6 of them in my top 6.
Yup.
And all 6 of them were out. So it's
That-
okay.
that's
But
so unfortunate.
with that being said, sometimes you can't always be in your best game. And sometimes, especially in this format, it's backs against the wall for everybody. Even in the upper bracket, if you lose one, you got to go through that lower bracket gauntlet. That's a lot of pressure on these teams. I think you saw that with BDS and G2 especially. I think some of these young gun teams, such as the Liquid, even an Optic right now, they don't really have as many stakes to play with. They're just playing for either seeding or money in general. G2, BDS are trying to prove that we're still one of the best teams in the world, if not the best at the moment, and trying to really carry that momentum into the Worlds in Dallas in a month.
Nah, man. I with G2, right, I think I can give them a bit of like, yeah, sure, they lost to two like really good teams that are playing really well, you know, KC, Game 5, Liquid, Game 5. BDS went 0-6. That's not, and against two teams that they should really be beaten. I can't excuse that, I don't know.
So you're pushing the alarm button?
Not so much that, but I think if you're talking about legacy, you have to take every result into account, and when a result is as bad as that is for BDS, it does take it into account. You have to take it into account.
Is it like a Band-Aid? Like what do they need? They need a Band-Aid? They need a lot, because they're bleeding.
They'll be fine. They will be fine.
You think so?
They will be fine.
No, they're down bad right now. They're down bad.
Yeah, right now,
They're down bad.
but
06.
Seikoo online, he looks like the best player in the world in my opinion. On LAN, not so much. You just got to like find that fit in, and that's fine. Some players just take a bit of a longer time. That's okay.
How long do you think? Because it's been the fall, it's been the winter, it's been now we on spring. Like
Worlds is next.
But it wasn't just Seikoo. It wasn't like
I agree,
not
I
all
agree,
of
I
them.
agree.
You
Who
know.
is it? Who is it?
Huh?
Who was the worst on the team?
Oh, Seikoo. but it wasn't like.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Archie, you played over here.
exactly.
You've seen everybody play for the past few days. What do you think?
Well, I went 0-6 as well, so.
What'd you say?
he said, he went 0-6 as well.
I mean,
But BDS didn't look that good in scrims either.
Yeah, I heard they were super
Yeah,
sloppy.
yeah.
But who was the worst on that team for you personally?
I think Seikoo was fine in the second series.
Yeah?
I think he was the best in the second series.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think it's just like each of them took turns being kind of terrible, and they got to move on and bounce back.
interesting stat though. 60% of matches played, I believe, has been a sweep, which is like probably, I think it's tied for the most sweeps we've ever had in RLCS land, which is actually crazy. But the fact that like most of the matches played have been sweeps means one, we've had short days, but two, been a lot of wild results. Now, the next question I got is, why hasn't a top seed won a major? Like, a #1 seed, no matter the region, comes in and they don't win.
In my opinion, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on these #1 seeds coming in. We talk about overhyping certain teams, especially from each region, and I think that we don't give enough credit and there's not enough practice against these minor regions who are extremely hungry, especially when they're coming to the major. They're getting after it every single time.
Is it pressure? Do you think, like, I mean, Jack, Archie, you guys have kind of been like highly rated going into events. Do you guys feel like that extra pressure kind of adds on when you guys are in the game?
I think so. I think so, definitely. I mean, everyone says like they handle the pressure, but the pressure gets everyone a little bit. You know, some players more so than others. I think it's simpler than that. I think that Rocket League is it's so advanced now that there are so many teams in the event that can win the tournament. And sometimes the #1 seed just isn't that team. If there's 16 teams, and in my opinion, about 10 of them can win,
Right.
there's too many teams. Sometimes, like, the chance that the #1 seed always wins, it's not so much, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, for Archie, for you, I mean, when there was like, we were talking about Simper and stuff, and you possibly being like a free agent and stuff, everybody was talking about, where's Archie going to go? What's he going to do on this team? Now Archie's on Endpoint. Our Endpoint going to be better. You know, this is the guy, the perfect person to replace Seikoo. Does that bother you at all to hear?
Nah, I mean, a lot of people said that I wouldn't work on Endpoint really, like, because Seikoo is way better than me, apparently. So, so I kind of wanted to prove them wrong, so it's quite easy to play. I had no pressure really.
Archie's one of the more high confidence players, though. I feel like a lot of other players it would get to.
Yeah, he went
Archie.
06, and then he was just like, I'm fine, bro.
Yeah, he's
so,
chilling.
I mean, like,
he's
just
chilling.
chilling. He doesn't matter to him. I don't know.
We game for Worlds. We game for
Three
Worlds.
games for us, that's what I'm saying, bro.
I think the 1 and 2 seeds online especially really shows that the difference between online and LAN and the preparation difference, because it's that comfort level. BDS And I've heard this so much, especially from y'all's region, no offense, about the Copium saying, oh, they look so good online, but then they play on LAN, it's just so terrible. I mean, to an extent, us too, the gameplay definitely drops, and I think that just goes to show that a lot of these players and even a lot of organizations really have to put in a little bit more effort, put in a little bit more practice, preparation, whatever that is, to get these players ready to play on the stage, because that is a different environment.
But my question is, what more can BDS do there? They boot camped the entire split. They were there in person. Do they need to get like some simulated crowd noises or something? Like, what's going on?
I mean, there's not much that can be done right now, I would assume.
Right.
Since we're coming out of the COVID era, really still in the COVID era, but it's a little bit more lax with the regulations. It really comes down to local lands or maybe more regional lands. Cause I know Falcons, especially, Falcons have played in way too many lands.
Yeah,
at
they're
this
playing
point.
a lot of
So they're playing a lot of lands over there in that MENA area. So they're getting plenty of that preparation. So when they play on the stage, it's the same thing.
But I mean, like, it's like V1 has played in the same amount of lands as this BDS roster, and even maybe less. Like,
And V1 hasn't won a land.
But still, to my point is there have been more consistent. I mean, you could say they're more consistent now than BDS on the land.
Like, can I see today first?
They went on 6, man. You don't need to see anything.
Yeah, dude, because V1 could just be day one team just like that. They start off LA, they won 2 times on Wednesday, and then after that, they drop like flies on Saturday. I didn't see them again.
And
That
BDS
still
went
is
03.
better. That still is better than going on 6.
Exactly.
BDS played Saturday on in LA.
Yeah, and they got perfect swept.
One's a fall major winner.
Oh, God.
I do think the difference is, I'll give you this little bit. I think the difference is that when the fall major was a controlled environment. There was absolutely no crowd pressure at all. Every single day you knew that you weren't playing for a crowd. You're just playing in general. I think that's a very big difference, especially for a lot of these teams. And then for BDS especially, given that they made such a big roster move, for exchanging Mark by 8 for Seiko, I think that was more pressure, because now you have to validate that.
I agree.
It's kind of like if you watch basketball. I know we're in London, so I don't know the transfers for,
You brought the wrong sport
Premier
across
League,
the pond.
but I know the Americans over on the Twitch stream know. And you watch basketball when LeBron went to Miami. It was pressure that year to win that year, and LeBron came up small. And that's what happens. Sometimes it might take, as Jack said, a little bit of time in order for Seiko to really mold not only onto the BDS roster, but also the LAN player into that roster, and maybe a coach change as well.
I think it's their first LAN as a team. It's fine. It's fine. You know, a bad result happens. Go next.
Yeah, but they had a bad result in LA as well.
But it's a different team. It's a different roster. A team environment can change so much by just bringing one person in. We saw what happened when they brought Seiko in online. Maybe it's just not fitted into a LAN. Just give them another chance, you know what I mean?
There's no more tournaments until Worlds, though.
Are they not playing? Okay, fair enough,
So they're literally going to have low confidence for Worlds as well. So that's not going to be good.
I don't know, Monkey Moon always has confidence. He was flexing when he scored a 0-second goal when they got knocked out of the tournament, bro. These guys don't care. I think they're fine.
I can tell you teams that are full of confidence. We got all of them, and they're all not from NA or EU. We call them minor regions. They're minor regions no more as we get into our next topic. For me, I mean, we've seen Falcons. We even saw Pioneers when they played in the lower bracket. And, of course, we've seen Furia take down teams where they were predicted to lose. I mean, even Secret, they're out of the tournament yet, but they still ended up with a really good result against BDS. These regions are coming into this event with energy, with passion, with something to prove. And I feel like that's something that's worth talking about, because we've been debating on these teams that we put on a pedestal for the entire split, but no one ever, it was all of these question marks for all the other regions. How well is Furia going to do? Is Jorby just talking Copium? What does the Falcons roster look like? You know what I mean? But now they've shown up and they're starting to show out, Raul.
Yeah, and I agree 100%. I think a lot of it has to do with passion. I talk about this every single time on day one, specifically from the roster that I root for the most, FaZe. I want Prisco to step up in that leadership role, start screaming at his teammate, because I think that adds so much to the team, especially on the LAN environment. If you're hyping up your teammate, a big reason why SSG hasn't gone out 0-3 in their first round matchups, when they go down 0-2, every single time, there's somebody. There's Reddles or there's Arsenal just screaming at Daniel, hyping each other up to get them back in the game.
I would love to hear Jack's thoughts on Falcons.
Oh, Falcons. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on Falcons.
Yeah, I think they're going to win the tournament. They're my pick to win the tournament. They've done so well. No,
the camera didn't catch Archie when you said that.
No, hang on. I said to you.
No, you said SSG will beat them.
No, I did not. Hang on, no, that is a lie.
No, he's gonna win. There's some
Hang on,
Falcons
You want the
recap
clickbait?
too
You want
right
the
there.
clickbait again?
I don't care about the clickbait this time, actually. Maybe a little bit. But no, I think SSG have a stronger chance than people are giving them.
I'll give them that.
But I think Falcons will win. I think Falcons look amazing. They have everything. They have the speed, they have the mechanics, and they definitely have the decision making. All these players, they've been waiting years for this this opportunity, and they always take it. And here they are, they're taking it again.
Oh, man. Because, see, I asked you that because as we're seeing some of these Falcons highlights, and Ahmed is absolutely just dominating and screaming, and TK, you see Khaled with the smart glasses really showing that he's a university student. I just see him just speed up on fades a little bit here.
Shot.
Every single clip is a highlight. They have nothing but highlights this whole entire series. Top lefts, top rights, air dribble bumps. The whole variety. They just keep doing more. Face. Really? Oh my goodness. They're so high. They're so high. I brought that up because in EU especially, a lot of people were just saying they're so bright. They're not that good. Yada, yada, yada. I don't know what you were saying. I don't remember what you were
About
saying.
who?
About
Falcons.
Falcons. I don't remember. But I do remember Jack was one of the few defenders I'm actually saying they can actually be good. So, like, for you,
I beat them in 4 Major.
you beat him in what?
4 Major.
With no Khaled.
Senzo was very good though.
He was good.
Yeah,
I will say, sorry to put in, but I was always a defender of them. I said that they had the chance to be really good, but I had doubts at times. I think throughout the past 2 years, they've improved. They weren't always this level, and that's every team wasn't always that level.
Right.
Just because it's Falcons, some people take it as an insult to say they weren't always capable of what they do now. I don't think they were, but now they definitely are, especially after they bought TRK and instead of Senzo. That's so good. That's so good.
I think they're just gaining confidence in each other the more that they progress and the more that they dominate. I talked to Ahmed yesterday on my way out of the door, and he was like, "Tell Arsenal I'm coming for him."
He
does not
like,
care.
"Oh my
They
goodness,
all
bro,
have
like,
so much confidence.
so
It's
much confidence.
Crazy. It's crazy.
What the heck? Okay, listen, that matchup is going to be hype. That one will definitely be later. But I want to talk about the future of this a little bit. I mean, we're seeing these teams come in and make this type of performance. This is the second time we've seen Furia. Well, they're really close to pushing up into that top spot category, top 4 and higher. Do you think this is going to be a sign of more to come as these other regions are getting better, as we're getting ready for Worlds, and we have wild card, we're going to see more teams come in? What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, I hate to keep like harping on about MENA, but if Falcons are beating teams here and teams in MENA are beating them, we can see how deep that region is. It's a lot better than people are saying. I think every region's improving. Even APAC. I know they still haven't won a game, right? But they look better mechanically than they used to. Every region's improving. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think like even you go to South America, everybody always underestimates Furia, and then we even got a South American team in Complexity in North America who was actually performing pretty well up until the recent couple of events. So I think the minor regions is something that we have to stop disrespecting. We have to put some points on their name because they show out every single time at these LAN events.
Well, I think at the wild card at Worlds, I think there's going to be loads of upsets from the minor regions making that event.
Yeah.
Like, Sam have so many good teams. I think MENA 2 and 3 might be really good. Like, they have a lot of good players. OCE maybe a little bit worse, but KCP are good.
The fact that OC's actually become relevant means CJ's got to be in the min soon. He's not going to be in the league anymore.
CJ
So that's
is
all I
still
got
at
to
the
say
top.
about that.
CJ's still at the top, so it's a bit...
CJ should be grateful that he was consistent the whole entire year. Otherwise, he might not be here.
He puts up stats in every tournament. That's almost, I always see him up at the top.
Yeah, because he knows how to farm. He knows. It's a matter. He knows how to
I'm
farm
saying,
the lane. CJ knows how to get his points up. He knows how to make sure he looks relevant on the stat sheet.
I think he's good, man. I think he's very good player. Very good player.
I mean, I think he's amazing. I think he's amazing.
I
You mentioned
think the main
APAC
point
there
is
a little
that-
bit. Oh, go ahead.
I think the
Vince.
main point is that there's no longer minor regions. I don't want to hear that anymore. Whoever says that on the Reddit, on the Twitch stream, it doesn't matter who you are. I'm looking right at this camera. No more minor regions. They don't exist. Everybody is on that even playing field. I'm even a Furia believer now. Jorby, I hope you're happy in the back because I'm still a little bit of a doubter on them. Even Team Secret play well, beating BDS. So, I mean, there's always that chance. And then especially on LAN, they really come with a hunger that I think NA and EU teams don't necessarily bring every single
I
time.
think they don't get enough representation, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
like when they get to LAN and they get to show out against the like NA brings 5 teams, EU brings 5 teams, they're like, yo, we got to bring more of our regions to
Yeah.
these LAN events because there's a lot of hungry players in those regions.
Yeah, and you know, obviously, real quick, how soon do you think APAC will catch up to that playing field? Because we're starting to see them get a little bit better here. You know, they're scoring more. They're not just getting dominated from how it was in the fall. Is it yes, no? Like, is it quick? Do they need another season? What do you think?
It's tough to say, really. Like I said, I think their mechanics have improved so much, but I can't tell if it's just the players that have come to this event. They're just better than we've seen in the past. I think they could catch up, but it's still going to take a while. It's still going to take a while. They just don't have that chance right now to.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
All agree? Yeah.
I'll give it like a year and a half.
3
Year
years.
and a half?
3 years?
3
Yeah, I was
years,
gonna
bro.
say, a year and a half is a little too. I think that's a little too
That's too
short.
soon. That's too soon.
2-3 years.
You said 3 years too soon?
Nah, 2-3 years. I
2
could
3
see
years?
them.
About a year and a half to 2 years for me.
Okay. Well, we'll
What
see.
do you think?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Year and a half.
Oh, year and a half, yeah.
Year and a half.
That's too
Like more reps.
It depends on the ping with OC. What's their ping with OC? It's gotta be like 160.
I would hope so.
And that's like
terrible.
220.
Oh,
If it's 220, then I mean.
It's reps. It might be two. But yeah, hopefully we can see more of them soon. Let's kind of circle back, though, into this weekend and, again, talk about how none of us had the right bracket at all, as all of our brackets were busted immediately. As we take a look at the bracket, so to speak, to kind of, again, remind you where we are and how we got here. There was, again, so many upsets, and I want to kind of just go through and say, which one it was the most surprising to you? To me, personally, it was the double sweep from BDS. I just didn't expect them to go out that early. But, I mean, Jack, what about you? How were you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, you can't go with the BDS Team Secret game in the uppers. Like, a 3-0? Nah, it just doesn't happen, does it? But it clearly has, so I've got to go with that game, yeah.
I'm gonna go V1 endpoint. Cause I thought you could win a game.
Oh,
Wait,
Yeah, me
just
too.
because of one game?
I thought you could win a game or two.
Yeah, me too.
I thought you could do something, but then V1, they absolutely just blitzed you. You even said you were better than beast mode.
What?
I didn't believe it though. But I do really rate you. I rate you more than a lot of people here.
2
so-
overtimes at least.
Huh?
We got 2 OTs.
2 OTs, yeah, but it
Yeah.
doesn't show up on the scorecard, so I don't know what to tell you. So I'm gonna go V1 endpoint as my like one. I wasn't really, I mean, obviously BDS secret, nobody expected, but V1 endpoint for me, how dominant that was.
Why you keep looking at him?
Yeah, this is just an attack at this point. I don't like this.
We got to switch seats.
what about you, Earl? Like, if you could pick a moment.
I think it's Fury K-Corp.
Yeah,
I
me
think
too.
Surprisingly, like K-Corp came out, and I think
Not
Furia was
surprised.
going to have more of a back to stand on. I think they were going to come out attacking a little bit more, but it seemed like they came out the gate a little bit slower. So yeah, K-Corp was on fire that day.
Not surprised.
I mean,
Not surprised? You were sleeping on K-Corp. A lot of people were. Were you sleeping on
Yeah,
K-Corp?
yeah, I was.
Yeah, well, yeah, everyone was. But the thing is, it's Furia. Like, you got it's not an insult to K-Corp to say that Furia would have won that series. I think I had them win that series. They've been so good recently. And Carmine, it was their first LAN. You didn't know what was going to happen, but they're playing so well.
Yeah.
yeah, for me, I agree with the Fury statement because I had them winning if it went to 5, and I expected it to go 5, so I had them
Yeah.
winning on that one. But I mean, K-Corp have come in, just straight dominated. It's been pretty interesting. I mean, especially because coming into this event, right? Everybody was doing the bracket predictions. Everybody was posting their brackets online with their
Can I
winners.
cut you off for a second?
What?
Can we take down that G2 Army flag in the background? That's just paining me. That's giving me pain back there. What are you doing?
Keep it up.
No,
They're
take
real.
it down. I don't need to see it at the moment.
No. You don't need to be
I don't need to see it.
flip-flopping on cam,
I'm
babe.
not flip-flopping.
You should
Listen,
still
I
be
don't want to
G2
go back
Army.
to yesterday. I moved on to today, and they're just reminding me that the G2 Army lost.
And so have they. And they're like, we're staying strong regardless of results, base. That's
Yeah,
exactly
I'm
what
always
they're
strong.
not fake fans. They're not fake fans.
They're not
fake
They're
fans.
here
I
I
representing
see the rep. I see the rep, and I'm always rep G2. But that just brings back some pain. I went through a heart attack yesterday.
He did go through a heart attack. He was up here. He was freaking out. I mean, he was screaming. I'm surprised they didn't hear you on the stream.
Oh, they did. I watched it back.
And, you know, obviously that one was pretty surprising too, because again, people have G2 winning this whole event, but they were out like just like that. Same for BDS. Same for even Archie and Endpoint. I think a lot of people were pretty upset about that. But
Why is he getting attacked?
This guy's
Now-
just getting ruined.
now-
This guy's getting.
Look, I'm sorry. Okay, you want me to hit
Hey,
on
I'm
Jack?
not even-
At least
I'm not
Jack-
even here playing,
Jack
so it's
wasn't
fine,
here.
it's
Okay, I
fine.
can't hit on
Archie, I
Jack.
got you, bro.
Archie's my little bro, bro. There's a reason Archie's sitting over here next to me. He's my little bro.
All right. Well, now we have everyone else that is still involved in the bracket. And the question is, who do you think is going to win it all?
Falcons.
I mean, if you don't want to go first, you go first.
Well, Abjack, what'd you just say?
Falcons. It's Falcons. It's Falcons time. It's Falcons time.
Well, guess what? I'm representing one team, and my card is still alive.
Oh,
I got
gosh.
Moist on the table, and I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to keep representing Moist because they got Wario, they got Slatira, Vatira, Watira, whatever you want to call him. He's been dominating all day, or all week long. I think Joyo has stepped up tremendously, and as long as Joyo's confident, I think, man, Moist is going to make it. Without G2 in the picture, come on, man. No one's stopping him.
Liquid's in the way.
Oh. Nah, listen, bro. They're moist.
You think Moist makes the run? They're the
Yeah.
favorites. If you put odds on this, that's Moist.
I got it
They're the
right.
favorites
I got
right
it
now,
right.
even the lower bracket.
I got it right.
No team has come from the lower bracket and won any of these. Okay,
Got it
Moist
right.
Esports, he has to rep them. Archie,
Well, I would say Team Empon, but we're not in the tournament, so Team Liquid. Top G's winning it.
Okay.
Jeez.
They're sweeping the bracket.
Oh my gosh. Wait, sweeping all the way through?
Yeah, and the NA teams are getting swept and going out. No wins
What?
from now on. No game wins from now on for NA.
What?
Damn.
Base, how realistic is that?
sweeping the bracket.
Yeah.
What's your final? What is your final?
Any team other than NA.
He got Falcons Liquid.
Falcons Liquid. That'd be a good final.
that'd be nice.
That would
That'd
be
be
a
a
good
great
final.
final. Nah, I respect the Liquid
rematch,
picks.
yeah.
I do respect the Liquid picks.
Yeah.
Especially Oski. That guy is unreal, man. He's so good.
Okay, I think the only fair take here so far is Jack. You two are really pushing the buttons right there, thinking the
come
lower
on,
bracket
man.
team's the favorite right now. It's got to be an upper bracket team, and to me, it comes down to Falcons, and then it comes down to V1.
Really?
And it's tough. It's
The
tough.
K-Corp
You've
has
been-
a chance?
You don't rate
K-Corp?
K-Corp?
That's why.
I'm not worried about the French army. They're not here right now.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Rewind like
gosh.
5 minutes. That's where you were saying how good Carmine Corp have been, how everyone was sleeping on them.
I'm not sleeping on them. I didn't say I said the favorites. They're up there.
And guess what?
I
He
said
had
my-
Noli top 3 conversation MVP. He can't get that MVP if he don't make it.
That's fact.
Yeah, but who was 2-1? Ahmed, and who was 1? Beast Mode. So both my two.
okay,
stop you right there.
Nah,
I think I'm gonna go
yeah.
Falcons
He thought
my
he had it.
favorite.
He
I
thought
think
he
I'm
had it.
Falcons my
Played
favorite
safe.
just off the way they played. They've been playing with a pace that nobody else has been able to match so far. They really blitz phase, and I think they actually had a unique strategy. I know a lot of people in the chat might not know this, but apparently they were mixing up the little scrimmage a little bit. They weren't really trying to throw people off. And a lot of people weren't thinking they was good. Jack, I know everybody saw the scrim on Johnny's stream.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on.
But
Hey.
over here, it wasn't going their way. It wasn't going
Really?
their way as much. Yeah, it wasn't.
Interesting.
And so a lot of people really weren't expecting Falcons to make it this far.
What? And are you saying they did that on purpose?
That's what the speculation is on the street.
I wouldn't.
On the streets.
I wouldn't say so. I
Streets,
wouldn't
don't
say so,
fail me
man.
now.
You know, everyone talks about how scrims don't mean anything, but every team wants to win scrims. I think so. You want what? So you'd rather lose a scrim?
Yeah.
This guy is.
This man don't
Nah,
care.
this
He
guy
went
can-
06.
can-
Bro,
this guy-
He don't
bro.
care, bro.
It don't matter if you win or lose, bro.
No, but you would rather
matter?
win.
Huh?
It doesn't matter.
No.
You would
like-
rather win.
I'd rather
All
win.
I'm saying is,
I mean, I don't care.
the team that
I
won,
don't care. I'm just vibing.
the team that won the LA Major, they were dominating scrims. The only team that could beat them was Endpoint for some reason at that major. Every other team they were beating them. G2 were beating them. So I think scrims matter. I don't think they were losing on purpose, but perhaps maybe Falcons just have some crazy strategy that not the rest of the world hasn't catch up to yet.
Yeah, I got Falcons, the Bavarian. So we got Falcons Jack, Moise Raul, Liquid Archie, Falcons Bates.
Falcons all the way.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that from?
These we have cards here, so I think the players have some of these when they walk out too. Also, I'm gonna pass some of these down to you
wait.
guys.
You got
We have
the
some for
more
like
cards over
all the teams that are still in. And I'm not gonna promise you this,
But
but I
it's
think
kinda tough.
they might be passing someone out to 1-0 floor. If you are on 1-0 floor, when the players do walkouts, please keep the lanes clear and let them do their thing. I
the
know
green
you
wall
might
from
get
these.
starstruck, but again, we all a family.
I'm
Want
keeping
them
it
to be able to do that safely. So again,
my team?
keeping the lanes clear for 1-0 floor. I'm talking to you guys. That being said, yep, they got some nice little cards here.
These are cool. I like these.
They are cool. Archie, there's one with you. Here, I'll slide it down.
There he is. He was looking for that one.
Yeah, he was like, where am I at?
Where am I at? Oh.
I got the Moist boys. You feel me?
Where's Liquid?
Is it Liquid over there? Unless maybe I saved one for Gibbs. I don't know. I gotta look for it. I have like all of the teams that. Oh wait, here's Liquid. I got Liquid. They're right here.
Nice.
So
There you go.
you slide that down. Maybe you can use them for some of the predictions a little bit later. But Speaking of Liquid and Moist, let's kind of talk about that. With our backs against the wall topic, we are talking about that matchup. El Splashico is going to happen today between Liquid and Moist. These teams are so alike. The question really is going to be who has the edge here, as I believe we do have highlights for both teams that we're going to roll. But somebody talk to me about this matchup. T-Bates, how are you feeling about this one?
I think this matchup might be the most mechanical matchup of all time. If everybody who's been sat here landing, we all remember the Justin shot. We all remember the peak mechanics. I think Garrett G came off the ceiling for the dunk and landing as well. This matchup in particular is really going to up the ante of mechanical brilliance from two teams in particular. Moist, you already know they got Joyo, probably when he's on, the best high-flying player in the game, in my opinion. You got Vatira, and then you got that boy Rise. He slots everything, and then Liquid on the other side. I'll let Archie talk about them.
What team? What? Bro. When Andre gets in the comms, X-Peer, it's over for Moist.
Who's Andre?
X-Peer, the coach for Liquid.
Oh, X-Peer.
When he gets in the comms, bro, it's over for Moist, bro.
It's over?
Bro, yesterday against G2, I called out, Andre, get in the comms. I see him doing Pep Guardiola mode, like with his hands, like moving about. Bro,
Wait, do that again? The camera didn't
bro
see
he
you.
was like,
I respect that.
like he was moving. He was doing his little 5-back
He's got the
system
scrapbook.
with the two defensive midfielders.
Yeah.
But he's gonna be in from game 1 this time.
So you're saying
3-0 sweep.
liquid
3-0 sweep.
3-0 sweep.
Yeah.
Bro, you're just predicting
Why you
sweeps
doing
all the way.
these sweeps, bro?
I told you, it's a sweep all day.
I'm predicting, man. Both of you guys, I don't know what you're talking about because you got one guy saying it's the most mechanical matchup. I swear, every single time T-Bay sees two teams play at the top 4 level, he says it's the most mechanical matchup he's ever seen.
Huh?
And then you got Archie over here saying that it's gonna be a sweep.
It is.
You're both wrong. This is gonna be a closely contested
Look at
match.
Moist.
But
Well,
then
it
you
might
got
be-
that boy.
it-
Look at him.
It
He
might
don't
be
care
like
what you're
1-0
saying.
T. Maybe 1-0 T.
1-0 T.
Yeah.
Bro.
No, I will say that when Liquid played Moist in Regional 2, at the Spring Split, they almost perfect swept them or perfect swept
They
them.
did.
But then Moist played Liquid again, and that was Splashico 2, I believe, in Regional 3, and Moist took that one.
They threw though.
And this settles it
They
all.
threw.
Yeah.
So this is, I believe it's 1-1, I think. Somebody can stat check me, rate me. I'm sure D-Rec is already crunching numbers on me and tell me I'm wrong. But I believe they're 1-1, and I believe that this matchup really comes down to how they're both feeling on the day. I think they're both two
Yeah.
teams that really ride on the momentum.
Abjack, I want to ask you a question, man. How much pressure do you think individually for the two specific teams do Liquid and Moist have? Who has more pressure?
I think Moist have definitely more pressure because they're trying to recreate their last result of the major or even try and win it and get even better. Liquid, it's their first LAN. They're all like 10 years old, so they don't care, do they? But to be fair, so are Moist.
That's a great point.
So are Moist. You know what? I think Moist are going to win just because they have that experience. Like you guys have said, this is one of the most mechanical matchups we're going to see or we have seen. It's going to be close.
Barbara,
but
what you thinking?
I've got Moist.
In terms of the matchup, I'm still feeling Moist here. I'm still feeling Moist. I think that they've been in the game for a while. They've been in this environment. They know how to handle it and they know how to pride for it. I mean, we remember in LA they were not crowd favorites. But you saw Vatira. He wanted that energy. He wanted the smoke, so to speak, okay? So knowing that from Vatira and knowing how Moist gets in those environments, I think that they'll still be able to come down and take the win. But I feel like this match is so much more deeper than that. I mean, we're talking every individual players. Do you think that we have, like, Bates, do you think we have a specific standout player here? Or is just whoever pops off? Do you think everybody has that potential?
Out of all the 6 players on the field?
All 6.
Yes, but if you want to look at people in particular, I think you look at Joyo, and I think you look more so towards Oski. When Joyo started popping off yesterday, it was domination.
Yep. Yeah, I
Every
agree
single
with
touch
that.
was a double touch. When Liquid was making a reverse sweep against G2, Oski finally looked like he got a little bit more comfortable. He really started taking advantage of the space that he was given, and once he starts taking up to the sky, that freezes the defense. It's kind of like what Greg had said on the dash yesterday with the hand-eye coordination thing. It's like having 2 hands, and it gets multiplied by 3. You have 6 hands. You have to react instantaneously. You have to do that against both of these teams, but it comes down to really those two in particular. When they take that they up the ante in the air, especially, there's not much you can do.
Yeah. Oski's one of the fastest players I've played against in this split. I think he's so good. And like Bates said, I think it's Oski and Joyo, but you gotta respect the other 4 players. I think they can all do it. It's gonna be close.
You know what I'm interested in?
What?
So you got a moist,
Moist.
liquid, moist.
Wait,
Nah,
what?
come
Wait,
on.
you flop?
I didn't flop.
Oh, you didn't pick.
I didn't pick.
Go Liquid.
Okay.
I'm interested to hear what the crowd has to say about that.
Okay.
You want to ask him?
Yeah, I want to ask the crowd.
Ask him, babe.
Copper Box Arena. I know we've been talking a lot. I want to kind of get y'all involved a little bit as I look back at all y'all's beautiful faces. I want to know.
Hey, y'all.
I want to know if you think Moist is going to win against Team Liquid. Make some noise.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Loud.
Okay. If you think Liquid's going to win against Moist, make some noise. Was it kind of even?
I hear more Liquid. I hear more Liquid.
I think I need to
I
hear
hear more Moist. I hear more
Hey,
Moist. I don't know.
we're going to run that one more time. If you think Moist is going to win against Team Liquid, make some noise.
Make some noise!
Okay, that was a lot. That was a lot. Team Liquid fans, if you think they're going to win, you're going to have to really up down. Moist fans, they're here to stay. If you think Team Liquid's going to beat Moist, make some noise. It's Moist.
It's Moist.
It's Moist.
It's Moist.
They're here.
They think Moist is going to win that one, no doubt about it. Oh, man.
My God. And I think, a lot of people are, they feel the same way about that, right? Like, even Gregan was talking about Liquid being a season behind Moist. Do you agree with that statement, by the way? I want to ask all of you. Do you think Team Liquid is a season behind Moist in terms of their skill?
A season? No. I
don't know what that
If they're a wait,
Okay, so...
a season? Hang on.
Yeah,
let's
he said a
see.
season.
Like RLCS X?
No,
Yeah, we
no,
just
because
gotta
Gregan was
completely
quoting
disagree.
Joyo, I think.
Was he quoting
He
him?
was quoting somebody from Moist.
Well, whoever said it,
And
I don't
then
know
a
what they're on
season.
about, man.
But then Gregan equated a season to being a split.
A split.
A split
Split.
behind them.
Nah,
So
Right.
I don't know what the person from Moist meant. I don't know what I know Gregan meant a split
Okay.
behind yesterday.
Okay,
If
so
it's
let's just... One, do you think Liquid is behind Moist? Two, how long do you think it'll take them to catch up?
No, I don't
I think
know.
they're similar, no?
Yeah.
You think it's just like that? It's
Teams
just that close?
Every team is similar, Like I don't think, as well, how much has a team improved in one split? I don't think it's enough time to improve that much. Even if they are a split behind, I don't think that means that much. Like a team from Winter Split could still take series off a team from Spring Split, even more so, So it's, I don't know what they're on about.
Yeah, I think it's just like, I think Liquid just came out a little bit later. They formed their team and then they got comfortable a little bit later than Moist did. But I still think that they're such an evenly matchup. Archie, come on,
Well,
man.
Liquid just turned
Yeah,
15.
man, you're just gonna say they 3-0.
They just turned 15. How can they be the same?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
but they're the same level, and they're gonna win 3-0, and they're gonna be better now.
Same level, but they're gonna win 3-0.
Yeah.
I've never seen a matchup so lopsided.
Just wait, Iconic
but they're the
double
same
flip
level.
reset. Iconic double flip reset.
double flip reset.
Yeah.
Not Oski.
Game 1. Oski will just finish the goals. Yeah.
Oh, so he's not doing that much.
No, he'll just be the top G
Open
finishing
net.
them.
Top G, finish
Top
it.
G.
Interesting. I think that's why I was trying to put the parameters on it. 'Cause I really didn't get it. I didn't get what they were meant. I think to Archie's point that they really all just turned 15. They've only been playing for a split together.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I think they're very even. They're 1-1, like I said, during the spring split. They're very similar in their play styles. And I don't really think that any of them are phased by the pressure at all. Especially if you want to equate it even more, in the LA, Queso was playing with house money in that lower bracket.
Right.
Because a lot of people weren't, I understand they were hot that whole entire winter split, but once they dropped down there, people were like, oh, they're just gonna get bounced. So they didn't really have much pressure on them. When Liquid reversed team G2 yesterday, their faces never really changed and their demeanor didn't change. And the moment they finally had any little bit of momentum, they started smiling. It's young teens out there really just enjoying Rocket League. They're playing with house money, they can't make worlds. So I see very strong similarities between the two. And that's why this matchup's a little hard for me to pick. But I will go give Moist a little bit of that edge because I think just taking what they did with LA, that poise, and the fact that they're just hungry. Bryce says he's a lamb boy. I don't think anybody can disagree with that.
There's a lot of similarities. I think the biggest difference is that we forget that Moist kind of came out of nowhere. And on the other side, Team Liquid had Oski and Atal. They were up and comers. And people know they were gonna hit 15 and then make the league immediately. And a Chronic, he was on BS Plus, dominating the competition. So I think it was a Chronic kind of waiting for the right moment. He got this pair of two young guns that just turned 15, and now they stepping up. And Moist has been here out of nowhere.
I think it's important too to note that they're gonna be playing a best of 5 today, which in front of a crowd is a lot to handle. You don't get like a tactical timeout. It's not a best of 7. First couple of matches today are going to be best of 5. So for them, I mean, it might go back just like a flash.
Yeah, sometimes it does. Like if you're taking 2 games to settle in, the series can almost be over. So yeah, I agree with that.
Well, they did that yesterday and still won. So.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not saying that they can't win, but
no, but this time they'll
less
win
chance.
the first 3. So it's fine.
I respect that. I respect that.
Listen, I know everybody's looking forward to that matchup. I know I am, but I think we got a matchup before that. The matchup coming soon. I know we've been talking a lot. I think it's almost that time to Bab.
Let's take a look at the schedule. Let's take a look at the matches we have today. Like I said, first couple of matches today are going to be best of 5s between Optic Gaming and Furia. And then, of course, we're going to have Moist versus Liquid right after. Then K-Corp versus Version 1 in the upper bracket semifinal, as well as Falcons versus Space Station Gaming. After that, we'll drop down to the lower bracket where we'll play a couple of best of 7s as well between the 2 teams that are still in the tournament.
Yes, it's important to note that the lower bracket round of 3 are still best of 5s. Everything else from then on out are all best of 7s, and I believe that's when the timeouts finally get integrated into the London Major. We haven't seen a timeout at all because timeouts are in best of 5s, of course. So that'll be interesting to see.
That's right. So next up, Optic Gaming versus Furia. That is going to be the matchup we talk about head-to-head. We've been doing all of our talking, but now it's time. Kickoff is coming up soon. These 2 teams have made such an incredible run in this tournament so far. We got a head-to-head as we sit down and talk to them. Let's check it out.
It's my first time playing in front of a crowd, so I'm super excited and the team is ready.
Porque depois dessa vitória que a gente teve no último jogo, a gente tá mais confiante agora e com certeza a gente vai treinar muito para esse jogo e vir com tudo.
Furia's weakness is that they tend to overcommit on offense every now and then, so that's why I think our counter-attack playstyle will work well.
Se preparem que a Fúria tá diferente.
I just want to say good luck.
Welcome to the stage, Optic Gaming and Furia! Furia representing South America and Optic Gaming representing North America team-base. This is going to be a battle.
It's going to be an absolute battle between these 2 absolute unit teams. The crowd's already starting to clap. The crowd got hype. It must have been so cool for these players to walk in between section 1 floor. Furia, there's Optic. Oh, they're getting loud already.
Yeah, that's the Furia chant. It's Furia, Furia, Furia. The stomps are so loud. You just hear the stomps. My goodness. As the players take their seats, we're going to start it off with Optic Gaming. And of course, we're going to start it off with Mist.
Oh my goodness, look at that boy right there, the MVP of Optic Gaming for me. But I mean, his other 2 teammates, you got Lan Lu, and I can't say it enough because everybody knows the name when it comes to Lan Lu. And then Dreezus. Bates is pointing out Dreezus, but Bates, take over real quick.
I mean, Mist is still top 5 in the world. I got to keep reminding everybody that. Oh, Jack made a cringe face. Jack, listen, he's the reason he's always in this area because he's that great. But then that man in particular, Lan Lucian, had an absolutely incredible fall major, ended up getting dropped for whatever reason. We don't understand. But now he's here on Optic Gaming with Drees coming from G2. They're really here to make a statement.
Yeah, they have been, Jack. It's been really incredible to see their run so far. I mean, with this team, a lot of people kind of rated them low. They kind of felt like underdogs coming in. Now we see them here at the stage. And I mean, this crowd environment is going to have such a huge effect on them. The question is, with Turbo behind them, will they be prepared enough? As we move over to the other side and take a look at Furia.
Yeah, Furia, they're looking incredible. You know, they started off starting the tournament, but Jan, he's getting more comfortable on the stage. I think he's gonna be an absolute menace in this series. Honestly, this team, they've got the mechanics, they've got the speed, they've got a lot.
And what else do they have? They have a lot of passion, and it seems like by the sound of it, I can hear it through my headset, they have a lot of fans in here ready to cheer on for Furia when they score every single goal. And I hope that one of them don't break a headset, Archie.
Jan is top 10 players in the world, so I think Fury are going to be so good. The crowd needs to be electric.
Electric?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hearing the crowd, and they are definitely electric.
Yeah, I'm
man.
already hearing some Furia fans
I got
already. They're
shivers
making a lot of
there.
noise. I think we know who might be the favorite in the crowd at the moment. But really breaking out his matchup, it's between speed. It's speed and more stable Rocket League per se.
Defensive.
Exactly. Optic
Yeah.
Gaming. Optic Gaming really is going to try to match Furia up and down the field. They're going to take advantage, especially in a team comparison. It really shows that. It's a clash between offense and defense coming out of both these two regions. Furia averaging nearly 10 shots a game, but then Optic Gaming has 5 saves, and they always getting peppered, but they're keeping their composure, and that's what it takes to win these games, especially on the LAN stage.
But the one thing that they have is Lanlu. Lanlu is going to battle with Furia to get those demos in that Optic is going to need if they want to get those counterattacks flowing, because Furia is going to oppress them and make sure that they try to keep them on defense as long as possible, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, Archie played against Optic. He knows that they're looking good defensively, especially Archie. What do you think? I'm going to have to bring you in, I'm sorry,
well,
man.
honestly, I think with them playing so defensive, it's not going to be good for them.
Ooh.
They're going to be worth
I
watch.
respect that.
Fury will just keep the pressure, keep the bumps going. Because Mist likes to sit third man. But I think with their speed and their bumps, they're going to bump him and it's going to be a wide open net every time.
There we go. There we go.
Man.
Oh boy,
Oh,
oh
man,
boy.
you-
Well, listen. Let's start with the chat predictions right now and get them on your screen. If you want to vote for Optic Gaming, use hashtag OG. If you want to vote for Furia, use hashtag FUR as we get ready for kickoff. It's almost there. But first things first, you know we got to ask the desk for the chat predictions. We're going to start with base and go down the line. Who you got?
Listen, I tweeted yesterday, I said, I'm never going to go against my boy Mist ever again. And I'm not switching. I'm going with Optic Gaming. I'm going to stick with the green wall. And there's a reason why. You can boo me all you want, crowd. I'm going to explain. It's the clash. Furious really going to keep the pace up, as I said, but Optic, I think Mist is going to be able to handle that back line. I think Lanlu really provides that kind of comfort that they need. And I think Drees, he played exceptional yesterday. He's going to up it again. He's going to play well. And I think Optic takes out Fury in 5.
Well, for me personally, I think Fury in 4. Jan's going to show them levels. Levels.
God.
And that's
5
it.
goals per game for Jan.
Oh, you just be talking. You just be talking.
Oh my God.
You just be talking.
Perfect sweep, perfect sweep.
Okay,
Wait, you
I'm
went
going
from
him.
4 to 3.
What?
You went from Fury and 4 to Fury and 3.
then I changed my mind.
This guy's all over the
Best
place.
player in the world.
Bro, help him out.
Come on, man. When they backs was against the wall, they showed up. They gave the passion, the energy, and I think both teams, backs against the wall. Green wall, it's no match, man. I'm going Furia, man. They got everything they need.
Terrible. Jack.
All right. So, in every series that Optic have played in this tournament, I've picked them to lose. I thought they were going to lose. But a card has fallen on my desk.
Oh,
and
he's got
I've
the Optic
Look
card.
at that.
to go with the Optic cards. I think
He's going Optic.
I think Optic, boo me, it's fine. I think they've got the momentum. Of course, Fury have momentum as well, but Optic, I wasn't expecting a top 8 result out of them. I think they could get a top 6.
I think they can get it.
Yeah.
No way.
I think
way,
we'll see.
no
What'd you say? You said no way?
No way.
No way. Throw Fury up on the board for me. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Vamos all the way, baby.
Bora.
We're split on that desk.
Leg.
Let's see what you guys thought at home. What's the results we got for the voting?
man.
Well, it looks like a whole bunch of people are about to be wrong. The crowd and chat and y'all.
Bates, we'll reconvene at a later date.
Well, listen.
About 15
We
minutes.
can yap as much as we want to, but for the first time in 4 years, we are going to have the first match back at the Copper Box. And to kick things off, I'm throwing it to
It's
Sean
time, baby.
Stockhouse. Take it away.
4 years ago, we came here to crown a world champion. A celebration of the best players in the world in front of the greatest fans on the planet. Rookies became legends. Legends became heroes. And legacies were built right here inside the Copper Box Arena. And now we're back as a sport that has grown to become more global than ever. 3 new continents added to the RLCS and a new wave of current and future stars waiting for their opportunities, waiting for their moment. This right here, this is their moment. This is the Spring Major, Landon 2.0, and this is Rocket League!
Copper Box Arena! There's nothing like it, lads!
Optic Gaming up against Furia, one of the last few best of fives, the lower bracket. Loser goes home. Everything on the line, Johnny boy. The time has finally come.
I've got to say, I wasn't expecting the crowd to be this big on Furia, but I'm loving it. I mean, everybody respects this team now that we've seen what they can do. They do it in style as well. They're so aggressive. I just love watching them play. But
Whoa!
how did Dries get to that? That looked like it was going to go too far, but he snuck it in the top corner.
Dries so speedy to start things off. 14 seconds in, and this man saves his flip and barely gets it under the top corner. That's a way to start out a game.
Well, we certainly don't start slow over here. 14 seconds in, 1 goal up. Optic Gaming, whatever nerves they would have had, completely settled.
They're all gone.
Yeah, but it's going to be up to Furia now to see if they can get back. It is different to any situation these players have been in for the last 4 years. It's one thing to play online. It's another to play in a studio. It is something else entirely to come in front of this crowd and perform at your best. But that is the task for both of these teams.
I remember Dries yesterday. He was the guy. He really put on an MVP performance to help his team to the win. So that is the perfect start. He's showing up in front of the crowd. He's showing up for his team once again. He was late to get here. Remember, he was delayed on his way over here. Now he's really performing on the big stage.
And with that first goal, of course, going to surge confidence through your veins. And speaking of Optic Gaming, you're going to look at the man behind the players, Turbo Pulsa. And while I'm sure he'd love to be playing right now, in that coach and manager position, I think he flourishes. He's bringing a lot of confidence, a lot of relaxation to this roster on LAN. And that's what you need in this environment, especially, of course, in the Copper Box.
And a bit of a settled down mid-game after the opening goal. Optic came roaring out of the gate, but now Furia starting to even out that midfield battle. Optic don't want to concede that midfield. They need to contest. That's a good challenge by Illusion, taking his time now, but a hard hit. That's chased well by Miss. Every touch so important at this point, and somehow Furia make a double commit look pretty intentional.
Oh, good block as well. Who's going to be the first one to it? Dries. Thankful that Furia did not send the house after him. And we would typically expect Furia to do, but he's still trying to settle in over here. Gian will just dance past the first player. Missed. Up next, gets past 2. I've got enough contact though. Can bring Alu into this play. Nobody on the far side. 3 minutes left in this one. It's up to Jan. First real chance they've had for the mechanical outplays, and you saw the respect that Optic gave to that sent 2.
And if you're speaking about Furia, of course, you got to mention Yan. This man has been passing left and right. They just came off of a hot win against FaZe Clan yesterday. Game 5, barely edged it out. And Yan was passing all over the place, making sure they keep possession, especially in front of the box. And normally doesn't do that. Here's a quick connection downfield, 2-0.
Great linger upfield by Illusion. The pass down the line from Miss, or from Dries, sorry, was perfect, but Illusion knew something was on, stayed in the pocket there. That counterattack completely caught Furia off guard. They're looking a bit flat right now. I think they need to build up that energy. We saw how much it mattered yesterday when they got loud and when they got excited about their goals. But they haven't scored any. They've got nothing to be excited about yet.
Yeah, Optic Gaming doing a great job of transitioning their typical playstyle into this environment. They're happy to leave players lingering around. Double tap off the wall, that will be saved. And it's now Dries up against Card. Card having none of it. Rush the ball straight down. The last thing Furia need though is to go down by 2. They're in a rough spot, but now Jan over on the counter attack. He's got Kyle, leaves it to him! What a save! Dries keeps the 2-goal lead alive.
Stunning stuff with defense from Optic. They are the team right now. Furia starting to put it together as well. That was fantastic synergy to go for the bump, call it early, have a follow-up shot, but you know, once a shot maybe a little bit lacking in terms of accuracy perhaps. No doubt Optic Gaming putting up a great stand.
Oh, backflip as well. Alu and Dries and Jan. Once again, he really has to be the player for everything on Furia. Without him playing like this,
here goes
might get worse. He's getting off the backboard. First one there! That's it! Missed it! It's still on. Pass over one more time. Alu takes his moment, lets it breathe. He's got the troops back in, and Optic Gaming's lead is still at 2.
Creative offense from Furia, but ineffective as of yet. That's a rush touch. That almost goes into the net. What an own goal that would have been, but not the redirect that Fury are looking for.
Oh, maybe again. Furia.
Oh!
Here comes Yan, almost hit it. To say that Fury aren't working hard for this first goal is an understatement. I mean, this is ridiculous. Another follow-up, still saved from Optic Gaming. The green wall prevails.
Yan, for me, is doing incredible work, but he needs that support up there with him. He's been the one that's trying to create some space. Drees getting it up there. Really had all of the options covered. His illusion once again wants to go one-on-one. There's the second. One-on-one situations don't last all too long in a lobby like this one. Drees takes his time, realizes that the clock is now thoroughly on the Optic Gaming side. 35 seconds, just not conceding two. Need them to get this first game in front of this crowd. There's no infield option for Yan. He ends up missing it. I think if we ever want an example as to what the crowd will do to you for nerves, this game, perfect example.
Yeah, not a long life now for Furia. They've had a flourish of chances early on, plenty really, but Optic defended brilliantly. They've held on to that 2-goal lead. They've been the more clinical of the two teams. Like you mentioned, creativity's been there, but Furia completely fruitless in terms of score.
Mist gets rid of it. That will secure game number 1. 2 more to go for Optic Gaming. Ooh. And now you get the biggest look that we've had at what we're all getting to experience.
This is ridiculous. And the main thing about this stage and this venue itself is that you are surrounded as a player. You're on this stage. There is no area, no angle where you're safe. Everybody can see you all around you, 360. You are at the whim of the crowd.
I mean, it is even more than it was last time because we are joined by 1-0 floor this time. We have got crowd, we've got fans, we have got everybody everywhere, all here to celebrate the pinnacle of what this esport has to offer. It's no longer a little island anymore. We have got people all around us.
Yeah, there's the wall of sound, you know, the green wall is great, but how about the noise we've got all around us? I mean, this is just something special. I mean,
I like that one there. That's a good one.
That's the good one.
We'll have to get that one checked out later on.
The best part is we've been hyping up this crowd for so many years. We've been hyping up this crowd for all the guys on the talent team who haven't been here before. We're telling them, listen,
I wasn't here. And I heard so much about it.
Yeah, we are so confident. We can't exaggerate. There's no explanation that will be too much, and no one's disappointed when we arrive and see the energy already. You know, first game before it's even started, everybody's going crazy, but Furia need a bit more of that support because they are struggling today, and they're getting clipped on, missed with a banger in 7 seconds.
It's every single time, right at the beginning. Furia caught out yet again and missed. If there's anything that we have given to him over and over again, you do not let Mist take the shot off the backboard because he will score it 99% of the time.
It just looks like Furia a bit underprepared, I'd say, for the first 30 seconds. The defense, that last man back, doesn't expect the speed to come out of Optic Gaming, who definitely are dark horses in this tournament, and you've got to be careful of that backboard. Of course, the mechanics have been showing, and Lan Lucian might be unleashed on the other side.
You see Furia trying to just dive forward, but miss after miss. This is not even necessarily a case of bad mechanics. This is just outright missing the ball as Kaio will go off the backboard. But Optic are aware of this fact. I think Furia could do with a couple of cross-field passes rather than just going full send across the field.
Look at this, Illusion. What a menace, just lingering upfield again. He scored the second goal in game number 1 by doing exactly that, providing a passing option for his teammates. We're trying to clear the ball, and Furia need to keep an eye on Illusion, not just for his redirect ability, but any kind of sneaky bump and demo, any kind of boost steal, he's inevitably going to be going for. We've seen him do it in the Fall Major when he played for FaZe. Now he's back. He's outperformed his old team.
What a touch as well there in front of the net.
Yeah, Furia just don't really know how to deal with them right now. Yet to score on the landed stage.
We've noticed a lot of demos too from Optic Gaming on the rotations out. If they're coming back on defense, they'll take a player from Furia off the pitch, at least for 3 seconds. And that one barely saved from Optic Gaming.
This goal line defense from Optic has been magnificent. How about adding yet another one to it?
Brick wall.
Yeah, with Kaio up in support. Just is not a shooting angle available for Furia. Goes for the booming clear, does have card, also has an option. Off the backboard, he ends up missing it. There's another miss as well, and Kaio just has to slow play because his teammates are out of position for now. Looking to reset. The good news for Optic is that As much as Fury weren't expecting themselves to miss the ball, neither were they. As we go off the backboard, and we'll finally go away.
We are just waiting for Fury to break this code. That looked like it was going to be it. Card had one chance, one spot, but it was still safe from Optic.
Mist is just going crazy this game. He scored the opening goal with a double tap, and he saved so many shots on the goal line. He's clearing everything away from the backboard. I mean, this guy's formerly talked about his top 3, top 5 player NA. Now he's on a team that's making it look like that. It's still the case.
Trees with the shot. Very brave there by Card just to leave it for now. Mist
1v1.
Gets challenged. That's a workable spot here for Furia. Can they get there first? The contact, the touches are just not right.
And then look at the demo from Illusion in the corner. There would have been a player from Furia who would be able to get in front of it, cause some kind of misdirection, but he's taken out, and all that pressure relieved for Optic Gaming on the defensive side.
2 minutes left here in game number 2. Furia still looking for their first. It might get worse. And Trees looking lethal on the Aquadome.
Yeah, all comfortable. Optic Gaming are really shining at the moment, and this is a team who struggled in practice before the event. Nobody was expecting them to do well, but now they're taking it to a team everybody rates and have rated for a long time. They're putting all of their doubters away right now. They're silencing them. This is a team everybody's questioning, should they be here? Surely now. Can Furia get one? They do! It's Jan, and it's 1-1.
And it's the follow-up, all from Card by himself, past 2 players. He takes it through and off the crossbar and down. That's how you get your first goal.
I think that one got 104 alive.
I think they were already alive before this game started.
Yeah, a lot of noise for the South American team who confirmed their World Championship auto qualification just yesterday. They'd love to celebrate that with a win in front of the London crowd. Optic Gaming still, for me though, have been the better team overall. Furia's creativity has been there. It's all about consistency.
Yeah, it's not like Furia have not seen a lack of the ball. They're not being outpaced for my liking. It's just they're not executing. Everything that would usually be so easy has got 10 times harder for them, but they're back into this series. That goal and then work from there. They've got a good position as well to work with. Holding that midfield. Need to avoid Mist though. He wanted to bump. And that is what the North American teams in general have done so well throughout this event, is taking out the third man.
And with this final 50 seconds, this is where I get worried for Optic Gaming. They've dealt with so much pressure from Furia, not getting as many demos. And speaking of demos, Card gets one on Mist, but it's down the other end. A 1v1, a demo does follow from Drees, but doesn't happen to end up in a goal, and we're still all tied up.
The Optic definitely taking them on at their own game here. Demos raining in all over Aquadome. Jan up for the double. It will be defended well. That was perfect boost management from Illusion, but he can't get back to the ball. Shot goes right into Drees, but the dunk comes in. Card puts them in the lead.
They will not be intimidated. Furia, 1 goal down, have got themselves the 1-goal lead, and 22 seconds left, Turtle, for Optic Gaming to respond.
And they could do it. They've held all this pressure for the last, I'd say, 2, maybe 3 minutes. Furia, don't doubt them. 15 seconds left. Let's see what else they have.
Mist back into the corner. He's got teammates, he's got support, but it's a little bit of a kerfuffle trying to get rid of this.
Oh my.
Alu takes it under his own control.
Nice touch.
Important touch there from Card. Intercepts. More pressure coming out from Furia. Mist tries to keep it alive. Card booms long. Will they just add another one to the tally? No. Illusion back to Mist. Who's the midfield option? Nobody left. Furia tie us up. 1 game each.
What a response from Furia. Down 2-0 in game number 1. Down 1-0 in game number 2. They dig deep and they regain and they come back. That's crucial. It's the best of 5. They needed to get that done as soon as possible.
It's just been ridiculous so far for them as we take a look at what these players have to deal with. The crowd getting so loud and involved as we head into the next game. Shogun, what do you think we need to see from Optic Gaming?
I think they had the right idea for quite a while, but a lot of it was relying on Furia not being up to that standard. Now that that has gone away, I still feel like Optic have got the better passing. but the option now to leave players always downfield, to launch it towards them through a redirect, that's going to be less around now. You do not want to be leaving your teammates as often in a 2v2, 2v3, hoping that they're going to be able to come out on top, because these are not plays that Furia go for, that enable long clears. They are plays that stop the ball, take the challenge, and drop it on your goal line. That player downfield, he's not really an option.
Yeah, Optic, they do have, I think, the right style for this. They know Furia are going to come at them. They expect aggression. Yeah. They expect very, very fast play in the final third, but can they get behind the ball? Can they control those challenges? Can they manipulate Furia into overextending the way that they have earlier on in the series?
In the beginning, that defense, it seemed unbreakable. They were finding the saves, even through creativity from Furia. So we know what the standard is out of the Optic Gaming defense, but now what do they implement on offense?
There's that chance. Go for the double! Yan has arrived!
That's a goal. That is a world-class goal from Yan. And he didn't blink.
Oh my goodness.
He just went for that, knew exactly what to do. Nails the flip reset double.
Need I remind you that that's the player with the most assists per game in the tournament, and he brings that one out by himself.
Furia doing what so few teams have been able to do this tournament, and that is bounce back from the Game 1 loss. This tournament has had those teams that have been able to hold their nerve, make the adjustments, move on to our live crowd days. And Yan, who was, for me, still the best player on Furia back in Game 1, he is stepping it up to yet another level as Dries realizes he can't challenge that first time around, had to take his time, he's on low boost. But the entire team on Optic's really quite low. Almost got caught for it. Finally, they've reboosted, but Furia are having the majority of the offense. They might even get another shot at this. Card goes in, Card's shot is blocked.
Just miss goalkeeping. We already know that he's got the historical saves to his name. He's got the defensive recognition, but this is ridiculous. The amount of times he's stopping Furia at the very last second. Certainly dramatic. Could they maybe challenge a little bit sooner and save themselves some stress? I think so, but it looks good.
And with the amount of boost that isn't there for Optic Gaming, it's getting swiped from underneath them. As you'll take a look at Furia, everybody pay attention to the rotations in offense, taking boost, getting aggressive. They are launching this attack and trying to stay in your half for as long as possible. You've got to make those saves with barely any boost. And speaking of saves, there's one on the other side for Furia.
Yeah, Card did the best possible save, which is just miss the shot on your own net. As Kaio transitioned the ball to the opposite side of the field. Furia really not encountering much aggression when they go midfield. Instead, Optic rotating back each time. They're countering, and they are scoring.
A miss. Who's been putting in work in defense. Gets up quick for this one. Card couldn't recover. He had the first save, tried to lunge off the underside of the crossbar to get the second one, but missed. Hit it so hard at him, there is no time to react.
Optic's counterattacks are lightning fast. And this has really become the story of Furia need to get this done with the mechanics, or they're actually beat. Enough contact to make sure the shot was not on target. Infield, miss shoots!
Oh my!
And the defender could do nothing.
Miss. This was ridiculous from you to set this play up out of Dries on the wall, then crash in and get a shot that was a little bit wide. But at that point, if you're the defender from Furia, you just got to assume it's on target.
Yeah, what pass as well from Dries is chipping it off the wall. Pretty sure the goalkeeper was expecting a wall play there. It was in a position where Dries had options, but knew that Mist was coming in behind him, deflected it middle for him. Gets Optic Gaming into an advantageous position again. Plenty of time left for Furia. They've certainly had tons and tons of chances in every game that we've seen so far.
Oh, doesn't quite get the reset. I'll be very happy about that.
Now we're going to see those same demos come out from Optic Gaming rotating back. Look at the defensive line in the midfield too. Early to challenge, but hold on, there's some space here for Yan. Gets past one and finds the back of the net.
Yan is the man. It is quite simple. He is ridiculous.
What a way to have a performance. All these questions, and Yan keeps stepping up. And I think this crowd has chosen their favorite player.
Oh, certainly. I mean, he's already made impressive performances on the world stage throughout LANs this year, but I mean, he's got to change that first letter of his name, get rid of the Y, slap an L on there. Yeah. I mean, it really is the clue Furia have just really impressed us so far. It's all about now, I think, Card and Kaio. Yan is doing everything. They need to help him out. Kaio trying to create something here. This is a momentary chance in field. There's Card, deflected well. Now it's actually straight away on the counter. Optic continue to impress with their transition.
And you talk about Kaio and what he can add to the field. A lot of it is the shooting accuracy. Here comes Yan again. The man just doesn't stop setting up his teammates. The follow-up from Card, not as accurate, but the pressure lives on.
I mean, you got to see for the next 10 seconds after that play, just the chaos that even though Yan did not score it, the whole of Optic has to react. They have to respect what Yan can do. This time he goes for the infield pass. Immediate shot! And for Furia, they've not gone into that infield passing well all too often. Optic need to stay wary of it because they can get caught out. Here we go, yet again. Card off the crossbar! You don't hit it much better!
Oh, they're getting lively now. The Furia boys are getting lively. They're getting comfortable on stage.
That's just unfair. 1-2 quick passing in the midfield. As fast as a lightning bolt from the right side, and the shot matched the speed as well. This is ridiculous from Furia.
You just saw the light bulb go off there where they realized they're not ready for this. They don't know that we're going for it. Dries, oh my goodness! Kaio, how on earth can you be that brave to stay completely still? They're still under a lot of pressure. Optic looking to answer back. They're running out of time. Yan almost on the bus. He's got it! Hat-trick hero!
He's unstoppable. It's inevitable at this point. If he's got the ball, it's in the Optic net.
Oh my.
Pass one, clean, bumps the second. Unreal.
It just feels out of Optic's control at this point. If Yan is behind the ball, he is doing so much work. Talk about the impact one player can have on a team.
And Optic, at this moment, is part of the strategy. Just hope that he calms down a little bit. You can see Alu ends up missing it. Missed, gets the block. Dries, though, can't control the ball well enough. It's up to Alu, looks for a pinch shot. Doesn't really get the contact that he was after. 30 seconds left in this game. If Optic Gaming are going to make something of it, they've got to stop this play first. Card wants to add to the tally, popping the ball off the backboard, because you might as well give it to Yan. Reset, backboard, almost with a goal we would have remembered for a long time.
It feels like we're in free play at this point for Yan. The man doesn't stop, but down the other side, Optic Gaming don't stop trying to equalize, but they've still got another goal to get.
Oh no, oh no. I wonder how long they can last for. And almost thankfully, so we didn't get anybody sort of passing out on us.
Yeah, that started
the
off
ball
quite
hits the
high-pitched.
floor. That was
really,
getting to the danger zone.
yeah,
I was
really
seeing some
got-
purple faces out there.
Yeah, you got to be careful with some of these chants. Some of these boys can sing really, really high pitch, but that's a quick way to run out of notes to go to.
The ridiculous thing is the energy that this crowd can give to these players, and it's going to hurt that much more if you're the team getting scored on. Obviously, there's a lot of favoring here for Furia, but for Optic Gaming, imagine seeing Yan get that demo on you as we take a look at some of the replays even. Takes you out of the field. What are you going to do? Then the crowd yells against you.
Yeah.
It hurts.
I mean, you've got to do what Yan is doing. He's absolutely stolen the show here. He is a one-man wrecking machine. And if somebody on Optic can do that, then I truly believe this crowd will go wild for them as well. But no one is doing it like Yan on this field. He is a different level. He is clearly the best player on the pitch. So somebody from Optic has to step up. We've seen goal line saves. We've seen the occasional, counter-attack that's effective. But if they want to win the hearts of the crowd here, the fans in London, they need to pop off. You've got to do what Yan is doing right now.
It feels like we're getting another rinse and repeat, though, for Yan whenever he goes up. And sometimes I've even seen Card do this. They'll go up for a quick pop, air dribble behind, pass one player. They don't even get taken out. And then they have another set of options. Go for a flip reset or just demo the last goalkeeper.
Yeah, the problem is, have Furia taken the pace of this game to a place that Optic can't follow? Because they look good early on. I think they were matching Furia's pace. That was always a question, though. Is will Furia just be able to blow Optic away mechanically? They've started to do that.
Now, South America desperate to have another follow-up performance. Their exceptional winter major.
Another top 6, 2 in a row it would be.
And the way they're playing, no doubt that they can go further than even that. Winner of this will move on and play again later on today. Opponents we don't know yet. We're certainly getting close to finding out, but for Optic, this is all about finding the answer, taking us to Champions Field, and seeing if he can do anything! As Alu gets a crucial touch to take the ball away.
That is terrifying. A player so fast, gets in front of you, off the ceiling, and it's all about recovering. Oh! And they do find it. Down the other end, Optic Gaming looking for the first goal, and they need some kind of energy. Things have been piled on against them.
Yeah, they really do. They just need a moment where they can either, you know, hit Furia with a big mind game,
Break the
hit them
curse.
hit them with a big goal, just something to turn around this momentum, which just seems unstoppable. Furia with 3 unanswered goals at the end of the game now. Kyle completely faking out Optic on that one. Illusion's definitely doing work though. 6 upfield again. We've seen him do this to great effect, and he has been a nuisance for Furia. They've handled him a lot better as the series gone on, as they get used to his tendencies. That's not to say that you should stop doing it. We want to see more of Illusion lingering upfield. That way, at least there's somebody fighting for the midfield against Furia. They're not just going to get stuck in their own goal.
Well, Optic are doing a much better job as well of getting those demos. Really slowing down Furia, but Jan is dancing around everybody. And there's a moment of belief in this arena every single time we see Jan with the ball. Everyone just has a moment of thinking, he's going to do that, isn't it?
He never does the same thing twice. Every time is different. You
Look
can't
at the
get used to
control.
it.
How does he keep getting this space? The man doesn't stop. He just has one touch into the air, and then it's free play from then on.
It's just a joy to watch, and it feels like Furia are, you know, on road to taking it in 4 here, but as things stand, Optic have kept them scoreless. Now can they get anything going on offense? It's all Furia, one chance after another as Kyle spotted the backboard, defended by Trees, shoots low and forces a bad touch. That is fantastic from Kyle. So many players would just go backboard there, but he knew Trees would have it, so he just dumps it down awkwardly low, and Optic were not expecting it.
Furia keep changing the question, and Optic can give absolutely no answers to this test. Backboard, infield, down to the floor, go the whole way, top corner for the air dribble. Furia have got everything. And they've now only got 2.5 minutes left to go before they secure another top 6.
We look statistically at what has worked against Furia. Previously, it has been demos, the physical game. That's what I liked at the beginning, but they are just styling on Optic Gaming at this point.
Surprise! That was a reset, and there's your other flip. Therese had no idea that there was actually going to be a 50-50 there. He thought it was maybe going to stay in the corner. Card managed to reset on the ball while winning the initial challenge and gets another win with the flip that he got. I mean, we're talking a lot about Jan, but Kyle created the first goal, Card's done the second one. They're all showing up now, and that is a terrifying sight.
Jan only one more goal away from another hat-trick. This is supposed to be the difficult stage, Johnny. This is supposed to be the moment where everyone starts to drop down a level or two. Jan doing absolutely none of that. He's now target man downfield, has 0 boost. He's going to now rotate his way back because he sees Optic trying to lurk forwards. Alu dived into it, but you can see Miss realizes that the counterattack's coming. Infield to Kyle, back to Jan! Double hat-trick!
This team truly is something special. They've got the team plays, they've got the solo plays, and when they put it all together, they just look impossible to play. How are you supposed to defend every angle they're throwing at them? Optic are absolutely lost for what to do and where to go from here, and they don't have long to figure it all out.
They've got every element of this game under control. Furia, they know how to bring it to Optic, and we did see some signs of life earlier on. What do we see now out of these 3 players? Mist has been doing great, but there needs to be more, Shogun.
Oh, this happens every time, though. We saw this yesterday. Furia had their 4-goal lead, and they threw away 2 back-to-back. This time the lead is only 3. Can't afford to do it this time because we have already seen in this series, Johnny, Optic have got kickoff options.
They do, and that was a big mistake by Jan. You know, Alucian landing a demo, putting Jan under pressure, but he should certainly have had control of that situation. Still 2 goals to the good. And already more Furia pressure.
And think back to the FaZe series against Furia, dropping the first game. Furia, I believe, went up, what was it, 3-0 in that first game, then ended up losing it to FaZe Clan. So they can get shaky, they can get thrown off. Optic Gaming need to bring it to them.
Alu wants to go to the wall, realizes the card has the play red. Miss now. Lack of control initially, does still win the challenge. There's options available here for Optic. But Furia, for the first time, operating on goal line defense. Cards will follow this one up. Alu has to be there quickly. He's not there quick enough. Might be a chance for another one for Jan. drops down, and Furia keep doing this where they just mix it up. They don't take direct shots every single time. They are happy for Optic to take a touch because they know that that touch might be bad.
Yeah, just trying to force bad saves. I mean, you know Mist is going to hit that, but if you just hit it right at him, it's quite difficult for Mist to get a good clear on it. Whereas if you hit it in front of him, he's going to leather it long. Now, here comes Optic the other end. That's a great chance, and it's a goal for Drees. They're sending the house at the right time.
It's happened once before. It can happen again. Illusion starting to activate himself here, and he's following it up with Drees.
And that's third man. Drees just going for it. They've got to at this point. 25 seconds to go. No point defending. They can't rely on counterattacks, but can they tie the game?
Mist with control of the ball early, but that's a touch that might just get the ball and possession straight back to Furia. Mist almost got there. God would not have liked to have seen where that one was going. Mist off the wall, 12 seconds, past one. Gonna take the challenge. No, it was a fake challenge. Brilliant idea there from Card. He's forced the ball into the corner. Not shootable from that angle either. Drees, tasked with keeping this alive. It's Mist. Pops the ball up. You've got to keep this away from the floor. What a stop from Mist, but it's not enough. Furia, top 6, yet again.
And in stunning fashion as well. We've seen high highs from this team. We've seen high highs from Jan this season, but that was something else.
That might just be the peak.
He just raised the bar, and it was already high to begin with. How good can this team be?
And this is the scary part, Turtle, because you look at a performance like that one, and suddenly the whole light on South America changes because you look at this team, that was not a top 6 performance. That is a potential championship performance.
That is a grand finalist right there, and it is not even a bold prediction at this point to see them going the distance.
That's the thing, that the team that they're going to play later on is coming off a loss.
Yeah.
With a team that peaks like that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's scary.
This is going to be the biggest mental challenge going.
I mean, we definitely have another contender here. After seeing that they can do what they just did on the stage with a crowd just absolutely rocking and rolling around them, then that answers the only question we had about Furia. I mean, they showed they can bounce back from, you know, multiple losses earlier on. They took an absolute thrashing in the first round, but they've regained throughout this event. They've come back from behind against FaZe a few times. Now, back from behind against Optic as well. They're doing everything right, and they look like they've got the perfect energy for this environment as well.
Well, let's talk about energy a little bit. I know we had energy, they had energy. Copper Box, did you have energy? I think they're loving every single moment of it. It is so good to be back here. Enjoy it all?
I think that was probably one of the most entertaining series we could have even predicted. Furia.
For sure.
If you predicted that, you're a genius.
No, I mean, not predicted, just got. Okay, I am honored to be here with my mates. Okay, that's all it is. I've learned. I've listened to the crowd. It's my first time here, and it is an experience.
But we talked about that with so many of the talent this week as well, because everyone's been thinking. We keep telling the Johnny, the crowd's something else. The crowd's something else. The crowd is something else. We feel this. Imagine being over there.
We're getting carried right now. Like we don't have to do anything. Literally, it's a good place to be. But yeah, fantastic stuff from Furia. Really, you know. Got to give props to Optic as well. You know, don't forget, everybody's writing them off. I think I had them losing round 1, lower bracket. They've gone 2 further. Obviously, a great result for them. They're going to be at the World Championship. This is not the end for them. And with that kind of promising, you know, step up, and we know that those players are individually talented, I think they've got a chance at making it through that wildcard at World. So, you know, hats off Optic. Well played. Now time to go right back to the grind.
For me personally, I like seeing Turbo Pulsar back there. It might not be the most popular thing. Of course, the 4-time, you don't want to throw him behind the players, but I think he adds a level of anxiety relief to these 3 players. Drees look fantastic. They can continue on this momentum and ride this wave, go back to the drawing board, come here, meet us again in Fort Worth. It could be lights out for him.
Yeah, I mean, Jorby, if you see Jorby, he's going to be beaming at you.
Oh, yeah.
Jorby
I don't even want to see him, though.
Yeah.
That's the Jorby that is on another level.
He's going to be buzzing. I mean, it looked pretty bad for him at the beginning. Furia did not start off strong, but it just shows the level Carmine Corp are at. You know, they swept Furia, then they reverse sweep G2, so we're looking forward to seeing them later on. Now that loss doesn't look so crazy anymore, but, you know, we talked about how Furia are, I think, a real contender here. You know, how many are we going to add to the list is the next question.
Right, well, we have had the best of times over here, but someone had a better time. We've got Subi over with Yan.
Copperbox, let's make some noise for Furia Gaming. And Jan, I gotta ask, how does it feel to turn this London stadium into home field advantage?
Como você se sente fazer todo esse estádio e torcer por vocês?
Me sinto realizado, foi sempre um sonho jogar no meio assim do palco, então é um sonho realizado e com muito sucesso, e mais um top 6 conquistado.
It feels like a dream come true to be here and really appreciate it.
Hey, well, I'll tell you what, it definitely feels like a dream, and it felt like you were turning Optic Gaming into a nightmare, but let's rewind the tape back to game number 1. You guys really looked stale, no goals scored. Was it the nerves getting to you, or do you think Optic Gaming just came out hot out of the gates?
Sorry, say that again.
Did Optic Gaming come out hot out of the gates, or was it the nerves getting to them?
Oh, so, foi a nervosidade de vocês ficaram bravos e sentiram que depois do primeiro jogo vocês queriam atacar, ou foi porque o Optic fizeram pior?
Querendo ou não, acho que é uma estratégia nossa, sim. A gente sempre gosta de jogar muito atacando. Então, a gente foi atacando, e uma hora a bola começa a entrar, e aí acho que não deu pra eles. Foi isso.
We just played our best and we kept on the offense, and it just kept on going until we could make it.
And I see you adjusting that hat right there. Did you wear that specifically because you were going to be getting hat trick after hat trick after hat trick this weekend?
E aí, como você se sentiu depois de pegar um hat-trick, depois de um hat-trick, fazendo 3 gols?
Sentindo o Cristiano Ronaldo do Rocket League.
Very good, very, very good.
We love it. We love to see it. And it's amazing to see South America not be a fluke, to just be consistent. Top 6 yet again. Just describe the emotions that you're going through right now.
Como que estão os sentimentos agora vocês estão mostrando que vocês estão sendo tem a consistência de jogar e ganhar jogos depois de outros jogos. Como você se sente agora?
Continuar trabalhando, a gente sabia que a gente tinha o potencial, só que a gente não conseguia demonstrar. Aí agora a gente está conseguindo demonstrar que a gente tem potencial até para ser campeão do campeonato. Então a gente vai trabalhar duro para isso, para conseguir levar esse título.
We have to keep working harder, and that's what we've been trying to do, and now we gotta focus on the next match and make that happen too.
Always humble in victory and defeat. And one last thing, any messages you want to shout out to your fans, your family at home, anything for the viewers watching?
Quer falar alguma coisa para o pessoal lá em casa, no Brasil, de volta no Brasil?
Só para acreditar na gente, que a gente tem potencial para ser campeão.
I'd like to thank everybody out back home cheering for us. Thank you so much.
Well, you have a lot of people cheering for you, and there's a lot more cheering to be had. That was just game number 1 of our amazing Spring Major. But don't go anywhere, because up next we've got the El Splashico Liquid facing Moist Esports.
We've all been here before.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment. Rise up, you give it all that you got and you rise up. All the stories that tell about the champion who came from the crown. Are you ready to carry it now? Going full speed, never stop, never quit. You're the only one you got to convince that nothing's too far out of your reach. 'Cause all you are is what you believe. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
It felt like two separate matches, one starting with Optic Gaming and then ending with Furia. Back to back, the team gonna come up on the stage. Furia finally getting a win in front of the crowd.
The classic spaceman sweep. Just
Yes.
give him a game and then you show up. And Jorby, I'm pretty sure.
I'll tell you, you gotta stand up for Brazil, okay? Everybody was telling me that I was wrong, that Furia, they weren't gonna go anywhere in this tournament. T-Base didn't even have any of his players in his top 24 at this major. And he told me every single day, Jorby, Furia, they're gonna lose. Well, guess what, Bates? Furia are top 6 again.
Where are you,
The second
Bates?
time in a row. Another one for Brazil. Yan, he's gotta be the best player in this tournament.
He's not the best player in the tournament. This isn't his tournament. This is his world, and you're just living in it. Yen is the emperor of this competition.
Optic started out really strong, coming out with that first goal in the first 20 seconds, but it was the warm-up from Fury. They looked a little bit nervous at the start, hesitant to jump up, but once Jan started firing and started flying for those balls and setting up so many goals, this goal was beautiful. That was the start.
The icebreaker right there, break down that green wall, and then Furia was like, we're not gonna shoot anymore. We're gonna double tap, we're gonna go for aerial dribbles. Mist was lost on the back line too many times, and Fury just dominated.
I've never seen this amount of creativity on offense from Furia. They were absolutely insane. The passes were on a dime every single time. Even right here, that pass right there, absolutely brilliant.
I've not seen one person take control of a series as much as Yan did. Here it's almost a 1v5.
Let me lay this out. I'm gonna need to lay this out here.
Well, I think
Look at that.
Gibbs pointed out
That's
really
beautiful.
well. It was a crazy adaptation in the middle there of the game where they start out with the shooting. It's just not working. They're hitting crossbars and saying, hey, let's take it to the air, let's dribble. And Optic couldn't figure out how to take the space back.
I mean, you say the adaptation. I think the adaptation was feed Yan the ball. in the first game, it looked like they were trying to leave the ball for Yan, get out the way, let him go for it. But as it went on, it went, right, let us take the ball, take one player out of the game, open up that space for you, and you do that stuff you do with the ball, flying through the air, spinaroos, and score the goal.
Well, the only thing I want to say is that I have been impressed with Optic in this tournament. Nobody gave them a shot. Everyone was predicting them to go 0-2 out, but they absolutely grinded, and they played farther than anybody expected them to. I was so impressed with them.
Way farther, but Yan, 7 goals, 54% shooting, absolutely dominating. And that's what you get when you get a mechanical team versus a team that's going to play defense. Yan was like, I'm going to eat you guys up on that back line.
And listen, audience members, the lovely, beautiful people of London have been all behind Furia. I want to see if we can get the entire crowd. They're going to be having to cheer for Furia all the way through the lower bracket. We know that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And 104 have been in it. Let's see if we can get the entire crowd. We want stomp, stomp, clap.
There we go. There you go.
Furia! 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 Yeah, love you
Really
guys.
keep it going.
Yes.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful stuff there. I mean, there was a point in that series, though, Greg. Like, at the beginning, Optic came out, looked the way that they had looked up until this point. Very, very shaky from Furia. There was a point there in game 2 where they had like 3 shots. Furia does 1, 2, 3, whiff, crossbar, bad to the corner. Where are you not thinking, is that a pass or a shot? I don't know what's going on. And I genuinely was like, this series might be over. And then literally 1 goal changed it. I'm pretty sure the noise of the crowd was a part of that energy.
Yeah, the crowd was behind him. And you say about those touches, one of the biggest things we see with pressure when you start feeling nervous is players start to lose that air roll control and they start to mishit the ball. And they also start double jumping at balls where they'd normally hold that dodge to give them a little bit more control.
Kaya was the best example of that too, because every time it was in the air early on in the series, he was just, I'll just wait for it to hit the roof. I'll just wait for it to be in the
that one
perfect
flip
position.
reset he had where it just like came off of his nose so cleanly and he just kept air dribbling it towards the net. I mean, like those mechanics were absolutely perfect after game 1.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, in Optic, I mean, this was such an improvement for them, Gibbs. I feel like there was.
Absolutely. I think people will talk about their bracket run and maybe that they got a favorable bracket, but they still made it here while a lot of their other teams are not here at this point. So they showed up. They're going to the World Championship wildcard as well. They'll have some reps there. And if they can get that defense going, but then they have to mix it with a little bit more offense, and then they could be a real threat.
Come on, Gibbs, who here didn't have Optic coming last?
I mean, I thought they were going out straight away. I think the big standout is Lan Lucian and Dries, who we saw at the Fall Major, standing up on that LAN environment, playing their best Rocket League, and that's what it takes at this level. We've seen teams pop out early who didn't play well on LAN, who we've seen them amazing online. Optic Gaming have shown that it's not all about Rocket League performance, but can you perform Rocket League in front of a crowd in a big arena?
I would love to get to talk to them afterwards now that they've completed the tournament, have some time to simmer down. And just, what effect did Turbo make? Is a question that's still on my mind.
Well, it's funny because talking with Optic, you know, there were things that leading up to the tournament, these guys were grinding. Day in, day out, preparing for this tournament, and it definitely showed. They had a lot going for them in this tournament, and I think a lot of people saw that. There was a lot of hope for Optic when you look around the community, even around the talent team. It was like, Optic could definitely take it, but nobody thought it was going to be a slam dunk for Furia at all.
And then we're going to talk about experience. Obviously, they had Turbo, but for Furia, they went 0-2 in front of the crowd last time. Now they got a big win in front of the crowd. These are all baby steps to maybe winning this major, but also for the World Championship as well. Like Furia got that monkey off their back now as well. So Furia is looking good to make a run.
They really look like they could go the whole way. Like
They absolutely do.
That has the makeup of a championship.
Falcons versus Furia in the grand final. Thank you very much.
Furia must be feeling good after earning another spot for South America as well through their performances in LA and here in London. Now they get to see more of their South American teammates coming along. There is still potential for the Complexity guys to come and make it, but that will rely on Falcons not winning a single game here in front of the crowd.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that happening. We'll see here. But man, the thought of us having we've been talking to NAEU all season. How about forget them both? Let's have Falcons versus Furia in the finals.
How crazy even is that thought? The Complexity could be making it. It would be another South American who obviously went to North America. We'd have 4 of them at the World Championship.
That would be absolutely nuts. The parity developing internationally in Rocket League is absolutely insane, Gibbs.
So we talk about parity like all the time. We've had 3 majors. No team has made the top 8 in all 3. We've had a lot that have done it twice, but literally 0 teams throughout this year have made it to the top 8 in all 3 majors. There's so much parity right now. These best of 5s are absolutely brutal, but you saw Furia, like it did take a game, but they found their form just in time.
Taking a game, hey, best of 5, you get 1 game, pretty much.
One game,
you get maybe 2 there, but they're going to be going up to best of 7s pretty quickly here. So I'm excited. Given this, if there's a way, I'm going to throw a curveball Productions way. If there's a way we can show the bracket, I would love to just for a moment talk about how that looks, where we are at here. Given that win, they advanced to the lower quarterfinals down there in that lower bracket where we've been for so long. We're waiting on the result of the upper semifinal matches here, Gibbs.
Yeah, Furia, you know, just taking out North American team after North American team. They basically take out pretty much all game battles at this point. FaZe Clan and Optic now both. Furia taking them down. Well done to them. We'll be getting Moist Liquid, our first regional matchup we've had all tournament long, Greg.
It's always tough when you see a region fight against themselves. It does guarantee a European to make it to the next stage, but we all see either Liquid or Moist knocked out at this stage. But it's that upper bracket that I'm intrigued by. What's going to be happening with Falcons versus SSG? And then, of course, both version 1 and K-Corp seem to be LAN players. They've popped off so far.
Well, we heard version 1 talking earlier. They're like, I am so itching to get back on that stage. I've been sitting around for 2 days just drinking tea or whatever we do over here. I want to play some Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean, everyone everyone's talking about Falcons being the favorite of the tournament, and I think people like version 1 is sneaky like that, right? They played really well, and if they can pull out what they did on day 1, then I think they can absolutely take Falcons the distance.
Well, you can see everybody in the quarterfinals area are peaking right now. You have to have that if you've got the top 4 seeds out of the tournament.
Well, and we've talked a lot about lower bracket momentum runs. Yeah. You've been playing for 4 days at this point. Upper bracket's played for 1, so you're gonna have to maintain that same form. I think we mentioned this back on day 1. It is just as big of a challenge, I think, for those teams in the upper bracket to maintain that form over the course of a 2-day break as it is for the lower bracket teams to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think the advantage they've got is they're playing against another team who's had that break, so it'll give them a chance to ease back into it. But what you got to wonder is, are those teams in the lower bracket, if they do go down, are they going to be in better form? So if a team loses in that upper bracket, they're going to be facing a hot team who's played in front of the crowd, won in front of the crowd, who's going to be coming in with that momentum.
I feel like even, especially with that first match, one of the teams has to lose in the upper bracket, right? That's how the format works. They're going, regardless of how well they play, the mentality of, oh, we had 2-day break and we came back, lost that first match, and now we're faced off against a team that's like, we've been here since the first day, winning match after match after match. You're no different. They said we couldn't beat all the rest of these teams.
And that's what we always talk about with World Championships. We've had a lot of bracket resets, teams that came through a lower bracket and won it because of the crowd, because of momentum. Online, we haven't seen that as much, but there is no crowd. We do have Twitch chat. We love you, Twitch chat, but it's not the same. You need that crowd. You need that momentum. You need to be here.
Gibbs.
No,
Give a
we
little
love
bit
them.
more
No,
love
they
than
always
that.
vote for me in every pre-show game. I love it.
We'll see how the upper bracket feels in a little bit, but before we do that, we got to get through one more down here in the lowers. It's time for El Splash to go. Moist taking on Liquid Esports, a European domestic dispute here. One of them gets to move forward, the other one going home.
Is that rain clouds heading over London?
It
sounds normal.
Yeah, it feels like an ocean in this arena right now. I mean, this is an insane matchup. With the way Liquid are playing, Liquid have an insane chance here, but Moist have been so consistent.
They've both battled, they've both shown us what they've got. It's time to do it in front of the crowd.
At the moment, our form's pretty good. You know, we just came off a good win against Pioneers. We're ready to take the lower bracket.
Yeah.
We have to win this game just to prove ourselves to the world and what we can do, so people start cheering for us as well for the next season.
We'll win against Liquid because we want it more and we're ready to win.
For Moist, I would like to say that it's going to be a tough game for them. And yeah, the best is going to win.
Welcome to the stage, Team Liquid and Moist Esports.
And this London crowd, hoping for a couple more European teams, but they are going to cheer on whoever wins this match throughout the entire lower bracket. Moist, obviously, they are the huge favorites, I would say, but Team Liquid is one of those teams inexperienced, but they show up time and time again.
We see the flags on 2 players there. Chronic repping his Portuguese flag, but we have 3 Englishmen on the stage. There's going to be a large crowd behind both these teams. I've been walking around the arena before this event. A lot of people behind Moist. There's many people going to be cheering loud for them. But whichever one of these teams is going to be going on is going to have the crowd behind them the whole way.
Well, you know, I saw Liquid a couple of times walking around right before the event started, and they are all smiles right now. They are feeling really good, and we know how important vibes are, especially in an environment like this. And I think Liquid, they've proven yesterday against G2 that even when they're beaten down, they have the ability to come back and still be the winner at the end.
Liquid are 15 years old. They're so young. Their first experience in front of a crowd. I can't imagine being out there. I'm glad
It is their first split in the RLCS, and they just show up. Yeah, we'll be top 5 in Europe, no problem.
They're so mechanical. All 6 of these guys could be listed amongst the most mechanical players in the world.
And we all saw the story of Atto, his older brother, an early pro in the scene, pushed him on, told him, commit to this, you'll be a big pro one day, and he must be so proud watching Atto on this stage right now, representing Belgium, representing Liquid, and one of the youngest players here at the event.
Oh man, but how about this guy in the middle, a Chronic? He's the guy who was smiling and having a great time walking around, and he has been excellent on this team. He absolutely impressed with a Chronic so far. I love it. I love it.
Laser focus though when he's up there on the stage. He's all smiles off the stage. It's gone when competition comes.
And 1 year ago, it was Spring Split, and a Chronic, he showed up. That was the first time everyone was like, who is this kid? And he popped off. He finally found his team. that works for them. Spring Split's been amazing for these guys.
And the Englishman here, Oski, representing England and his Polish heritage. He's going to want the crowd behind him. He knows he's up against two Englishmen, but right here today, he's going to try and pop off mechanically in game with his Liquid boys.
Team Liquid looking to continue an enormous run through this lower bracket. But on the other side of things, Moist Esports, they've been at the top, formerly cheesy. Now they're squeezy. I don't know. We have here's Moist Esports.
Oh no!
Ready to go.
Just squeeze the moist out of the cheese.
Exactly,
right?
something like that.
And there's an argument for the best player on this team to be any of these three. Like people saying Vatira Online has absolutely done work, especially in winter. But you could say that about all three of these guys.
But yeah, I think right now, for me, the guy next to him, Joyo.
No, you're right.
Joyo,
he's my boy.
Has been absolutely insane.
Joby.
Roby's always calling him Wayo.
Joby.
This man is a double tap machine.
I know
Yummy.
he's great, but Vatira's been the best of the competition. Come on, what are you talking about?
Have you seen
Joyo was great.
Joyo's all over the highlight reels. You just saw him
Okay.
all over it.
He had one good series. He had one great series yesterday, but where was he
I
day
think he-
one?
I
He
think
was
he
still
had
in the
one.
lower
He only
bracket.
played one
This is
time
Vatira.
yesterday.
Guys, they're both incredible. And of course, the last of the three who is also incredible is Rise here, the clutch king. Hopefully, he comes out here and gives us a beautiful 0-second goal.
And let's not forget about that lower bracket run, Winter Major Rise.
Yeah.
So many goals. Scored like 5,000. I couldn't even keep track at that point.
At least.
Over one again. Shattered
At
record.
least.
Rise is the cleanup man on this team. He is so incredibly clutch. The whole team is. Whenever it goes to a game 5, you always bet on
Or
them.
an OT.
This team reminds me of an old Flipside Tactics. I feel like this is the way that roster would play back in the day, always dropping to the lowers, always saying, hey, let's just make the run. But with, I don't know, but with the new edge, the new modern take of Rocket League.
Yeah, the new mechanical edge, and both these teams known for that mechanical edge. I think the Moist boys are speaking to them. They see Liquid as a split late version of themselves, coming through, very young players, coming onto the big stage and proving that it doesn't matter if you've got previous LAN experience, as a younger player, you can come in and pop off.
You can see the stats finally from the same region here.
Finally, for the first time. Moist is just one of those teams, 59% win rate compared to Team Liquid, 49%. But those guys, so young, and they found a way here. Like, I was on TikTok streams a lot, and every time we played Team Liquid, I'm like, don't worry about it. We got experience. They got nothing. And they beat us twice.
Every time you say that, it's less true than the time before.
I
as
know.
well.
They're getting more and more experience. They're so
Give them a few years, folks. Maybe give them just 15 minutes on this stage. We're just about to see what happens. Let's get into some predictions. Chat, let us know how you feel at home. Hashtag TL, hashtag MST, depending on which side you're following. This is a hard one. We're going to go straight down the line, starting with you, Yummy.
Everyone's experienced this in Rocket League. They get into the game, you've got a few hours to play, and you get smashed out by the kids. But fortunately, both of them are kids here. Both of them are incredibly young.
Okay.
Where are you going?
Yeah,
And
we're
I'm
going.
backing up my boys on Moist. They're going to do it again.
All right.
I just think that there's too much power, and I think Liquid, they're going to find some trouble against Moist when it comes to the mix-ups. Because when one thing isn't working, they're so good at switching it up, and they're good at doing everything in the game. And so Liquid, they're going to have to try to adapt, but Moist currently trying to prove that they might be the most adaptable team in the tournament right now. I got Moist.
Look, if anyone's making that lower bracket run, bracket reset, Moist came so incredibly close at the Winter Major. I think they can absolutely do it here. I am picking Moist 100%.
Oh, wow. Well, I was going to go Moist. I've seen Moist and thought they're going to make that lower bracket run all the way through to the final.
You can still pick Moist.
I just don't think it's fair to represent the whole desk as Moist here. I think Team Liquid have just as much of a chance as Moist do. If they come out and play like they did in the second half of that G2 series, Team Liquid can take this. Team Liquid for me.
You know, in the esports game, there's not many that have been around longer. And when it comes to the esports H2O game, it's Team Liquid from the beginning. They've been here for so long. Give these people some respect. Liquid versus Moist. It's a close battle. We got a very split desk. How does the chat feel at home? Because we can't decide up here. 64% in favor of Moist.
Makes sense.
And T-Bates polled the crowd earlier. We already know Moist is the friends here. They're the ones that the crowd is favoring. So, guys, this is going to be wild. Get ready for another match here on the stage. The El Splashico, we have decided to call it, and another best of 5, another team going home very quickly. Liquid on one side, Moist Esports on the other. Who advances to face off against the upper bracket teams? Finally, after 2 days of action, it's going to be a wild one. Make some noise, London. Let's play some Rocket League.
Whether you want to call it the Championship, El Splashico, or the Damn Derby, one thing is for sure, Subi and Stumpy, what a match this is about to be.
It's everything that we've wanted to see Europe achieve ever since that dreadful Wednesday and Thursday that we saw earlier in this week. They're in the cover box, the home of European Rocket League, and it's going to be a wet one.
Two of the most highly mechanical players in all of Europe going head to head, and both of these teams, I mean, they're a mirror image of one another and an instant shot coming out from a toe. But my, oh my, Cole, this has potential to be an offensive shootout.
They're highly mechanical and they are so very young. Team Liquid on average, the youngest team here, barely 15 years old between them and Moist, the third youngest on average, and it's Moist that are starting off a bit better. Liquid have some defending to do.
It's a big series for both of these teams, wanting to carry on in that lower side of the bracket. We had very, very big hopes for Moist coming into this tournament, and they have not delivered. This is an incredible proving ground.
Matera's going to take a touch there. Atto is right there, so close to the early Team Liquid lead. A team that have proven they can deal with the pressure with that huge reverse sweep yesterday against G2, and it's the pressure they're putting on against Moist that they're just about dealing with so far.
Absolutely, and the longer this game goes without scoring, you've got to favor Team Liquid. They're so known for getting off to a slow start. That was so present yesterday when they showed off against G2, as you see Chronic getting up, and early as Joyo can't quite find the net there, and this ball finds its way into the corner, and Vatira putting another shot down low.
You're not going to want a slow start versus Moist. They managed to just about tear it back from G2. It was still a scary one. There was a lot of viewing parties happening. No renewal was going to happen, and neither did the Liquid defense rise to slot in the first.
Chronic was just charged down so quickly there by Joyo, who did more work buzzing about, not letting a toe out, and Rise, the iciest player at this tournament, gets the goal.
Atto with a little bit of panic. Felt like he needed to get that ball cleared as early as possibly could, but Rise was lurking, and as an opener, a bit of a slow one. These two teams, some of the most mechanical that we have seen in this entire competition.
Well, and you have to wonder, where was the defense for Team Liquid? Atto left all alone on an island back there. His teammates got to get back quicker, and maybe it's a boost issue, maybe it's just rotation, maybe it's nerves, but either way, having one back on the goal line, not going to do favors for them. And open net found its home as Joyo gets another one for Moist.
Taking full advantage of a poor wall clear. No touch coming in. Joyo the man to make the second connection. Oski chasing it like a train on a platform, couldn't get on board this time.
Joyo, who has scored so many double taps so far in this tournament, it just seems that every time he sends that homing missile towards the net, he's never going to miss. And Rise is coming again. He's got some mechanics to play with here. Oski closes them down. Team Liquid with so much defending to do.
Well, it's so interesting with Joyo. So quiet during the spring split, but once you put him in a live environment, once you bring him to a major, he just rises to the occasion. Time and time again, he just thrives in this environment.
They're all just built for content. They are a content machine. They're running around dancing on the stage. They're making flags when they walk on with all the EU guys' faces on it. It's so much fun to watch, and the fact that they've gone with Moist, and that has been such a nice introduction to the scene, has been something that we've all loved watching.
Joyo, the man who I believe has promised to wear his shades in every interview he does in this tournament. We'll see how deep Moist can go. He almost got a good touch there. But Rise now on the backboard. He's going to head up. He's going to send this one as long as he can. Atto up so quickly. That's what Team Liquid do best. This fearless, young set of three. They just seem to be able to challenge people so quickly, never showing them any respect.
Well, and the thing about Team Liquid, they just hit the ground running when they came onto the scene. There were no signs of stopping, and it doesn't seem like they're slowing down anytime soon. It's great 50-50 there. Ball in the air, off the crossbar, and Atto pokes that one over to a Chronic.
It's great to see Team Liquid as an org make these majors. They've been in Rocket League for years, finally found the trio that can potentially get them championships, and that's what this team will want to do. After that reverse sweep yesterday, they will fully believe they're capable.
Oski going from that backboard towards the right-hand side of this incredible pitch. Gets picked up by a Chronic, up for the double, but Vatira, lurking backboard, can air dribble it away. The flip reset, Atto, he's reading that one this time, does not want to be caught short.
Only a minute and 35 seconds left, and Team Liquid need to get some offense going as soon as possible, but it's dangerous when Moist have lobbying forward these air dribbles. And look at the pace that they're showing. Rise, another clean win in Team Liquid territory is the last thing Liquid are going to want. But that's better from Atto. Maybe he can get something going, but every loose ball right now is falling to Moist. Joyo, another flip reset attempt here over the top of Oski. Is it going to fall for a player? Not this time.
Well, and Moist realizes how dangerous Team Liquid is it you give them space. As Rise one on the goal line, he can't quite catch up, and Moist extend that lead.
3 rolling in the back of the net for Moist here as Rise goes to the left-hand side, sees he has a spot of time, air rolls left and smashes dead center of that target.
Moist just running away with game number 1, and what a confidence builder. Home turf, the crowd standing tall behind them, and they're a few games away from marching forward.
The best thing that Team Liquid can think right now after that slightly dodgy bit of defending there from Oski is the fact that earlier on Furia, they looked so poor in game number 1, but when they turned it on, Stumpy, they were sublime. Team Liquid can do the same, but they're running out of time in this first game.
This first game, potentially not the one for them, but hey, Fury didn't win it either, and yet they managed to get the dub 3-1 in the end. The final 40 seconds sees Oski send it up high towards the corner, intercepted again by Rise. So many pre-jumps, but the aggression is building.
Good clearance there from Joe. He had to put that one into a period and area of safety. Atto now. Joe's closing him down so quickly still. Moist, they're known for their offense, but they're so good at defending because their mechanics are so good. And when they get one chance, Subi, these double taps are just so difficult to deal with.
They capitalize on every... Oh my goodness! Speaking of capitalizing, Atto brings them within 16 seconds remaining.
The Golden Phoenix rising from the orange net as Rise makes an incredibly rare mistake. Atto goes to the safest shot of his life, wants to roll it in the net, and now there's 2 seconds. There's 2 goals, 16 seconds, and a dream.
Is game number 1 of the El Splashico gonna have a grandstand finish? We'll find out in the next few seconds. So far from that kickoff, it is seeming like Moist are gonna be able to just ease this one away. Something has to happen for Team Liquid immediately. There's a chance. Oski, can you get it there with a second or 2 left to play with? Not to be on this occasion. Moist are gonna take game 1.
Oski low on boost for the final play, and Moist in this inaugural game of the championship in the El Splashico, in the many that were suggested on social media when these teams first started playing. Moist are going to be taking it, but something that's so vital about these best of 5s, no timeouts. There is no time to think here. You get 60 seconds in between each game. That's your lot.
Got to be good at improvisation here on the grand stage, but one thing we know about Team Liquid is they have been slow to start, but hey, they reverse swept G2 yesterday.
Yeah.
Why not take down their arch nemesis in Moist Esports?
There are so many Moist fans in the arena here today as well. I've walked around, seen so many wonderful blue jerseys. One of my friends, he's attending, and thought, I'm going to pick a team. I'll go Moist. Why not? It's a good team to get behind. The crowd are getting loud. They are so hyped to be here finally again. And look, with an all-EU matchup, it's going to be a banger.
You can tell they're all warming up mechanically, but you know who else is warming up? The London crowd. I've wanted to do this my entire career. London, how are we doing?
Oh my goodness. Cole, Stumpy, you've told me that this was going to be nothing short of incredible, and I have to tell you, I am not let down one bit.
We're never wrong, mate. When we agree, we're never wrong.
It's rare,
just
but it's
happens.
true.
Yeah, it's the home of Rocket League at this point in Europe, and with these 2 teams battling it out, the Europe-ness just carries on through.
And what better map to take us to right now between Team Liquid and Moist Esports than Aquadome, as you can see the sharks emerging around the place. Battle will commence in game number 2.
And right out of the gates, Chronic looking for a double, doesn't quite find it, and big challenge here from Atto, but that ball lingering on top of the blue half and forced to play a lot of defense. And I want to see Team Liquid score early here in game 2 just to make a statement.
I really feel like I'm going to struggle to count out Liquid at any given moment. Considering what we saw them face down against G2 yesterday,
you have to.
I have no reason to disagree.
This is the team as well. They're essentially playing for their futures. There is no chance that Team Liquid can make it to Worlds. They are building for next season. They are showing that when the next set of RLCS begins, they're capable of taking it to anyone, and they've taken it to Moist right there.
Just bringing the aggression right out of the gates here in game number 2, and a beautiful 50-50 on the goal line from Oski leads to a great follow-up from a Chronic, and Team Liquid strike first.
That brilliant lead earned early on Aquadome, surrounded by Liquid, and yet every player has got the ice.
Rise is in the corner right now, but again closed down so quickly by Chronic. It seems to me Team Liquid have just upped the pace in this second game. They're getting used to this stage, easing into things, starting to feel like they belong here a little bit more. Moist Esports, we know how quickly they can turn defending into an attack, and right now it's them who are attacking.
Well, and it's so interesting because Team Liquid have such an analogous play style to Moist Esports, as I choke on my words there. You know, sometimes somebody, Cole, whoever you are, one of the subpar boys, it just doesn't come out right. But Joyo to Rise out of the corner, team passing play, thing of brilliance.
Managing to equal up. Joyo in the center, fakes going for the how wide initially. Wave dashes back to the wall, then sends out towards Rise. The entire Liquid defense unsure what the play was about to become, and yet Rise, with the analogous brain alongside his team, was there to sink it.
Moist Esports, I mean, this is the team that have won series in the grand finals,
Oh no!
G2.
Oh no!
The bracket reset earlier, but Team Liquid, they turn it on its head.
50-50 going in favor of Liquid massively here. The ball just put right on the hood of a Chronic, and there's no way you're gonna catch up to that one. Team Liquid take the lead right back.
Can't call it a hood here, Subi. It's called a bonnet. Thank you very much. You are in the UK.
Cheers.
Yeah, no problem, mate.
But it was off the bonnet anyway. But Chronic's so speedy. Atto, look at him, waiting for this ball, wants it to come, just hovering there. But Tira's going to try and get it.
Oh my
Is he
goodness!
Gonna be able to?
Oh my
Joyo
goodness!
Gets the save, and Rise somehow sends it wide.
I don't understand how that save managed to come in. It was a pre-jump, and yet straight to the sky, blocking it away. Atto and Oski both getting in each other's way. Chronic has to get up confidently and early. Rise onto that right-hand side wall, sent underneath.
No!
Oski and Vatira!
Vatira up for 90, nothing but money off of this challenge, and no one home. You saw the pre-jump, but way too late.
A little bit optimistic there from Oski in defense, and the ball just sneaks its way underneath him. Moist Esports, they can be 4 goals down, and they are that team who can clutch anything. But here's Oski with a dribble from the kickoff. Rise sends it out wide. So is there. He puts it towards Vatira, who clears long, and maybe we'll have a few seconds of still in this match.
Vatira, though, pinching that central. Joyo fakes it out. A brilliant idea to force to Rise with a little bit more boost, but the boost is near enough taken entirely from Moist here. Liquid going for a 200 boost also play. Vatira into that back corner, pinching with Oski, but not quite as fortuitous.
These 50-50s just pinging all over the pitch right now. It's looking scary for both teams from the big challenge game. Vatira can only find a Chronic. It's going to slow things down. The most experience of Team Liquid, 16 years old, would you believe? Unbelievable showing his age right now, but still, 2s across the board, 2-all.
Well, and you just spoke about them slowing it down. That's what we need to see from Team Liquid. They need to change up the gameplay. They need to change up what Moist Esports is doing up and down the field. And that fake coming out of the corner almost threw off the defense. The ball still in Team Liquid's half.
Time for Moist to continue that push as well. Rise. I feel like I say his name every time it comes to these. He's everywhere on the pitch. A double commit in defense. Leaves it under 2 minutes remaining. Currently a stalemate. Atto tries to go high instead. Joyo pre-jump. And now the 1v1 with only 10 boost. What can he get? Nothing but a Chronic.
A battle for boost at the moment. Both of these two teams just trying to make their statement and get some sustained pressure, but the clearances are so strong and powerful that both teams are being sent right back. And Toe is going to try and keep them pinned. Moist Esports, that is. Rise gets to save as far as a Toe again. Oski wants a quick shot, but it's too quick, and that clearance from Rise is going to find himself, actually.
And Vatira shutting down the attack, getting rid of a Chronic. Demos, they haven't been as instrumental in this game so far, but that may well be the first key and the first idea that we see. Remove them from the pitch, and they can't do any damage.
Demos are going to be so valuable in this series. We haven't seen too many come out. Neither team wants to get too aggressive. Both teams realize how dangerous it is to send one player forward when you have the mechanics up and down the pitch. All 6 players able to do the unthinkable, and a Chronic trying to do so out of the corner there.
A Chronic has scored some wonderful goals in regionals so far, but it's Atto that's putting in a quick shot there. Oski around the side, Vatira has to clear it, and a miss from a Chronic. Is that finding itself all the way in? Gets the bump, but Atto somehow still manages to make the save.
There's no way that Liquid got back in time for that. Atto diving in front of the net. It is still locked down.
The survival skills from both these teams immense as ever. Here's Vatira, wants the flip reset, gets it. Atto gets it away as far as he can. Then there's Joyo to the corner. Oski is there, 20 seconds away from overtime. Are we going to find our way into next goal wins
Oh my goodness.
territory? Oski, there's all sorts of misses flying in. Awkward touches. The team's so stretched. The boost anywhere. We've got a musty flick. Atto the save for now. To the ceiling it goes. Vatira, does he get the touch or not? The crowd are counting down. 5 seconds is Rise. Atto there clears it long. And maybe that gets overtime going.
One more opportunity. Vatira manages to catch it, but instead to the ground and an overtime in the championship.
Moist Esports, the last team you want to allow. The ball on their hood, 0 seconds remaining. We know how dangerous Rise is in those situations, and 1 man down for Team Liquid. Rise looking to push it out, but demoed for his efforts.
You have to fear for Team Liquid here, though. They are up against Moist Esports, the team that never lose in Game 5, never lose in Game 7, and never lose overtimes. These are the moments that they have made their name finding a way to win out from, but good speed there from a Chronic is going to get Team Liquid on their way.
And right now, Moist Esports during this whole major has the 3rd highest overtime percent win over Falcons. G2, such an impressive stat. So not the team you want to be facing right now, but Team Liquid looking to bear down and finds the far post and in, and Team Liquid tie the series up.
You can chuck as many statistics as you want at this series, but when the tsunami approaches, buildings will crumble.
It's also different when you're at an arena like this. These are regional stats. You know, that was in North America, the LA Major. We're here in London. Everything is 3 times as terrifying. Team Liquid make the most of the atmosphere, get themselves back into the series, and there will be no sweeps this time, everybody.
Well, when a Chronic is getting himself a hat trick in game number 2, looking as comfortable and confident as he is on the pitch, Team Liquid looking very, very strong. And ladies and gentlemen in the copper box, we have a series on our hands.
I'm so happy we're not seeing the sweeps that we had 2 days ago, getting some 3-0s quick.
Get them out of the way yesterday before the crowd come.
Yeah, get them done. The crowd deserves something better. That save from Atto, despite being bumped by Rise, is unbelievable. Then the other side, his 2 teammates manage to get it over the line, winning the game and bringing us level.
What I love right there, the extra player for Team Liquid forces Vatira off of that ball, and no way he's going to get that save. Team Liquid firing on all cylinders.
Team Com's coming in now. I mean, how can you look at your teammates when you have 7,000 fans in every direction, waving at you, shouting at you, chanting at you, clapping, applauding? You can see your team's colors, you can see the enemy team's colors, but all you have to focus on are those 2 gentlemen next to you. How is that even possible for players this young?
I was going to mention the age. It's mind-blowing. 15 and a half average age on Liquid. Moist are the old men. This is their retirement home on this stage, and they're like, what, 17-ish, something like that? I don't know. It's unreal. Game number 3, drawn level, 2 more for either of these teams to win it and knock the other one home.
Decent start there for Team Liquid, but Rise just slows things down and gets Moist a little bit of control for now, but continuing from Game 2, where Team Liquid started so quickly. There definitely seems to be something there, making a conscious effort to do. They're starting this one faster as well.
And you want to see that out of Team Liquid. We know what they can do when they strike first, and they almost give that one there right inside of that close post, but Atto gonna slow this one down, allow his teammates to rotate back, get that full boost pad, and bang, just like that, back to offense.
I love that little edge of meeting a teammate in the air. It means you cannot read any single angle. Atto gets the pass in. The falling Oski from nowhere can't quite redirect it goalwards.
Coming out of absolutely nowhere from our perspective, flying in. Massive movements coming in from Liquid here. They want to try and do something as special as we've seen from Moist so far.
Oh my goodness!
Being bumped again, nearly got a goal.
That's one of those moments that somebody will take a screenshot of all 6 players. About 3 inches from the ball, the attack continues. The chaos is still going on in front of the orange goal. The Chronic gets a half flip to try and get a touch. But Tira, huge clearance yet again. He has swept away so many Moist attacks. So many Team Liquid attacks, and it's important for Moist.
Oh, Atto nearly got it over that defense. But again, Moist staying strong. They've really been under pressure here. There's a lot going on, and again, diving in the way, managing to get the save. Vatira now on a long one down the pitch.
Oh my goodness, Enjoyo with the follow-up, can't quite find it, and no, too wide off of the post. And Stumpy, Cole, I want you to keep your eyes on the boost meters. It is incredible how fast these players on with such low boost, and that one's saved by a Chronic, my goodness.
More clutch saves from Team Liquid. Oski can send it long. Joyo's underneath that one. Just wants to get some distance between himself and the ball. Atto, a disgusting flip reset. Can his teammate come in to complete the job? Oski just wide.
Couldn't quite sink that in a nice position. Chronic going into that back corner, but gonna be honest, lads, I really expected Liquid to score there. That should have been at minimum on target, and it wasn't threatening. Chance for Joyo to score, but saved away by Oski. The backboard defense and the clutch goal line saves are what's saving both of these teams.
Apart from that one shot, what I would say is these players are so warm now. The mechanics are all there, and the pass they're hitting. Rise is putting his team in the lead.
Rise in the middle of this team as well. That hype man going left and right with the fist bumps. Everyone on Liquid has to scramble back, but they just weren't able to this time.
They're just causing chaos and confusion, and you saw all of Team Liquid bunched up in the corner. No way, no how they're getting back to that ball, but a toe, flip reset, puts that one over, and a Chronic gonna keep it alive. Pass over to Oski, but that one's too soft, and the bump's coming in, but I feel like the chaos really favors Moist. Fast break opportunity, little shake, little shimmy, but can't quite find the target.
Great save again from Atto. I don't know how he manages to wiggle himself out from these situations. There's another situation brewing right now. Vatira, when he gets a flip reset, you can never be calm. He just always gets that next horrible, awkward touch as far as Team Liquid are concerned.
And right now, another great pass towards center, but turned away by a toe, and right now Team Liquid having to think quick on their feet as those passes are coming from every single direction. Both teams playing so fast right now, realizing how important this swing game is.
Oh, nearly off the stomach of the car from Atto. Unable to get the skim shot this time, but we've seen them going for the backboard time and time again. Nothing quite coming from it. The double tap's being defended for both teams because they know just how well anybody on the pitch is able to pull them off.
It's all about changing those angles, trying to surprise Moist Esports. There's going to be a bit of a scramble in defense right there. Chronic, he's arriving. That one's above the goal as well. Oski takes it. No, instead he passes. Brilliant decision, but poor finishing. Team Liquid queuing up, but still remain behind.
What I love how they're changing things up. They're going backboard, they're going corner, then infield pass. Team Liquid have Moist Esports on their heels. Wide open net, but no one there for the challenge. Had to go back for boost, and here comes Oski. Another one. Demo on the field, and the ball back into the corner.
There was a smoke screen, but there was no goal to show behind it. Vatira going up for the double again. A Chronic managing to clear it away. Her eyes going high. Vatira wants to just bump Oski away from that clear, but isn't able to this time. Moist, the push. They are running downstream. There is a lot of pressure on both of these
it's
sides.
open. It's
open
free.
at the back. A Chronic is there to shoot.
He missed it!
He scored so many brilliant goals in the regionals, but when his team needed him in the major, where was the finish? How is that going to play on his mind in the rest of this series? Is he going to be able to dig himself out? Here he is again. It's a good pass. Rise sends it high. Moist counting their lucky stars. How are they still in the lead here with 10 seconds left or so? Vatira, he sends it goalwards. It was just off target. Atto wants to tee up a teammate, but he can't. Here he is again. 5 more seconds. The crowd will serenade us potentially.
There it is.
Better to score the 0-second goal of the man who missed earlier.
Redemption earned for a Chronic. Dropping it below the crossbar. He knew he messed up earlier, but that man is not letting it go away from him twice.
The man with a Portuguese flag behind him, representing his nation, could have just got a goal for a tie as well! Team Liquid, they cannot be beaten in Game 3. They've turned it completely on its head.
Team Liquid turning frozen, ice water flowing through their veins, and a toe takes them to victory. I cannot believe that they came back from that. Most teams would tilt, but they refused to be turned away, refused to give up, and take the series advantage.
I was thinking when there was 30 seconds left, the miss came in. I was like, oh, I can't wait to see that miss, see how, unfortunate it was. Maybe there was a pass that could have opened up, but no!
It doesn't matter anymore.
Liquid don't give us any of that Joy, again, look, leaning back, the confidence on that man.
Oh, the full thing, which all the kids are doing. I'm too old to understand what that is.
It's a thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole TikTok thing, who knows?
I don't know. Jack and Archie always do it, and I'm like, I don't know what you're saying, lads.
Children, a lot of them.
Children.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, what a turnaround that was from Team Liquid. That is the sort of moment we have seen time and time again, just take a player out of series. But at Chronic, he just got himself back into it so quickly. He demanded that
Here it
ball,
is.
and he made the most of it. Oh.
I mean, was that more on Atto potentially? Because the bounce was awkward, it went off the corner, but he just couldn't do it. In the end, does it matter?
All I'll say
It's
is
not
that
even rolling.
I'm glad that you weren't in those team comp stumpy, because you'd have been like, Atto, that was your fault. So,
Well, actually, mate, that was, I think, more you. Anyway,
Yeah.
you're welcome, I scored the winner.
Hey, either way, it does loads for their confidence to realize that they can come back from such a huge mistake and turn that immediately into their own, benefit.
Yeah.
Incredible, especially 0 seconds left on the clock, and now they're sending us into game number 4.
On Utopia, where we've seen a couple of these end recently, very few game 5s. Liquid want to shut it out now and drop one of the greatest teams in Europe right back home.
If I know anything about a landed crowd, though, they will completely switch to Moist Esports now. We all want that game 5. We want as much Rocket League as possible right here and right now. But Team Liquid, those are the 3 players that are going to try and keep that momentum, grow with it. Here's Oski, it's going to the ceiling. Can he get it going? It's onto the backboard. Maybe, no. Great block from Vatira.
And here comes Vatira, a big poke downfield, just a little honesty check, but Joyo, nice follow-up to keep this ball alive, and just like that, Rise scores off the rip.
Tucking into the top right corner, Rise wants to put Team Liquid to sleep. Joyo on the backboard, and then Oski and Atau getting tied up in the back, tangle with each other, Moist with the lead.
It was a lovely finish, though. I mean, he had to dodge into it pretty early. Oh, I love the sound of that. Rise, Joyo, Vatira.
I've missed the chanting, everyone. You're all doing great.
Yeah, well done, everybody.
Not too shabby, not too shabby. I mean, we haven't heard any USA chants yet, so we'll still wait.
With the stay in North America, mate, I don't think we will.
Atto is going to send that one deep into the midfield. Moist are keeping coming. Rise wants to get in Oski's way. Manages it for now, makes it so the ball just finds its way towards Joyo.
There they are. I knew he would come out.
To serenade the USA, we do get a boo. We can't endorse that, I will say.
That was your fault.
On me. Moist still with this lead, though. 1-0. Such a knife edge. We've seen how Liquid can come back from errors, from mistakes, from a very, very narrow kickoff, too.
Atto is just going to send this one as far as he can. And the second touch
Oh,
as well. That's what Liquid do so well. Does he have the doink? No, it's a little bit too high. But it does lead to an attack until again Vatira shows the speed in defense.
You know, honestly, I'm so surprised with how far forward Moist Esports is playing right now. But when you're getting shots like that, why not send the house? But they've got to be really, really wary of covering up that back line.
Here's Vatira. Wants to get Moist Esports right back on it again. A second goal would be absolutely massive for their own personal resolve. But Oski leaves it to a Chronic, the man who turned things around completely in that last game, getting involved again here. And now Oski and Atto, I mean, that wasn't so much a double commit as both players is trying to fool Moist Esports. It almost worked, but for now the ball just sends itself high, and we have a midfield battle on our hands.
Chance for a Liquid attack. The Rise goes up and onto the left-hand wall, drops it down to Vatira. A Chronic waiting and lurking, gets called off. Oski in a better position, and brilliant mentality from them to let that one go. Atto lets that one ball, and again, goes high, up to the backboard, saved, but Vatira able to get it into the corner this time. Oski pushing, Liquid really forcing the issue.
And halftime just came across the clock tower. All Moist Esports has to do is hold on, but it seems like an eternity against such a dangerous team like Team Liquid. Still trying to get out of their own half. Nice pass forward. Oski can't keep up. He's got to get some boost, but saw Vatira steal that one away from him, forcing to rotate out, and it's going to slow Team Liquid down.
Oh, almost an instant snapshot there from Atto, but it does lead to a second chance. He's hit the post again. Oski's coming in, gets it over the top of Joyo. Rise, can he avoid a Chronic? Not quite. Oski again, blocked by Vatira. The man just cannot be avoided in defense, and of course it's him that gets that extra touch away.
The Nightmare Frenchman living up to that incredible performance he can have in defense, and now the attack is going to be continuing for Moist. Goes high from Oski. Atto low on Boosto, on dead zero. Has to go up the wall, and so the attack may well be slowed down from Moist here. The final 90 seconds. Moist want to get us into that game 5.
And Team Liquid still need to play cautious, still need to cover up their back line. It's not time to send the house and the kitchen sink just yet. There's still plenty of time for plays to develop. And here we go, nearing 1 minute to go. Moist Esports looking to maintain this offensive pressure.
They're doing such a great job just to make sure they're not turtling, not staying back in their own half. That's not where they want the ball. They want it here in blue territory. They want to be taking these touches, doing these fakes, taking the defense completely out of the game. They want to be finishing it right now, but Joyo, it was too far back.
Opportunities abound for Moist, but they have the lead. They don't need to send everyone. I don't blame them whatsoever. Whereas Liquid, they're going to have to. A Chronic onto the right-hand corner. No boost yet again, though, being starved out by Moist. Atto burning all of his and does not get a touch on the ball. Oski to catch in the back, but with nothing. And Vatira trying to come down on him like a ton of water. Manages to get the ball away. A Chronic left wall. Atto waiting central. Far side Oski goes high in the center. Goes to one, goes to the second, goes to the net, but Vatira predictably in the way.
The attack continues, though. Here's Oski's from the infield pass. Vatira again. The man just cannot be stopped. He cannot be blocked. He cannot be avoided. Moist Esports, are they finding us into their home territory? Game 5, they love it. The pass there is met by Rise. Team Liquid, will they get one more chance? Not with Rise. Almost putting it on. Atto has to dribble. Atto can't dribble. Game 5.
Champions Field, we have arrived.
That is a brilliant turnaround for Moist, a controlled game. They weren't throwing everything. We were talking about their composure and the fact that they weren't just saying, all right, 3 boys, let's go down to the other side. They were waiting, they were holding it back. And look, it's got them a game. Liquid, they weren't quite able to deal with just a bit of a different style of Moist.
And that defending at the end right there does mean that we are about to witness something that we all love so very much. The Champions Field announcer. I've missed that absolute legend. Can't wait to hear that big booming voice. Is it Shogun? Maybe, maybe
I don't
not.
know. Is it you?
Maybe.
Could be Stumpy. I'm not too sure.
Nah, not me. No, I think it's you, Subi, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Vatira's defense in that game was mind-blowing. The fact that he managed to get in the way 4 times with both his teammates on 0. He was the one to shut it down when the clutch meister is necessary.
These teams just absolutely putting on a great performance, Subi.
I mean, good news for all the Liquid fans out there, because in Game 5's 100% win rate, 100%. You can't lose, right?
That's a lot of percents.
Oh, wait a minute, they're playing Moist Esports, one of the clutchest teams in this major.
I mean, they've done it in the grand finals of LA. They won that Game 7 against G2 in the first series. If they can do it there, they can do it here, but Team Liquid can do anything themselves.
The biggest coin flip we may well be having, and it starts off with pelting the coin at the wall.
Massive, massive save from Joyo to get things going at the start of Champions Field. A lovely touch again from Rise. He's been fairly quiet here, but here he suddenly gets involved. Atto, what a save himself.
Vatira completely backwards. Atto going for that long shot, but the shot didn't come in soon enough. That was a great opportunity for Liquid to score early.
How did he get away from that demo? Oski flip reset, but Joyo read it from a mile away, and here comes a toe trying to keep it alive. That ball just goes right off of his hood, and Team Liquid coming out strong here in game number 5. They've had 40 seconds of offensive pressure, and Moist Esports needs a big clear to get out of this.
Every single touch from Team Liquid, though, when they're on attack, so incisive. No wasted hits on that ball. A lovely little fake there from Atto to leave it to Oski, whose boom is just going to ask the question of Joyo. The question is not answered very well at all. Atto puts it above, and Chronic sinks it home.
The passing plays from the midfield. Joyo irresponsibly sending it to the ceiling and up nice and early to beat out that goal line demon Vatira.
Well, and it's so dangerous as an opponent there. Do you go for the shot? Do you go for the pass? That's one of those balls that you don't know if it's going under the crossbar. Defender had to respect the shot, and a Chronic was there to finish.
We're on the cusp of what will have to be described as an upset, but Moist Esports will be absolutely fearless for this next 3 minutes and 50 seconds, potentially, hopefully more. They'll know they can score from anywhere. They can do anything on the pitch as Vatira tries to close down Atto. Atto, he's got so involved. To Chronic, those two are just combining time and time again. Moist Esports are being terrorized in defense, but now they have a chance to shoot themselves. Joyo.
There it is.
It's met by Atto. It falls to Rise. The crowd go wild. It's 1-1.
The crowd clearly wanting that Moist Esports victory. I thought it was even at the start, but when you hear them erupt to get just the equalizer, not even the series win, they get up and get loud.
The biggest moments called to be risen to, and right now Rise has 6 out of the 8 goals for Moist Esports. All offense goes through him.
What a performance from him so far, but still, they've got to finish the job. Oski with Joyo. The ball just falls to the floor. Oski's going to try and get a touch towards his teammate Iconic. The demo doesn't really do too much help for them, and suddenly Iconic is chasing it. The good news is for him that he does have boost and can dribble it away, but Moist Esports, they seem to me, Stumpy, to just be bubbling up some real attack right now.
We've not seen any player on this pitch be crazy mechanical, I don't think. We've seen great passing plays, we've seen good mechanical moments, don't get me wrong, but we've not seen those double flip resets that we've loved to see from both of these teams. Moist, certainly, they want to show that confidence going through, because if your opponents start to fear your mechanics, which everyone on this pitch should, then you suddenly become that target.
Well, we're so used to, in Rocket League, seeing 2 mechanically insane teams go up against one another, and it just turns into a defensive nail-biter. And that's exactly what we have here right now. Oh, but as I say that, ball off the backboard goes down, and little too far inside.
Vatira has been Moist Esports' best defender, and he was almost a huge attacker right there for Moist. But Team Liquid have that ball buried in the Moist corner. Bryce is going to get it away. Is the pass good enough? It is towards Vatira. He sends it long, wants to get in the way. Oski's steaming in. Vatira just can't be stopped. Finally, Acronic gets the 50-50 to the corner, and Rise won't be able to do too much of this one. Just gets it to Acronic.
Rise onto that left-hand wall, sends it high for Joyo. Will he catch or will Oski be a nuisance? Neither touch, but both are enough of an incentive to clear it away. Left-hand side, Liquid, they are low on that boost. Moist, they don't have too much around them either. Vatira has to, again, get it away. Oski with a flip reset with 30.
Double commit.
Fancied part of the party, but
big
Rise missing at a crucial moment.
So much bravery from Team Liquid right there. One of their players had a flip reset. The other one came steaming in, and that's the confidence they continue to show as the attack continues. Acronic almost gets that 50-50 towards the Moist Esports goal.
Expect to see this field stretched thin. No one wants to allow a ball just to go over their head to find their way back to the net. Both teams so cautious of that back corner as that ball cleared away, but here comes a toe. No flip reset on that one as we're nearing the final minute in game number 5.
Vatira and Rise both wanting a bite of that cherry, but instead Vatira swallows the entire thing. Acronic left wall leaves it to Atao and Joyo to scrap in the center. 100 is picked up by Joyo. Nothing too far from him, but Rise finding, I think that was Vatira in the center, to be able to take the shot. We have under a minute. We have a drawn game.
Amazing stuff right here. Joyo just gets that hit into the center. The warning signs had been there. The infield passes were being met by the Moist Esports players. Finally, the Team Liquid defense parted like the Red Sea, and Moist are 53 seconds away from the top 6.
The defense didn't even know Rise was there, and Musty off the backboard. Rise can't tuck that one in, and Liquid still have hope, but they need to get out of their own half.
Joyo tried to pancake that one nicely, does manage to keep that attack going. A save from Atao in the blind spot. Rise sending it high onto the left wall. 30 seconds left until Moist progress through that lower bracket on this potentially miraculous run.
Team Liquid are going to push this one all the way. They are desperate for this overtime to stay in the competition. But Moist Esports, they're not letting them. They're getting the next touch. They're clearing everything. They're looking more likely to score with 12 seconds left, but maybe. Finally, they've made their way through. Atao, he's left it for Acronic. It was the wrong decision. Only a few seconds left. Team Liquid need to get this ball. They're not going to be able to. Moist Esports on the cusp. First they were cheesy, now they're Moist. But one thing these boys will never be is overawed by the big occasion.
Oh my goodness, the confidence from Moist Esports refuses to be denied on the biggest stages in the world. They keep themselves alive in the Spring Major.
The crowd serenade the winners of El Splashico. They managed to turn around and face their fans. That is one of the biggest wins that we may well see.
Team Liquid, they were 6-0 in game 5 and 7s, but when Moist come a knocking and it's in the deciding game, it's always a little bit different. But you have to say about Team Liquid, I mean, that moment from Acronic sticks in my mind. To be so young and also be the team captain for your team, you know, the leader, the one they look to make that mistake, still win the game. This team are gonna be devastating next season.
Well, and it's just, you've got to commend them for coming into this, playing just for this major. There's no World Championships hoped for this team, but getting this valuable experience on the main stage. Europe, you're in for a wake-up call right here.
It is a brilliant stage for Team Liquid to bow out on. Any Team Liquid fans in the audience were going crazy for them. It was a split vote realistically. It was EU versus EU in our home, and yet Moist managed to take it away. I loved hearing the songs. I loved hearing the chanting. I loved hearing what those players are gonna have to say a little bit later on, but until then, mate, until then, we have got so many more games on their way, and Moist, they're continuing. Welcome to the top 6.
I mean, they are not unused to being in this position. The lower bracket run they had, LA, almost the stuff of legend. It was up there with Cloud9 in Season 6. That debate was there. This is the team that will not be starting to get nervous just because they're getting some wins under their belt.
I mean, the lower bracket is their home. They are making sure no one loiters on their property. And right now, with the way Rise is playing, every player in this competition better take note, because you've got to do something to slow him down.
I cannot wait to hear what Joyo has to say about that win right there. He's with Orb in the center.
London, please make some noise for Moist Esports! You can hear from the roar of the crowd that you are the team here, the crowd favorite. How does that make you feel?
I mean, just thank you to everyone here. We love you all. We're gonna win it.
You said to me just a little moment before we stand over here to the stage, you were feeling a little bit shook. Is it the nerves? Is it the crowd? Is it the fact that this was, well, an elimination game for you guys?
I mean, I just wasn't used to the stage. I was used to it in LA, but, you know, you have to get a feel for it again. But now it's free.
Now it's free. So, do you feel like you now have found your rhythm a little bit working through the lower bracket to this point?
Yeah, for sure. We got this.
Is there anything you switched up to get to that point?
Nothing much. We just play how we normally play, and it works.
Did you have any prep work leading up to this series here?
I mean, we didn't prep much. We just had the good vibes, you know, went into it, had fun. We win that.
So how do you get to how do you increase your vibes? Is it music? Is it good talk? What are you guys doing?
I mean, we're just friends. We just have a laugh, you know, before the games, in any intermission, we just talk and have fun.
So ultimately, you are the victor, you are the winner here in this series. What made you guys win?
I think we just played better in the last game. You know, it was a bit back and forward, but the last game, we just played better.
All right, well, listen, I'm going to let you go, but is there something you want to say to the fans here in attendance and at home watching the stream?
I love all the fans, you know. I love all my supporters, everyone here. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Please give it up for Joyo for Moist Esports. All right, my friends. Listen here, my friends. We have a little bit of a break to do. We got another matchup coming up. We got Carmine versus V1. This is the upper bracket semifinals. But first, a little break.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers, Robert.
So, Calm, enjoying your tea?
Yes, very much.
Good. Who's the second least fashionable NA Pro?
What does that mean?
Because I mean, the bottom slot has been taken by.
By who?
Who's number 2? Who's second bottom?
Who is the second best worst?
I mean, I personally think I have very fine fashion taste.
You really got the memo of how we're dressing today.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, nailed it. Yeah.
I was told that we were going to the beach.
So G2 though, they're in the lower bracket. You guys are up in the top, so you're clearly then the best team in North America.
I mean,
When you're hesitating, are you not? Well, you don't trust your teammates.
Beast mode is plenty good enough to carry me, okay.
Okay, but not Torment.
No, he can carry Torment as well.
Okay.
He's got a
but
very,
Torment
very
can't
low
carry you.
No.
Okay.
Beast mode's carrying us both.
What do you think of your org just trying to buy you supporters?
No, they're not buying supporters. They're just throwing shirts out there, and
Is
they're
it
really
so-
nice shirts. I mean,
Is it the ones that don't
I
sell?
never got
I think
one.
I've seen you like in our merch before, actually.
Oh yeah, I got sent it for free. Of course I'm gonna wear it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's very comfy. But I bought it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have spent a pretty penny on that, mate.
Exactly,
Not at all, never. I mean, when it comes down to it, you guys know you're up at the top. It's Europe not having a very good event so far. But you're here. When the crowd come out and they're going to be assuming that they're going to be cheering against you, do you care? Like, does their opinion matter?
You know, it doesn't really bother me who they're cheering for. They can cheer for whoever they want.
So it'll be an easy win against KC.
Yeah, I mean, this
Yeah,
sounds like an easy
I think
win.
so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not bothered? Not first?
Not really, no.
The tea has been spilled.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
Oh, the battle of the bottle has never meant more, but Team Liquid make it to Game 5, fall apart just at the last moment.
El Splashico did not disappoint. We had one of the closest series we've seen yet in Landon, and it went all the way to Game 5. Liquid with that 0-second goal definitely tested Moist, but it was Moist in the end who came out on top.
So we talk about Team Liquid's like a year away from being Moist, and I think Moist just proved it there. Like, hold on, wait one more year, Liquid, but for now, it's our time. They were clutch. Game 5, pull it out.
It was really difficult because I feel like Liquid had a lot of chances, and in addition to Vatira on defense, they just kept hitting the bar, they kept hitting the post, but I think that was because of Moist defense. They forced them to shoot high. They forced them to shoot wide. That's what led to all those bars.
Listen, I'm really, really worried at the moment because I was sat behind the Moist Esports crew over there, Danny and Matt, and I'm really worried that if they make a long run in this tournament, there's not going to be any like skin left in their hands. They're clapping all the time. It looks like they are just hinged on every single touch. That is the joy of being a fan of this esport.
And Moist definitely the fan favorites here, the loudest we've heard so far. But this 0-second goal, it didn't matter who you were cheering for. We were cheering for Rocket League at that moment. That was incredible. But it was Rise who I think came in clutch with his shooting. The standout player on the pitch, shooting was the question. Can Liquid score on target? Rise showed what it takes to score goals.
It's absolutely insane to me how much ice this team has. Like every single time they're challenged, every single time you think a team has finally figured them out, they somehow clutch it up. And Rise has been that guy so many times.
Here's the bracket as it stands after the conclusion of the lower round 3. We have Moist waiting for the results of the upper bracket. And finally, we are done with best of 5s, at least for now. We're going to be moving on to the best of 7 action. Strap in for the marathons. The upper bracket is next. Space Station and Falcons going to be looking to take on each other a little bit later on, but K-Corp version 1 going to be what comes next.
We knocked out a North American team, we knocked out a European team. So they each have 2 left, and then we got South America and of course MENA. So it's anyone's game at this point. We could have any type of final at this point, and that lower bracket's going to be so incredibly deadly. And for these teams in the uppers, it's so crucial to win this, because if you win it, guaranteed top 3, you're in that upper final. You want that advantage in the grand final eventually. But if you lose, history's not on your side. Those lower bracket momentum teams usually bite you.
Yeah, they really do. And I mean, we talked about it on the last desk when these teams in the lower bracket, they've been playing every single day. This is the first time version 1 and Karmine Corp are going to be playing today. And so that loss, that could really break your momentum heading into lowers against hot teams.
I mean, we've already seen how those teams in the lower bracket are currently playing. I mean, the Furia that we saw earlier on. By the way, didn't I just say it? Good shout. You've been saying that phrases all along.
That felt good.
I wouldn't want to go anywhere near that Moist Esports team either, especially knowing that they can do it in the clutch and how often they did it during the Winter Major. This is so important, these upcoming matchups, because if you lose this, as Gibbs said, you're not the favorite anymore. No matter how good your week was up to this point, you're suddenly on the losing side.
Absolutely. Well, let's start talking about the next match here today. K-Corp taking on version 1. In the upper bracket, teams with a life left to lose, and they're looking everything left to play for here.
The moment K-Corp qualified for the weekend, we saw tickets flying off the shelves as all the K-Corp fans said, we're going to make it. We're going to make it to the arena. And you'll be hearing those get loud as K-Corp score those goals.
It's been a while since we've seen them, but finally, K-Corp in version 1 going to be taking the stage.
Our form is kind of crazy. I feel like we're all playing really well individually, and we're all playing really well as a team.
We are playing really well, really confident. We have to be better than them, faster than them, mentally in the game, and that's what we're going to do.
You guys are a really solid team, but unfortunately, I think we're going to have to be taking the match.
No one wants to win this major as much as we do, so it's our major.
Copperbox, make some noise for Carmine Corp and version 1.
Nolly at the front there, standing next to Beast Mode, followed by their teammates as they walk through the arena. Both these teams getting loud when there was no crowd, but we won't be hearing them as the crowd will drown them out as they enter the stage. This is the matchup we've been waiting for all the way through Thursday and Friday. Version 1 versus Carmine Corp.
And it's going to be really fun to see Nolly versus Calm. Two very confident players. They like to talk a lot. So we'll see now Calm. Obviously, we could hear him on the first few days. You're probably not going to hear him at this point because of the crowd. See if he goes a little bit mime heavy here with some charades.
But does he like stand up, do some hand wave emotions?
Will we get a reference back to classic standing up at Turbo Pulsar in Season 5? These guys have to get physical on the stage. They have to show their emotion through their body language. Fist bumps, cheers. You'll see those coaches behind them getting loud.
And you can tell for both these teams because they've both got quite quiet teammates. They are the ones that want to be taking on that hype. Astral thrives in an environment where he can be in as much control as possible. And Carmine Corp have realized that over time, Nolly happy to be the facilitator and be the one that takes up most of the talking.
Yep. And there was a time when we considered these guys the EU #1 right before the year began, and then they miss Fall Major, they miss Winter Major, they pick up Nolly, and now they're finally here.
I mean, they had won that off-season tournament before the fall split had started. And Nolly, the last one here, how good has he looked on Carmine Corp since leaving Guild?
All the way through Guild, we were prepping him in to be the land boy he is here today. We wanted to make him perform under pressure on the stage, and seeing him do so, I'm so proud of what he's achieved. But of course, Itachi, to his right, the first African player to make it to an RLCS LAN, representing Morocco. Amazing journey from him as well. A young player speaking French in the French community, found his way over to Europe and is now competing on the world stage.
You can see them clearly trying to get in the zone, but on the other side of the pitch is the team that has gotten teams out of their zone better than anyone at this point. We talked about the noise situation, that it's going to be difficult for people to hear Calm, for him to get in verbally in the other players' heads. Will charades, will physical animations become part of his repertoire?
I'm sure Calm's got something up his sleeve, but that guy right there has got a lot on the pitch. Beast Mode, 1.43 goals per game in the 2 series that he's played so far. That's the highest in the tournament. But Calm also in the middle. He is the conductor of this version 1 team.
And he'll always say it that Beast Mode will carry these guys. Calm is the entourage. He's just the bodyguard for Beast Mode. Beast Mode very quiet, so Calm will get in your face for him, but Beast Mode, 48% of on goal, 1.43 goals per game, leading everyone.
And there's Torment on the end, the only remaining player from Cloud9 who played here in Season 5 back in 2018, has made his way back to the arena. One of the few players in this whole event who'd competed here before, made it back to the stage.
It's ridiculous, it really is. I mean, you see the longevity of Torment, and he's probably the least stated player on that team, but to achieve that in an esport like this where turnover can be so high, Torment is always around.
He's so consistent, and even after all these seasons, here he is again competing in the upper bracket. Remind you, both these teams still have an extra life to play with. So let's see what you think at home about this matchup. Carmine Corp, the Blue Wall, taking on version 1. Hashtag KC, hashtag V1, depending on how you fall. Starting the end with you, Shogun.
Oh, I forgot about it. Usually during the EU pre-shows, I get to go last, and it was so much nicer.
It is nice.
I just go whatever Stumpy didn't say. But I'm going to go with KC over on this one. If Nolly is to be believed, bit of a scary one on that one, then he should be made for an environment like this. But he's got to show it. I think he will.
Look,
join me, Joey. Come on.
I don't know, man. Because listen, version 1, every time they score first, they're 5-0 when they score first. And I definitely believe they have that first strike ability. And I don't know, but in Game 5 and Game 7,
you can't delay your prediction until after the first goal. I'm sorry.
Look, I'm sorry, K-Club fans. I respect you guys. I really do. This isn't a diss on you, but I got to go version 1.
Version 1, okay.
So I got to talk about version 1 as an org.
We've not talked about them being the villains of Rocket League, but I think Version 1 will come back.
But their org, they will have viewing parties. They hand out the merch, and sometimes we say we can't be bought, but but this merch is kind of nice. So Jorby, why don't you wear it? Because I am all blue wall. I am all K Corp at this point.
I like
Version 1. No one's going to hear Calm throughout this series. I'm
Still
going
got the
K Corp.
tag on. You've never worn that before.
No, yeah,
It's that fresh.
It is nice.
Everyone's plastic version 1 fans. I've seen people wearing the tops around them and going, oh, who are you cheering for? Who are you cheering for? They're like, Moist or K-Corp. None of them care about version 1. K-Corp are going to come out. We've got the English boy Nolly coming out on stage. He's going to pop off in front of the crowd. Astral, Lamboy, Itachi, Lamboy. Here we go, K-Corp's game.
Gibbs, if you know anything about me,
there's one thing you love.
There's one thing I do
and that's
love.
merch.
It was
Another
hand-delivered
plastic
to me.
Another plastic
straight away. I'm wearing a purple tie. Come on, it's obviously. It's so obvious.
It's very nice.
Look at this. It's even like the same shade at some point there, folks.
Man, that's so gaudy.
I just say, like, it's not going to be easy. This is gonna go 7. That's what
I
I
love
know.
it. 7, man. We haven't even talked about the impact of best of 7 here. But what does chat think at home? We got a pretty split desk. Not so much here. 61%, 2/3 in favor of Karmine Corp, folks. Let's get over to the pitch. The players are ready to take on each other in a best of 7 here. Get me back to my folks here. All right, K-Corp, the blue wall, the team that relegated G2 to the lower bracket. Their confidence at an all-time high, but they have to go through the most vicious team from the States, the Monsters from Minnesota. Version 1 has systemically dismantled the mental of each of their opponents. Best of 5s are out the window. It's time to strap in.
We're finally about to get a taste of some upper bracket action. I'm James Spott, down here right next to the main stage with Corelli and Achieves, and we've got a bird's eye view of the action.
It's gonna be a best of 7 between Karmine Corp and Version 1. The upper bracket, upper semifinals here, not here by a fluke. They went through G2, they went through Moist. Both these teams have taken down big boys here at the Landon Major.
And a lot of interesting things on the line for both teams. You feel like all it takes is a little spark for both of them to get going, perhaps the other one to shut down. So big race for me personally about the first goal.
All eyes on Beast Mode, one of the most talented players, a silent assassin. He's been doing work, but K-Corp, the reverse sweep at G2, do they have more tricks up their sleeve? Right now we're seeing Calm try to force that ball downfield. Beast Mode will get beat to the ball by Itachi. Slow play so far. Both teams poised to strike.
We know how long a best of 7 can be. You can see a couple of the challenges coming out. Very conservative start, but Torment wants to take to the sky. It'll be Nolly to clear it away. Version 1 looking for their space, and they're going to get it. Beast Mode, dangerous from that position, but Astral to shut him down.
And just initially, it feels like there's a lot of space for K-Corp to operate. Do have to be a little careful if you're Version 1. Don't want to give Astral, or anybody for that matter, too much space.
There's Beast Mode winning the ball over to Torment. Calm waiting for his chance. Beast Mode also there, but not able to make the play. Now diving in. A tip from Astral. And Calm a bit too far up. Low boost for Astral. Does get the boost steal, but it's demoed. And that's going to relieve pressure for Version 1.
That's a great demo there from Beast Mode. Astral taking away that boost, but then eliminating Astral makes it a moot point. But Astral again wants a little bit of space here. And Version 1 kind of scrambling to get about it. Bump came through, and Karmine Corp finally getting some offense here in game 1.
And you're seeing Version 1 stacked up on their own backboard. Beast Mode, the one to stretch his legs. Now Itachi on the 50, Calm, patient, late flip towards net, going for the 50. Nolly, such composure, driving off the ceiling, taking that space. Well done by Nolly, and he's still going.
Everybody on Karmine Corp really bunched up there in the midfield. Yeah, it feels good to start the counterattack that way, but you soon realize run out of options quite quickly as Beast Mode going to be turned aside by Itachi.
Calm trying to slow it down once more. Nolly, challenged by Torment, gets a piece of it. Now Itachi beat to the ball by Beast Mode. Torment deep in the corner. 2 go for K-Corp. Lob high into the midfield. Calm off the ceiling, doesn't have boost to play it. Beast Mode, double tap! And he opens the score sheet for Version 1.
And you can't let him have a look like that. He comes into this game shooting 47%. And he's putting one away here in the first 3 minutes. Version 1 up by 1.
And you saw it for Carmine Corp. Itachi definitely realizing he was going to be a little bit late to that one. Saw him turn off as we get the pause going, but definitely a nice opener for V1. We'll see what's going to happen with that, or whether or not it'll stand. Probably in my head, I can't see any reason it wouldn't.
Well, I mean, we're still waiting to hear what the cause of the pause is, but one thing that I do know is that double tap looked pretty clean from version 1 and beast mode, and it's been a bit of a slow back and forth. You saw Calm taking his time, the patient touches.
Yeah.
Great defense from Nolly.
Yep.
And they're still trying to figure out that space.
So it looked like, I was mentioning it right in the beginning of the game, it felt like a very slow effort, both teams trying to find the challenges and winning it. But I feel like for version 1, when that space opened up, especially above the box, that's when they're most dangerous. And we see that from Beast Mode. You cannot let him have that space.
And we just got confirmation it was a minor tech issue. That goal will stand. So we'll get back to kickoff and get this game going. 2:17 left on the clock. Beast Mode's double tap, the only goal of the game so far. K-Corp gonna have to battle from behind, but you have to remember, this is a best of 7. We've been seeing best of 5s all day, but the journey's a little bit longer.
You see a lot going for K-Corp in that defensive structure as well. You really needed Nolly. Like you said, he's been playing good defense, but in that exact scenario, definitely caught out a little bit, thinking Itachi was going to be able to get out there for a block. So bit of a hiccup, tough start to give up the first goal in that particular manner for K-Corp. We'll see how they bounce back here as we get back underway.
Beast Mode trying to make a play, gets a demo. Calm also, double demo. Short power play for version 1. Another pass down from Calm, playing keep away. K-Corp certainly on their back wheels.
Again, version 1 showing up with that pace, showing up with that speed. A lot of people have touted Beast Mode, one of the best players in the world, and for good reason. Putting away that first goal only proves that again here against a very hot KC squad. And they get a good shot there, but a huge save by Beast Mode.
And Beast Mode also picking up the corner boost, but K-Corp are not done yet. Torment slowing things down. A challenge from Itachi, another shot opportunity. Beast Mode there again.
Wow. Gotta love Nolly's ability to just recognize he had to get up for that one. It's so easy to take the passive line back right there. Let them push it as Torment needs a double tap, and a little help from Beast Mode off the bar should be cleared for K-Corp.
Calm, did he get the flip? He did. We'll get closer to that ball, low boost, but still staying in the play. Another challenge. Version 1, a smothering attack so far. Calm, pinch across, Astral handles it. Trying to collect the ball, Itachi cheated up too far. And now K-Corp have to recollect themselves. Shot down, double tap off the ground, but it's no good. Beast Mode will get there for the follow-up challenge.
Most dangerous look there from Astral so far here in game 1. That double tap off the ground could have paid off. KC not giving a lot of offense here against version 1. It really has been V1 smothering them on offense. As again, another ball just thrown to the version 1 side, but KC can't find their players downfield.
It really is
They
nice
have
to
had
see.
chances though at Chiefs.
Absolutely. It's been overall a pretty decent push from K-Corp. And early on, I was worried about version 1. Felt like there was a lot of space given over to K-Corp. That's definitely been tightened up quite nicely here throughout the course of game 1.
A nice stint of offense here for K-Corp, but we're still waiting for that threatening shot. Nolly keeping possession, double tap pass. Calm there for the challenge, finding its way out to Astral, but again, version 1 there. That demo, will that open up some space? Beast Mode, flip reset, trying to hover past the ball. Final seconds now. At 0 seconds, can K-Corp keep it up?
We're gonna keep it up.
Calm will hit it down, and version 1 secure the win in game 1.
And that's good work there from version 1. They got the first goal, they got Beast Mode going as well. I heard a couple of KC players talking about, if you can shut down Beast Mode, version 1, they don't have a lot to offer. But I gotta say, Beast Mode was up and down the field for version 1, both obviously offensively putting away that first goal, but also defensively. We called his name 3 times in a row, making a save on the goal line.
Streaking across, making that save. Also, that double tap was a thing of beauty, but we saw so much early version 1 pressure, a lot of it coming from the intelligent patience from version 1, slowing it down when they needed to, and there's that double tap. You can see Beast Mode getting hyped.
You gotta wonder, I like this particular opportunity. Really great passing and vision and understanding from K-Corp, how they can find a way through that version 1 defense, but like you said, the defense really nice and solid for version 1 throughout game 1. Good adjustments as well, so we'll see if that continues going forward.
And demos also playing a factor in that. You saw 5 demos in favor of version 1. V1, especially Calm, a player that loves to go for demos. And sometimes when you can't talk the trash, sometimes the best thing to do is just go for the demo. And so that has worked well for version 1 in game 1.
And it stunts the offense and defense for KC as well, taking away players both to get back on rotation, but also attack downfield. And that's really where the beauty of the demolition game comes out, and why version 1, I think, has so much, has gone so far in some of these tournaments because of the demo game.
Shutout in game 1. We'll see what K-Corp can bring in game 2. Already early pressure. Torment looking for a bump.
Uh-oh.
And there's the 50 on the goal line by Calm.
Gotta wonder if they actually made contact. It was pretty close, definitely hotly contested. Torment, right idea going for the demo, and I think Itachi just couldn't quite figure out the right way to flip. I don't think he actually hit that ball. Version 1 just went right through him.
It's kind of a head scratcher too, because version 1, I mean, they've been extremely aggressive, and KC, I think, have to be a little bit more safe defensively. There's been a lot of plays for version 1 that just had extra 2 touches behind the ball, and KC just hasn't been able to catch up to the play and kind of get their men behind it.
Strong start for V1. K-Corp still looking for that first goal. We'll see if they find it soon. Astral. Nolly was already airborne. Will get a touch. Itachi with the follow-up. Double tap pass. No, he leaves it for Nolly, and it bounces in. K-Corp on the board.
And you can see KC finally breaking through, and that's the speed coming out from Itachi and Torment. He was thrown off. He didn't know if Itachi was going to get the second touch, but it came back out to Nolly, and he puts it away.
And really, that play, Nolly pre-jumped on that play to kickstart that drive. Didn't get the strongest touch, but kept possession, and that allowed Itachi to get that pass out to the middle. So K-Corp respond. See if they can keep that momentum going, or if V1 will bounce back. Nolly, high pop.
Whoa.
Beast mode, booming it downfield. Astral, and you see Calm there in the same spot. Got the mid boost, but let Beast mode take that challenge.
Still some good work here from version 1. A lot of these balls coming after the backboard. Version 1 hunting for that gap on the KC side, and it could come here. Calm looking for a second touch. Huge save on the goal line from Astral, and version 1 turned away.
Torment has options. Beast mode on the ceiling. Torment put it right on his bumper.
I am really liking K-Corp trying to slow the game down a little bit here. You got a little bit worried with that miscommunication on the defense and making sure that, okay, let's take a second here to really set our feet before we start going forward, because can't afford a mishap like that too often.
Demanding defense required now for V1. K-Corp showing much more offensive pressure. Calm, tip off the backboard. Itachi has an infield option, goes for the double tap pass, but it's well defended.
Yeah, you can kind of see it from the angle there. Itachi had options, and maybe here, an option for Astral. Another save comes out from Torment, but it feels like Carmine Corp kind of heating up here on offense, as Itachi can't get the touch. Nolly, neither of them can get the touch. And still version 1 struggling to get this one out. It's still going to KC players as they're trying to attack again.
Oh, and Itachi, if he could pop that over Torment, maybe a dribble positioning play would have worked out. But still, V1 holding on. Mid-air demo. Off the ceiling, shot opportunity, save from Nolly.
Huge play from Nolly, considering K-Corp pretty much hung out to dry right there, and also quite a welcome clear.
Awkward defensive position for Torment. Backwards, but handled it well. Now on the counter attack, Calm. Shut down by Astral, defending the backboard, who clears it down for Itachi to chase. Calm the tip to K-Corp's corner. Not only a third of it take to work with, used up all his boost to get this clear.
Feels like KC really starting to reel in version 1. They're not having as much freedom as they did earlier in game 1. I think version 1 has to get a little bit more creative if they want to break through the midfield of KC, because right now, Tachi, he's been really slowing things down and keeping that attack on for Carmine Corp.
The dust has seemed to settle as of late, but any moment it can kick back up, and now a chance for Calm, and he rears off the ball, lets Itachi take over. A demo from behind, beast mode, trying to slow down the attack. It's high over Nolly's head, and Itachi will be there after the respawn. Another big boom. Nolly airborne, flip reset. The tip from beast mode will make sure it's not on target.
Version 1 quite close to getting a lot of these demos through the back line. Pass to Torment, just a little too far off the nose. Game will stay tied at 1, but Version 1 doesn't feel too far off the mark of opening a big gap in the rotation of K-Corp. That's definitely something they've done a nice job to evade so far, but you get worried as time goes on because you might just not see him coming one of these times.
Beast mode, belly flop, flip reset, gets the bump. Calm with the challenge. You can see him lingering, finally deciding to rotate out. Torment comes in, Nolly, a hit, Torment cuts off the pass. Astral forced to stretch for the save.
Mistakes coming out from Karmine Corp's defense. Version 1 just couldn't get a good shot on target. And now the final 30 seconds. Karmine Corp wants to threaten. They've been threatening all game to take the lead. Version 1's defense has stood tall.
Light touch, that gives time for Beast Mode to come challenge, but a pinch goes back. Torment able to save it, but it sets up a play for Itachi. Astral trying to get the boost field, but it looked like Beast Mode got it. Now Torment, will he decide to keep it up? No, he'll hit it down, and we've got overtime on Aquadome.
And I don't blame Version 1 for trying to keep that one down. It seems like KC's been threatening. Nolly wants a shot on target. It's turned away, and Karmine Corp threatening first.
And that wasn't a hard shot, but it was still difficult for the defense to deal with. Calm getting bumped off the ball, back to Astral. A lob. Beast Mode will touch it and control it on the backboard. Going for the 50. Nolly faked it, let Astral take over on the play. Pinch down off the ceiling. Now it's tipped back. Itachi, a nice controlled touch, but he gets 50 by Torment.
That's again really what I've been enjoying about K-Corp. If they've got the space, they're trying to take it. They know that the strength of their push relies on their ability to create options. That ball control has been critical in that fashion.
And there seems to be way more options for K-Corp as of late. V1 forced to play quite a bit of defense. Nolly, tip off the ceiling. Itachi going for the bump. Torment dodged it, but will he make the save? Off the backboard. Torment with the 50, and now on the other end, the fake.
Pulling it through.
If that's not experience, I don't know what is. Torment poised on the goal line, knowing that the demo was coming. He fake challenge to get out of that position. So smart from Torment to keep V1 in this.
That's a nice bounce back to the middle, and Itachi will slot it. Karmine Corp take game 2 in overtime.
They've been threatening all of game 2 since they gave up their first goal, and Karmine Corp, they deserve the second one here.
Oh, dude, they're really starting to get in a rhythm. You could tell early on, Version 1, strong offensive presence. They were keeping the ball in K-Corp's half. Calm, able to take some slow challenges at the midfield in the corners. But since then, K-Corp has really had a handle on this match.
Yeah, really nice game from K-Corp in general, across the board. Again, watching it from the auto cam perspective, you see a lot of Version 1 really trying to get way out in front of a play, willing to try and take a lot of risks, open up space, and K-Corp really just doing a nice job avoiding a lot of those physical opportunities and making sure that they were able to come down with touches, buy themselves a little extra time, and really make decent pushes. And despite how well Torment played, making a couple good stops, can't keep them all out.
12 shots coming out from Karmine Corp, forcing 9 saves out of Version 1. That really does kind of paint a picture of how Karmine Corp put on the pressure of Version 1. And let's not get it wrong here. Version 1 definitely had some pressure against KC, but game 2, you take it as a whole, KC, they were putting it on Version 1, and they put away the second goal after threatening for so long.
And also, still demos heavily in favor of Version 1, but this time K-Corp was able to work their way around it. See the adjustments coming out. And these two teams, both of these teams, really the one word that I think of when I think of both of these teams is ascendance. They've both been on such a rise. For V1, it's been a slow and steady burn, but K-Corp finally starting to reach the heights that so many people expected them to reach. And can they keep that going with a victory here against Version 1? Will Version 1 finally be able to break into the top 6 at an international event?
Oh my. Again, threatening off the bat here is KC. Itachi wants another touch. Not going to find it. Now Beast Mode with space. Threaten the KC side, and he's forced to go to the right.
Oh, what a bounce. Oh, goodness. Everybody on a Karmine Corp just like, hang on. We got to handle this one real quick.
V1 still playing defense. Seems like it's a carryover of game 2. Astral slowing down the attack. Calm, happy to control it. Torment, good speed. Astral a pinch out, low on boost. There's a demo from Itachi, and with a low boost rotation out, that was perfectly timed demo for K-Corp.
Version 1 forced to make some tough clears. Now pinching it off 2 players to push this one downfield. Karmine Corp really have figured out this Version 1 midfield and their defensive side. It's been very tough for Version 1 to move down the field with possession and boost.
Does feel pretty close to over-aggressive for Karmine Corp, sometimes looking like they're going for challenges that they're definitely beat to, but they're willing to try and take that risk because they get that big block. They're certainly not wrong. Version 1 going to be caught in a world of hurt as Astral not able to connect with any demos, and Itachi is going to manage the ball here.
Torment slowing things down, beckoning the challenge. The clear attempt slowed down by Astral. Itachi there as well. Beast mode with some good speed. There's the demo. It's just in after the demo at the midfield.
That's what I'm talking about. They're just a little over-aggressive. You can see there's 2 people forward, and you can see Nolly going for that. He's never going to reach it. So it just bounces right off the sidewall. That demo comes through, and then no one's back.
He got a piece of it, but
he did get a piece.
It ricocheted off the wall into his own net. And you pointed out, Chiefs, you're absolutely right. For all the good that the pressure's giving to Karmine Corp, they are riding that line, and it's very, very thin when Version 1 can turn it around on you like that.
V1 back on top, like they were in game 1. K-Corp trying to fight back, prevent the shutout. There's a bump on Itachi. Astral streaking in. We'll roll it up the V1 corner. Beast mode with some time. The bounce down, well read by Nolly. And Itachi pass off the corner, but Calm not fooled by it.
Gorgeous read from Calm off that corner bounce. I mean, monster clear. Puts Version 1 on equal footing in the midfield line, or does it? Okay, Torment's all the way back, and he will make the clear out into the corner.
Astral going for the challenge. 2 go for V1. Itachi, nice speed. But Calm again with a quality challenge. That will buy tons of time for V1. And now Beast mode, solo play. There's a demo. But Nolly up so fast to shut it down.
And that's what you got to do to shut down Beast mode. You have to get up quick. You have to get into the before he gets that flip reset. Otherwise, it's going to be tough to defend. Now the pass, and Astral can't connect. Nolly setting his teammates up, and Astral did his best to get there. Version 1, though, able to get out.
Huge pre-jump from Astral, trying to just get out in front of the defense and catch him by surprise with a quick shot. Not a bad idea when you need one. Especially when you give it to a guy like Astral, who can feel like read the world with his eyes closed.
And almost able to get a shot off there. We're starting to see K-Corp set up their attack. Itachi flipping into the ball, going for the 50. Right to Astral, and Calm in the right spot. Nolly blocked by Calm. Astral can't get around the ball. 2 back-to-back chances shut down by Calm.
Version 1 so boost starved. Everyone's got to go back to the net. It's just Calm with full boost. Is still Karmine Corp's threatening. Everyone has to die that in Version 1 somehow. Don't give up another.
V1, a defensive spectacle. Now a double tap. The bump. And playing pinball on the goal line. Beast mode will get it for V1.
You just can't get rid of them. So frustrating if you're K-Corp.
Oh, man.
Huge drive, and then the one counterattack by the other way. You're so close. And then you give up an insurance goal with a minute left. That one stings.
I mean, this game should be tied.
Yeah.
It's Calm back-to-back saves. I surely thought K-Corp was getting one there. But now, down by 2, less than a minute left.
There it is.
Will they get one
There
back?
it is.
They will. Astral bringing K-Corp back within striking distance.
And it was only a matter of time. This setup, we've seen this 3-4 times here in Game 3. Astral on the receiving end of the pass as well. Finally connecting, and Version 1 broken down enough that there's just no one on the goal line to make the save.
Calm was so ready for Beast Mode to come up with that read out of the corner, just pushing. Gave one back, and not all hope lost for K-Corp. 45 seconds seems like an eternity when it's these guys pushing at you.
Astral, low boost, well, no boost. Was trying to get that ball pushed downfield. Will have to streak back. Turns. Supported by Nolly. Nolly has it hit around him. Torment, a nice hit, but he's running on fumes as well. Let's see how close Torment's trying to play the ball even on 0 boost. That's how tight this game is.
Another one lobbed to the K-Corp side. Version 1 holding on to their lead. 7 seconds left. The crowd counting it down. And K-Corp trying to threaten one more time.
Bouncing off the corners. Beast mode will get 1 hit. There's a bump on Nolly. And the 50 Astral doing his best to keep it up, but Beast mode being a bully prevented that from being the case.
Couple of really nice reads from Beast Mode 2 in that final minute. Definitely K-Corp giving it their best look, trying to throw as many misdirections, little cheeky touches, fake flips back on the floor, and Beast Mode just wouldn't let anything through for free. Great show from version 1 to close that one out. That was tight.
And I think version 1 did a much better job of just taking advantage of the space. Chiefs, you pointed it out earlier, but that space where K-Corp just pushes a little bit too far, they're able to kind of flip it on their head and go back the other way on the counter.
And it's not like it's a bad approach from K-Corp. Like, being that aggressive is no bad thing. It simply is. It's a risk that you incur when you're willing to try and be that aggressive, because it has a lot of good benefits. It results in generally a lot of good pressure, really making the defense make some tough stops. You got to give credit where credit's due. Version 1 handled everything quite nicely here. That one counterattack really got them out in front. It honestly is the only reason they won the game. They had to stand tall there.
Certainly, and also, I said version 1 wants to be top 6. They are top 6. What I meant to say was that they want to break through, because we talked about it, Corelli, last time in LA. They made it in front of the crowd. They made it to this point, and then they dropped out 2 series in a row.
And a lot of people didn't even believe that they could get that far at the Winter Major, and now they've done it again in a row here at London, and it's still a very long road. Again, a best of 7 in K-Corp. They have made it very tough for version 1 to pull out these wins.
And I'm curious if K-Corp changes the pace of play, because I actually think their approach is a good one. It puts a lot of pressure on version 1. But I wonder if now that they're down 2 and they know that if they lose another one, they're on match point, they may try and make a different approach as Astral is going to collect the first one. A little bit of question marks on the version 1 defense side.
Definitely some question marks there, but K-Corp happy to take advantage. Version 1 just sending too many players, kind of running into each other, flying into the corner. And K-Corp, that pressure will finally lead to the mistakes, and they get one here first.
Yeah, a bad miscommunication, perhaps nerves. Torment still almost stopping it. But K-Corp will take that one. Hit back to the corner. Itachi down to Nolly. Nolly, he was hunting for that second touch, but Torment preventing it.
Oh, he's so good. Oh, he's so good. Astral, you legend. What a read this is. He is so forward, and he is able to understand the trajectory back to the midfield perfectly, so he kicks it off the wall out to the middle. Everyone in version 1 is like, what? He's that precise? Oh.
And this is where K-Corp is comfortable. When they make something out of nothing like that. That's what's been so special about them here so far at this Spring Major. They've been so hot. Everything has been working for them. Connecting, finding each other, especially off the wall like Astral just did. Version 1 just have no answer.
That took such perfect execution to be able to do that. And Astral, he made his name off perfect execution and mechanics when he first busted onto the scene under Dignitas, experienced a lot of success, and now trying to build back to that glory, and what a way to do it. Astral will snag the corner boost as well as getting that clear.
Starting to become a boost goblin. He's ready to just drive all the way around the pitch and make sure version 1 doesn't have anything for free if he can help it.
Boost has seemed to be in favor of K-Corp as of late. Calm, dribble up the wall, plenty of boost to work with. Calm, blocked by Astral. You saw Itachi also waiting on the backboard. Nice defense. Astral and Itachi working together to get this ball out quickly.
And unthreatened there from K-Corp, and with a threatening setup there from Calm. Now they're setting each other up. Astral, another shot. He's really been the point man for K-Corp to pass across the box in front of version 1. And he's done a great job of being threatening so far.
And 2 go again for V1. V1 trying to find their feet. There's a demo from behind. Calm taken out on the respawn. Torment will take it. Nolly, and now Calm. Nice boost steal from Torment in the corner. This could be V1's best attack chance of the game, but Nolly will get up quick. Beast mode nowhere to be found. Finally coming in for the challenge, but Astral there. Nolly going for the 50, trying to force it through. Couldn't get the job done, but still melting precious time off the clock for V1.
And even with K-Corp trying to force that, they had options across the box there. Setting each other up, giving each other options. In version 1, it's really been a solo effort towards the K-Corp side. It really hasn't been a lot of passing coming out for them. It's just taking it at them and trying to take on the whole team.
Astral, great control. Running on small pads, finally bailing out. Nolly, flip reset. Wave dash couldn't get there. So much confidence from Nolly. He's been pre-jumping, he's been up early. He's been disrupting the first touches of V1. He's been a key player in this comeback from K-Corp.
K-Corp's out here playing keep away with the ball if they can help it. Anytime it's coming around, first instinct is just take it away from whoever's trying to challenge you. Doesn't matter if you lose the next one. It's pure clock control at the moment.
Itachi, the 50. 2 go. K-Corp, though, still handling the pressure nicely. Itachi upfield. He has been so good at being that outlet at the midfield to keep K-Corp in possession. There's a demo. Another demo attempted, but Itachi squirms his way out. And we'll get that 50.
K-Corp said, coming into this matchup, you got to shut down Beast Mode, and we have not called his name here in Game 4. I think that goes to show with the demo game and the boost stealing. It's been very tough for anyone on version 1 to kind of get their individual playstyle going. You're not seeing a lot of calm demos. In version 1, they haven't had a lot to show here for their offense.
Well, we see some here in these final moments. Beast Mode.
Uh-oh, hold on.
Beast Mode! Rebound is cleared to the corner by Itachi, but what an effort from Beast Mode.
Huge block from Astral off the rip as well. I mean, 3-man effort on the K-Corp defensive side, refusing to let version 1 back into the game, slamming the door shut with 20 seconds.
And that one seemed like it had to go in for V1. Final moments ticking away. An excellent save. And you can see how quickly 2-goal leads can evaporate. K-Corp not taking any chances. And K-Corp gonna be tying up the series 2 games apiece.
The pressure from K-Corp has been unrelenting, even when they've lost. They didn't have to change anything. Nothing's changed for K-Corp. They've just kept chipping away at version 1.
Well, I mean, we've seen a lot more demos from him, that's for sure, especially on the rotation back. We saw the one-play comm getting demoed at the midfield. That opened up so much of the field. Itachi, a key player at the midfield, but we're seeing it all from K-Corp. The defensive stops, offensive plays. They're a complete package right now, and they have stopped V1 in their tracks.
And the complete shift of the idea, because they came out, they got 2 goals so quick. I mean, it was the initial first miss, and then Astro makes this beautiful read at the midfield that puts them up 2 with about, I think it was like around 3 minutes on the clock or something like that. Not even. 4.5 or so, 4:20. And then from that point on, K-Corp really just kind of sat towards the midfield, put the pressure when they needed, but anytime version 1 brought that ball into their corner, they did such a nice job of not giving it right back to version 1 to allow the pressure to build. It's like, okay, if you want to beat us, you're going to have to come through. You're going to have to get physical. You're going to have to try and make one play to outplay us. The problem is when you got people as strong as Astral, and Nolly, and Itachi on defense, outplaying is not an option. It's not a thing.
Quite difficult. I mean, you saw the stacked defense on the backboard, but even that touch was so crazy. When you don't play a lot of Rocket League, it might look easy when you're kind of going away from the ball, but the fact that he got such a perfect touch, landed on the wall, follow it up with the pass, Astral, incredible mechanics. And K-Corp.
And you came to play.
Yeah, you can't. Gotta celebrate it.
And it's like, what do you do if you're version 1? You can keep taking advantage of the counterattacks, but they didn't get any in that previous game, at least none that they could capitalize on. I would really like to see them bring the ball down, slow the game down, kind of force K-Corp into those bad challenges that they're very willing to take and find a way downfield.
I mean, I think it really is almost a moot point if you try and take this one into the corners or up around the back walls. That's all that game 4, was. I mean, version 1, no answers there. Through the middle of the pitch and moving it side to side is going to be your only chance.
Astral first to the ball again. Itachi challenging beast mode. Beast Mode again challenged by Nolly. Comp. V1 not able to find a teammate. They're just doing everything they can to get the first touch on the ball or get a 50, hoping they can follow it up. K-Corp starting to smother them.
You see version 1 again. Here's another counterattack opportunity. Beast Mode pushing one out of the way, but right back into the hands of K-Corp. Here comes Nolly, and he doesn't connect on the flip reset.
Itachi to Astral. Astral towards net. Torment
Oh!
can't save it. Pulling the trigger right away, and Astral will snipe it. Torment did his best, but it wasn't good enough.
What is that? The brains on this guy. Who's thinking, yeah, I can still score that?
I mean, that's the second time he's come across it like that when it comes up the wall, or off the wall rather, and he's created a chance, that time just straight up scoring it, but he gave a pass earlier in a previous game where it just feels like he doesn't even have the angle to get it across like that.
He's got such unorthodox approaches to the ball and can get the touches that you just don't expect. Another big play from Astral. Will we see it again? Off the ceiling, the 50, bouncing down, comms on the backboard.
Right idea. Take your time there. You
If
need
they're
the
giving it to
space. Yeah, you need the space, you need the possession. Make them come take the ball away from you, because it's been tough to get back on offense so far.
Another open net. Itachi bouncing it in, and we have to see where version 1 was. There's the demo.
2 forward, and Com just goes straight off the ceiling. Unfortunately for him, the clear just doesn't go forward. Perhaps the ceiling pinch may have been what he wanted, but just rolls straight back down. It doesn't buy enough time.
And again, unrelenting pressure from K-Corp, smothering version 1, but not only that, pulling them so far out of their net that they have no one there.
And now a quick shot. Nolly with the save. He got the crazy touch, now a save. Still the best attack that we've seen from version 1 in quite some time. Not able to put one away.
We talked about version 1 having to prove it here at this stage of the tournament. They started off pretty good here, but they've got to adapt to K-Corp if they want to stay in this best of 7. K-Corp, they definitely have all the momentum. They have all the pressure. They really haven't felt it for version 1.
Torment. Oh, this is a really difficult situation, but he handled it well. Astral coming right at him. Torment jumping at the right time. But V1 has been stressed on defense. Nolly so quick up again. Itachi, the pass off the sidewall. Beast Mode, a nice kick, but Torment way too far away on the play. Beast Mode going for it again. Double tap will get the clear.
That's good work for version 1 to at least get out, but they just never keep possession. Maybe a chance here for Torment. But again, you can see everyone for version 1 rotating out. They can't hold on to it. K-Corp, such high quality touches to get themselves out of defense and then to move downfield so easily.
Yeah, first touch control is really lacking there for version 1. This is the right idea from Torment, but look how fast Nolly is. He says, you gotta be quicker than that. It needs to be in your hand and ready to go upfield before I'm there. K-Corp is really stretching the limits of all 3 members of version 1's mechanical capability.
They're stretching the limits of this game right now. Version 1 running out of time. Torment, the challenge off the sidewall. Torment has to get back. Itachi, flip, reset. Torment, back in time, but it rebounds off Beast Mode! And that is disastrous for version 1.
Not how you draw it up of your version 1 to get out, and Astral just lingering in the version 1 box, taking advantage, and it's a 3-0 lead for K-Corp.
Devastating. Get shut out in game 4. You think, okay, maybe we can do something in game 5, and you're starting to get shut out even worse.
Can V1 bounce back at this point? I think they'll just take one for the road. 2 go, and they don't score it now. A counterattack chance. Astral flinging it up, but Beast Mode back to the corner. And K-Corp, another solid performance so far. Astral having a heck of a series so far as well.
He's done a great job, not only as a shooter, but also as a passer. He's been such a nuisance on the version 1 side. And K-Corp again, they've just been all over this version 1 side. You can see just with the challenges here, not letting them out, taking such high quality, high percentage challenges. And version 1 have used all their boosts to try and get out here. the most they can muster up is down into the corner.
And final moments ticking away. There's no chance for version 1 on this one. Shut out by Carmine Corp. And K-Corp taking the lead in the series, and now 1 game away from sending V1 into the lower bracket. It's a place V1's been before, and I know that they don't want to go there again. Their experience in LA perhaps haunting them at this moment.
I've learned the answer for why K-Corp is so good. Half rotations and pre-jumps and perfect first touches. That's the recipe for success right now against version 1, and that's all been firing on all cylinders. No reverse gear. Version 1 just needing that little extra buffer time to absolutely line on, get themselves in line, I should say. And version 1, wisely so here, going to take a timeout.
Yep, an official timeout called by version 1, and now's the time to do it. K-Corp on a spree, especially those first touches from Astro, whether he's taking the shot or whether he's setting up the pass. He has been lights out, and Itachi has been the cornerstone of this team, setting him up. And you talk about pre-jumps, how many of those have we seen from Nolly?
Well, again, they are so willing to go down the field to take the challenges high or low because they know it just throws off the rhythm for version 1 counter on their counterattack. That's been the special sauce here for K-Corp, and I think this version 1 timeout is much needed to just kind of regroup and reset the mental here, because right now it's been, what, 3 straight games of just pressure from K-Corp. Even when K-Corp lost, it was still just straight up pressure from them.
And it's a very intriguing question to try and answer, because it's not like, you know, even if you just fix your first touch control for version 1, that's not enough, because the big X factor in this game appears to me and my eye to be speed, because the lines they're taking are all pretty solid for both teams towards the challenges. It's not like they're just not reading the game well. Everyone's reading the game well. K-Corp is just going to things faster, and I don't know if you can just be like, yeah, we just go faster too, because I think mechanically and in terms of reading capability, K-Corp is superior in that aspect. And it's not like you can just be like, yeah, just read the game better in a minute. Like, it's not going to work.
Well, it's strange as well, because we've seen at times, though, where K-Corp will just give Calm the space. They'll give V1 the space on the backboard. That play where Calm was just sitting on his backboard, the ball was bouncing, taking all his time. K-Corp's giving him that time, but as soon as the play is made to try to hit that ball upfield, there is someone at that midfield who is going to be blocking it from K-Corp. They are so quick.
This is a tough and one heck of a Gordian knot to try and untangle if you're version 1. You know it's doable, but K-Corp has definitely refined their approach as the series has gone on. Version 1 hopefully found an answer for themselves.
Well, version 1 happy to not see a shot come through there, because K-Corp had the setup to put that one away, and here they come again. As again, just straight up into the pressure for K-Corp.
Version 1 trying to keep that extra life and open that potentially, but the shot is wide. Follow-up is blocked. V1, that seemed to be their moment to finally get on the board.
It doesn't get more open than that for version 1. They got the counterattack look that they've been looking for a game now, and they just couldn't put it on target.
And right after calling a timeout, that has to be tough for the mental of V1. Nolly infield pass attempt.
There we
it's
go.
cut out. Is it hard enough of a shot? It's wide. Astral there to clean up.
Feels to me version 1 definitely sussing out something. They know where those passes are going in the midfield.
Now.
They're picking them off. They know where K-Corp likes to move the ball, but is it enough?
That's a demo.
And it's in. Another long shot. There was the demo. You called it out. But we're seeing shots come out from past midfield, and that's been the best look V1's has had in quite some time.
And the backfield's been open on the K-Corp side. Just version 1 haven't been able to get down there. And so they finally take the last man out and lob it over the man in the middle. And version 1 maybe have figured something out here against K-Corp.
Even though those earlier shots didn't find their mark, you saw the gap in the armor. V1 finally hitting it, now a pinch back. Astral dribbling it to his own corner, snagging the corner boost, now up off the ceiling, waiting for the 50. Calm retreating back. First touch, goes for the 50 himself. Was thinking about the mid boost, but goes for the infield pass. Torment can't get there for the double. And now it's a counterattack, wide open net.
You saw it coming.
Version 1 went all in.
They did, and look, it wasn't a bad look to go all in, but then when you leave the backfield open, Nolly on a late challenge was just sitting down there. The ball lobbed downfield. It's an easy tap in for him, and we're tied up.
K-Corp can see the finish line. It's tied, but man, you really feel like K-Corp has the edge.
They definitely have home field advantage, that's for sure.
Calm. Happy to take more time, but Itachi will get the challenge back down to the corner. Little tip, Torment.
Oh,
is there anyone
space.
back? It
No.
looks like a foot race.
Wait a minute,
No,
what?
another wide open goal, but this time it's going to V1.
Big collapse for V1. Astral and Itachi both dive at the same ball, and that's Astral thinking, yeah, I can get there first, but again, it's one of those challenges for K-Corp where you're like, probably not the best idea, and it cost him.
So that time it came back to bite him. Again, they're riding on a very thin line, and now more and more version 1 are poking through K-Corp, but maybe Itachi, can he put something on target? He flicked it over, it's into the corner, no, he puts it away, and we're tied up.
How much boost did Itachi have? Has to jump over the bump, doesn't use his flip, lands right next to the ball. Such composure from Itachi.
And Torment with so much respect there, he saw the quick landing coming in for K-Corp and decided to try and defend the net, so when he doesn't actually skim into the ball, he's just hung out to dry with the touch all the way across. I mean, Torment's got a great head on his shoulders, but that's a huge cross-up that you just can't handle. K-Corp get it back.
Rock solid play from Itachi. Now a challenge. Less than half the game left to play. Right now, we're poised for overtime. Calm, first touch control.
Space.
Air dribble, 50, off to the side. And we've been seeing that a lot, the air dribble 50, especially from Calm.
No.
And the shot from Astral.
Oh, there's that demo.
Happy to take it. Got the corner boost steal as well.
Great ball from Itachi there just to stop version 1 getting any control there. That was an opportunity for him. Now Nolly lets it go. Itachi to the right side. It's too wide. And version 1 scrambling to get a hold of it here. It's still in K-Corp's possession. That time lobbed over the version 1 net.
So much space given to K-Corp. Astral able to pop it.
Oh.
Going for the flick. Torment denying the upper 90. Another shot. It's a double commit. Torment getting to the ball just in time. Torment's defensive chops on display.
Oh, man. And again, kind of parking himself on that goal line, making sure nothing is going to go through him. And if it does, you better earn it. K-Corp turned away this time. We still sit tied, just over a minute left in game 6.
Can feel the difference in pressure of attack for both teams. You see version 1 here kind of pushing onto this blue half, and it's like, okay, but you don't see multiple people diving at everything, and K-Corp shove onto this orange side, and it's all hands on deck in the version 1 net. Some scary pushes.
Lots of boost for Beast Mode. We haven't had said his name much. Will we say it late in game 6? Doesn't look like it. Ran out of boost, had to retreat.
And Calm turned off that challenge there. I think he wanted something different. K-Corp said, thank you very much. We'll take it out of our corner. A big clear here from version 1, but straight into the hands of Astral. Calm off the ceiling will get a touch. Beast Mode, can he get 2? Oh! It's a save from Astral on the goal line and back to the version 1 side.
And that was on target. Beast Mode coming within inches, but K-Corp stand tall. V1 still on the attack. Infield pass. The demo. That trail was blue on the shot.
He ran into him. Torment got a piece of it. And that's just great work. But I think he just ran right into it. Itachi got in front.
Tried his best, but not enough. Had to dive at it, saw the physicality coming, and version 1 squeak one through at 12. Can K-Corp have another kickoff miracle?
Gets by one defender, Nolly. Tapping it around Torment. Bouncing back.
Gotta keep it up.
Itachi can't get there in V1. A crazy ending. That demo ended up being a shot on their own net. What a wild game that was. We saw some long-range goals, some own goals that you don't expect. This one was crazy. And V1, you could tell after the timeout, they changed up their game plan.
definitely a few changes to make for version 1, and it really came to bear at the start of that game because, yeah, okay, we understand how you're trying to cross the ball in the middle, set up shot attempts, and they're on that. But after that point, all that planning and preparation kind of goes out the window when it's 2-2, and K-Corp going to take no time out here, go straight into Game 7. They know that their game plan right now is solid enough. They don't have to change anything. They say, hey, that one got away. That's okay.
First best of 7 on stream, and we go the distance. The crowd, definitely the home field advantage for K-Corp. And for them, one more game to move on in this upper semifinal, and boy, has it been a battle.
I'm surprised version 1 pulled that one out.
That game was an anomaly. It was an anomaly. We saw some mistakes on both sides.
They don't like that guy.
I believe that's one of those plastic fans that perhaps that looks like a brand new V1 t-shirt. But here we go. Game 7, Champions Field. One team will lose their extra life. The other will be moving on to the upper bracket final.
Version 1 definitely had more success in the last game. Poking through that K-Corp side, finding them over the top as well. K-Corp want to go back to that pressure game, suffocate version 1 on their own side until they finally crack.
Beast mode, leaving that for Torment. Torment going for the air dribble, trying to burst time.
Wow.
What just happened?
Torment. Oh. He's just trying to figure this one out, and Torment just doesn't make contact with the ball. Astral, under the pressure of the demo, trying to figure out where his line can go with a touch and a demo coming at him, and Torment says, I think I could just let this ball and score it for free.
And that's a painful one to give up in a Game 7. Version 1 now looking to hold on to this lead and maybe build upon it here. That's another missed touch. Nolly lets it go, and an Astral there to pick it up and bail out his team.
Beast mode getting up early to break up that play. Calm, full boost to work with. Baits in Itachi. Astral also jumps. But Beast mode takes his time. That'll allow Karmine Corp to get back on defense.
You could even see Nolly hesitating in the midfield, thinking, should I go, or is Astral just going to cut rotation again? They know, get out of the way if he's coming. More often than not, it's the right play, but definitely feel a little hesitation here with K-Corp. 3:45 on the clock and down early. Question marks.
And question marks. You saw that miss again from Itachi at the midfield, where K-Corp was so good at finding each other on the breakout, losing a bit of that polish. Itachi back to Astral, but Beast mode there with speed. Nolly off the corner. Calm will blast it upfield. Itachi right down to Torment. Torment, a light touchdown, goes for the shot. To go again. Beast mode can't get there in time. Itachi bailing out K-Corp. If Beast mode could have got that back to the middle, that would have been bad news.
And version 1 surely seeing the same stuff we are. A lot of double commits coming out from K-Corp, a lot of whiffs as well. Version 1 waiting to take advantage. The demo comes through. It trickles towards the goal line, but it went wide.
Oh, so close for V1.
Careful.
More bumps. It is getting gruesome out there on Champions Field.
And you really feel like that stability from Torment and version 1 starting to come in clutch here. Game 7, Karmine Corp felt confident. You get the cage rattled at the start, and all of a sudden the cracks start to appear. The confidence is shaken. You have to find an answer. Get yourself back on even footing, and there's Astral to do it.
Redemption for Astral. The first goal was a mistake from him, but he comes out huge here with 2.5 minutes left to play, placing it to the left side in version 1. There was too much space from their corner, and he took advantage.
And Itachi getting physical in his own half, taking that ball downfield, getting that challenge to pop out as well. Astral has been deadly, and now the leave, Itachi and Nolly with good communication, but Itachi was demoed after taking the shot.
A lot of time left on the clock.
Oh,
another demo
huge.
comes out.
Is it open?
That one's wide open. There's nobody back. The respawn comes in, but it's too late. And Beast mode back into the lead for version 1.
Oh, Itachi went for the infield pass, but the demo completely put a stick in the spokes of that play. V1, another long-range goal. And the demo's finally starting to pay off for V1 as well.
Wow.
Still
Still
dangerous. The drop down, the touch from Nolly. And now Calm with the 50. Nolly, a smart touch to keep it away from version 1, but still K-Corp not able to finish the play.
Oh, he can't. He doesn't have the line. Oh, frustrating couple of sequences for K-Corp.
And that's one that you feel like K-Corp could have scored on. Version 1, they were not organized on defense there. Throwing players at the ball, but so was K-Corp. And you can start to feel the desperation, even though it's a 1-goal difference. Just under a minute and a half to go.
Astral, high pop out. Beast mode, first to it by a mile. Nolly back down to Itachi. Itachi sets up Astral, but Astral, he jumped, wasn't on the right trajectory, had to bail out. That is precious time and boost wasted. Another chance, passing play, beast mode sniffed it out. Torment safely to the corner, but Astral there, going for the infield pass. Calm breaks up the play.
And that's version 1, really understanding how Karmine Corp likes to move the ball across. They've seen it for 6 games now, all the way in front of it. And time is of the essence for K-Corp, who has honestly been so good. Same spot, roll it back.
Oh, talk about getting kicked in the shin in the same exact spot. That one has to hurt Itachi playing cherry picker. Torment trying to get there in time, but Itachi had the play figured out.
Just slipped in between the version 1 defenders there. 39 seconds to go. K-Corp trying to make a late surge here in game 7.
Astral so quickly jumping off the sidewall. Nolly. And now 2 go.
Okay,
off the ceiling. Astral with the challenge. That second effort preventing the counterattack. Now a quick shot. That one going to be blocked by Torment.
So threatening here from K-Corp in version 1. It's looking very similar to those losses just a couple games ago where K-Corp shot after shot. 10 seconds left. Version 1 trying to get out.
Astral being harassed. Clear out. Nolly decides to keep the play open. Beast mode towards net. Beast mode! What? A thriller at the copper box. Beast mode in 0 seconds. Oh my!
That's in? Oh my days. You didn't think at any point that was actually in the net. What? Oh, a stunner. Oh, he can't. What? Calm says, come on, where you at? Where's the defense? Where did they go? Oh, man.
Boy, has he turned into a villain here at the copper box.
Oh, my.
And they let him have it, but it's version 1 on top in game 7. A massive challenge. And one that K-Corp wanted to take. They kept the ball up.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Was it Nolly? We got to see that again. There was a decision to keep that ball in play. I can't believe it. I am shocked that we are not in overtime right now. A 0-second goal. Beast mode. He was relatively quiet. He started off the series with that double tap.
Oh, wow.
And then quiet. But talk about a sandwich. The Beast mode sandwich, I guess that's his special. And he delivers.
I just want to see this pack. Bring it back.
I do. I need to see it one more time because for version 1, I don't think anyone really expected to go in, but I saw Beast Mode jump up before he went into it. And he just straight up won the challenge.
Oh, and it slides. It just past the post. I mean, you were thinking maybe there's a chance that someone could get a shot on net.
Down like never in a million years that I think that was actually in the goal.
Oh, you can see the V1 shirts coming out in force. Unreal. That was such a crazy, crazy series. And we've got an interview down on the main stage. It's Orb, and I believe he's with Calm.
All right, London, please make some noise for your winner, version 1! Calm. Listen, you clearly have a lot of fans in the building. What do you got to say to them?
Thank you guys for the support. It means the world. I really appreciate it.
How do you get affected by the booing? Does it inspire you to keep going?
I mean, honestly, I could barely hear it when I was on there. I don't think they're quite loud enough, to be honest.
You gotta be loud in London. You heard it here first. All right, listen, this was a game that went the distance. Talk me through those last moments before the win.
Yeah, I mean, going into game 6, we knew we weren't playing how we wanted to, called a timeout, talked some things out, figured out what we needed to do, and then from there it was a pretty routine dub.
All right, do you have anything to say to the fans at home before we send it to break?
Once again, thank you guys for all the support back home. It means a lot. Hope it's just as supportive as it is here.
All right, listen, I would love to keep talking, but we got to keep the show going. We got a big series coming up. We got SSG versus Falcons, upper bracket semifinals. But first, a little break.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
The World Championship is where the greats
become legendary.
it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment. Rise up, you give it all that you got and you rise up. All the stories that tell about the champion who came from the crown. Are you ready to carry it now? Going full speed, never stop, never quit. You're the only one you got to convince that nothing's too far out of your reach. 'Cause all you are is what you believe. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
The first best of 7 did not disappoint, went the whole way. Karmine Corp making a battle out of it and then collapsing in the literal final moments, CJ.
Collapsing in the final moments is exactly how I describe it, and we have to talk about this particular moment that you brought up when we were sitting here watching it. Noli, he kept it up. Why would you keep it up? He's last man.
Is that the one worst touch in the history of the game, maybe?
Well,
it was so pointless.
Sicky's own goal is still categorically worse.
That might be, yeah.
We don't have to talk about that for CJ's sake, but
Wasn't me.
My goodness. Bates, I mean, version 1, there was moments, I was looking at beast mode here, and I was surprised at how quiet he was.
Hey, listen, Beast Mode was just filling in the gaps for his team. Started off the series strong, but then you got to give it to Astro. I think Astro and Beast Mode really going neck and neck. Astro might have been the best player in that series, but it's all about getting the W. Tommy held on the back line. There's a really good series for both sides. I'm waiting to get to this play.
Oh, man, Beast Mode, look at Beast Mode, though. What does he do? I put him in my top 3 coming into this line. He was a shambles, or in the mid-series here. He was all over the place. I don't, not sure if it was just the nerves that we've seen happening between Team Liquid and Moist as well. Or if, maybe he just had an off day, but we're going to have to wait and see because, yeah, he's going to need to play better.
We're getting a great. Oh, this isn't on Nolly. Why is it Tachi turning around?
Slow-mo.
Oh, there's no way you're blaming Nolly right here.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure that's Nolly.
There's no way that's on Nolly right
Yeah,
here.
you can't
Nolly
put
kept
that
it up,
all
but
on
Tachi had a choice.
Nah.
He could have went left or right, and he chose right. That's the wrong decision.
Yeah, 2 people behind him.
We know he's your boy. We know Nolly's your boy.
Clearly. That's all 3. That's all 3 of them as the back.
It doesn't even matter. You have a teammate.
It doesn't matter.
He's in no man's land. He was in no man's land.
Okay. We can keep. First touches tomorrow, boys. We can debate it a whole day tomorrow. I really want to hear that one. Here's the bracket as it stands at the end of that match. Version 1 in the upper final, still 2 lives. And you can see Karmine Corp drop to play Furia tomorrow. What a terrible consolation prize for that loss. In the upper bracket, though, Falcons versus Space Station gonna be next. We talked to Falcons about their mentality heading into this upper bracket match.
احسن انجزت شيء تعبت عليه من زمان والقادم افضل ان شاء الله. صراحه انا فخور باللي سويته باللعبه واللعبه عرفتني على ناس اعزهم الحين مره فسوت مجتمع كامل اللعبة. صراحة لو أشكرهم من اليوم لبكرة ما وفيهم حقهم ولولا الله ثم هم كان ما وصلنا لهذا المكان.
That was so funny.
الجمهور هم الداعم الأساسي لنا. احنا متفائلين ومتحمسين وكلنا قاعدين نحمس بعض إن نسوي أعلى ما عندنا. طبيعي كل فريق يعني موجود هنا يفكر إنه يفوز، ما راح يقول أبي أخسر ولا أفوز أول جيم، بس طبيعي الكل بيطمح يعني للأفضل. هو اللي علينا نسعد تم الاستعداد للبطولة، وإذا كنا بيومنا إن شاء الله بنفوز. ثقتنا جدا عالية بنفسنا.
Create a realistic opportunity. Falcons might actually have a 2-goal lead here. Ahmad's reading that. It's look easy.
Falcons are here.
Here, indeed, the Falcons going to be taking on Space Station Gaming, and this team has risen to be tournament favorites at this point, Spates.
They sure have. Falcons, after G2, BDS, and everybody else has dropped down, Falcons, they're still here, they're still performing. There's a reason they went 9 for 9 in a region that is on the up and up in RLCS.
The big question mark was always Khaled, but you know, coming in now, we've seen him in the group stage. Obviously not in front of a crowd yet, but so far Falcons, I mean, they have been super impressive.
Falcons looking wonderful, but the other side, a very strong team coming into this match, Space Station.
التيم الصراحة الآن في أفضل حالاته وهذا وقتنا وبإذن الله بنفوز عليهم.
Mechanically, Falcons is the best team in the world. It's not going to be an easy team to beat, but our game plan against them as well, I think is going to be really good, so it's going to be a tough series.
الصراحة أنا أشوف إنه فريقنا لو كان في أفضل أوقاته ما حد يقدر يوقفنا الصراحة.
It's going to be a tough series, but I think we're the better threes team, and we're going to show it.
حاب أقول فريق SSG good luck.
Welcome to your first LAN. Good luck.
Entering the copper box in the upper finals, quarterfinals, it is going to be Space Station Gaming versus Team Falcons. It's the upper bracket quarterfinals, upper finals quarterfinals, but you know, whatever.
I think it's also the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken.
This is a semifinal. You know it is. You know, it's chalked. It's chalked already.
Upper semis.
This game's going to be
I'll tell you what it is. It's a fantastic matchup. Speaking of the fans,
it's going to be great.
At the start of the day, we said, what's your favourite match coming out? And it was this one. Everyone wants to see Falcons in front of this beautiful crowd here at the copper box. I think they've got the home court advantage.
How did TRK find his way up there? He's got the shades on. It's pitch black back there. I'm absolutely amazed that he didn't trip on a cable.
Well, Johnny, it's the same way that Khan was up there on the stage. He didn't trip over anything. I can't wait to hear the chants for both sides of the field. You got Lanyu on one side, and you got this dominant force in Team Falcons. Fan favorites, I think, and they have surprised everybody, Bates.
Man, oh man.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
Oh gosh, Johnny's always thinking that people are doubters, but they're not doubting anybody. He's already saw Ahmed, one of the most mechanical players in the game, and that young man there, the pickup that Falcons may have needed, and we don't know. We'll see right here. TRK balled out of the fall major, and then last but not least, the one prodigy, the one staple, one of the best players in the game. Oh, Khaled, finally making his way to the land stage. It's going to be incredible to see him play.
On the other side, though, Space Station Gaming, they've been here before, CJ.
They have been here before. They've got the experience. Here's Arsenal. I think he's a bit of, is he a fan favorite, Arsenal? Oh, it's a little bit hostile. As you said, they have been here before. They do have the experience. Daniel, it was his first land in LA. He's taken that experience. Now he's at the copper box. Can he show opportunity, improve what he did in the latter stages of LA?
I think he can. You know, Space Station haven't been the best in practice coming up to this event, but they think they've got a good game plan here. And I've got a good guess as to what that game plan is. It's going to be physicality. You know, they know that Falcons are the more mechanical team. They're not going to try and beat them at that game. They're going to try and make this series as messy as possible, as dirty as possible, and hopefully be able to match them.
And we've seen physicality be very effective on this stage so far today. How does Falcons deal with that physicality?
They're going to have to move as quickly as they can around the field. And you know Falcons is one of the quickest teams in the world, Wave. So I expect this team to be zooming around the field and Space Station having to chase them all around the field, but they have two players like Reynolds and Arsenal.
Man, it's going to be real physical. Just like Johnny said, I touched on a little bit on first touch. It's clash of two play styles. High flying speed.
Yep.
Speed versus slower control and pure physical dominance on the field. It's going to be amazing to watch.
So, I mean, but Falcons, obviously, currently we're all talking about them as tournament favorites here. How does the chat feel? Does everyone on the same side get your votes in? Hashtag Falcon, hashtag SSG, depending on how you feel. And we'll keep going down the line because it's simple and clean. Seiji, we're going to start with you.
Yeah, we're going to start with me, and I think there's look, Space Station, they got here, you know, we talk about the Mickey Mouse runs, you know, did they deserve to be here right now in the upper bracket? I'll tell you who did deserve to be, it's going to be the Falcons, and they're going to take this series.
Hey, I don't think Space Station's run was as Mickey as some people. I think that they're going to be a threat here. I think Falcons have to respect them, and I know that they will, but I'm still saying Falcons here. I would have said them, you know, I would pick them all the way in this upper bracket. I think they're the tournament favorites, and you know, Space Station are a threat, but second best.
Yeah, Johnny, we understand that. But I'm gonna piggyback off you. I think Falcons is gonna take this one. I really want to see T-Shot Baby, RC Baby, and Laniel dominate, but I really do think Falcons got this one.
This is a tough one for me because the last time we saw SSG play a team as mechanical as Falcons was in LA when they played Moist, and they had Moist almost brought all the way to Game 7, but Tiro with one of the greatest saves of all time at LAN. It's going to be a close game. I think Coach Crumb's got a game plan, but I think it's Falcons' destiny. I think it's the destiny of Falcons to win this major. Khaled finally there with a full roster.
2 NA boys.
That's crazy to think that this is actually happening.
I think this is the first time this has happened this event. Make it 3 NA boys. Everyone predicting Falcons here, including myself. I don't see a way Space Station make it through. And it's not often that Space Station are this strong of an underdogs, but here we are on the stage, a best of 7. They've got to find a way through the tournament favorites here at this point. 53% chat's got their back, but can they make it happen? Can they prove chat right on the field? Falcons, the heroes of the Middle East, have evolved into the Spring Major favorites. On the other side, the young legend Daniel with Space Station Gaming. Winner faces version 1 tomorrow. Let's get into it and play some Rocket League.
In the words of Ahmad, the best is yet to come. And here we are, 1 match away from the upper bracket finals if the team of destiny, as Bates puts it, can get there through SSG.
The last time we were here at the Copper Box Arena, Middle East were not even a thought, and now they're here playing for top 3 against the might of Space Station.
That's win all Falcons, but we know SSG's confident going into this matchup. Time to see if they've really broken down the gameplay. You see the ball right in front of the net. It's going to be Ahmed, though, who will clear it away before the danger gets in.
We heard them talk at the desk about the strategy for Space Station Gaming, how maybe they're going to try and muddle things up just a little bit as TRK gliding through the air to the backboard. There's Ahmad, and he just missed across the goal line, but it's O'Khaled right there who's kind of going to have a target on his back, Yummy, as they really want to take him off his game.
You take him out, you've still got TRK and Ahmad, who have been absolute fire this tournament.
Well, it's TRK beaten here by Daniel, who leads the team in scoring. Almost got an assist, but the save by Ahmad, the clear by TRK.
But you're seeing the offensive pressure coming out from Space Station Gaming. They're not afraid to get in front, and you can see the aggressiveness as well. Maybe that bump and play style might mess up Falcons, who are normally used to having space in the midfield.
Look at Reynolds go. He's going around the corner over and over again, looking for these demos. Team Falcons have to watch out.
Yeah, Reynolds is going to be a menace. He's got a lot of work to do in this series in particular. He steals more boosts than anybody else in the tournament. Over 6 big boosts stolen per game. And that's just astronomical when you think the next guy is well under 5.5. He has been a real pest to play against in the first couple of days.
And that's all about setting up Laniel, the young gun. He's the player for SSG, but it's Reynolds who's going to sneak it in.
It was only a matter of time. Every time Space Station Gaming move upfield to get closer and closer. Daniel to Reynolds. You see Khaled trying to make the touch out, but he puts it into his own net. That's that Space Station pressure.
Reynolds and Daniel involved in yet another scoring play. Now 17 of the 18 goals between those two. And now TRK trying to go up against Arsenal. Good luck. He's been phenomenal with a bucket load of assists. May have another one lined up here with Daniel throwing one downfield. Arsenal trailing in behind the play. Reynolds coming in as well, and TRK there to meet him. Ahmad gonna have a look. with options behind him. And he dropped one down on target, but easily cleared by Daniel.
Just a couple of aerial chances. Space Station, though, challenging early, ensuring there's not enough room for a change of direction on that ball, and that's making it easier to defend.
You're seeing the bumps come out. That one TRK takes out Arsenal, but Arsenal will be back in time. Doesn't seem like it's so easy for Falcons to really get shot plays set up that well, as a lot of work has been met. But here's Ahmed, free shot, and it's in!
Sniped by Ahmed. That is an absolute curler. Right over the defender, free space for him. Goodbye, Daniel.
The leading scorer in this match, and Daniel just thought he might be able to catch up with his shot. No contest, tie game.
If there's anyone who has placement, it's going to be Ahmed, and we have seen that so many times throughout the career. Let's look at TRK as well. So much freedom, and Falcons with so much ball control. That shot will go straight to Arsenal. He's going to grab some control here and try to move things out, but we're under 2 minutes left in this game. Pass out there, Kyler will play it low. 50-50, SSG just really have to be careful. You see Daniel being third man back. He has to be prepared to hold off on this Falcons.
This is shaping up to be a very close game, and that may advantage the very experienced squad of Space Station, especially at Winter, how long they were able to hold out at every game. When the demos came out, they were able to throw off their opponents. We do head to that 1 minute 40 mark.
Just about 100 seconds remaining in a tie ball game, just the way we all kind of figured it would go. Not much separates Falcons and Space Station on paper or on the pitch. Lob up to Ahmad, and he just could not clear the way. Khaled never got a shot off here, but here's TRK, who alongside Ahmad, both shooting over 40% coming into this matchup. You know when the ball's on their hood, you got a high degree of difficulty trying to stop it, and Daniel let it go by. Ahmad punishes.
You can't miss reads like that against Team Falcons. They'll punish you every time. Ahmad playing the miss, and it's an open net for him.
And on a stage like this, Daniel is shaking in his boots, but it's not over yet. Still plenty of time here for Space Station if they want to bring it back.
Well, Reynolds will have to take this from his own back line by design. Now Daniel up against TRK. Two of the younger stars of the RLCS going head-to-head, but there's Ahmad there to the rescue. Now Reynolds right at TRK, trying to play into space, and he got over Daniel, so Arsenal's got to continue the play now, as he has Reynolds all the way across, but he won't get this cleanly, and Ahmad breathing down his neck. Reynolds at least out of the corner, and TRK with another powerful clear sends SSG back to the drawing board.
40 seconds for Space Station. They're looking for that counterattack. They have players pushing forward, but they can't quite connect on those passes before the intercepts come through from Falcons.
You see Reynolds, though, trying to see if they can catch him off guard. Daniel up early, the shot straight to TRK, and it'll be cleared away. They have to make the most of these drives, as right now, Arsenal low 50, but no one there to follow up. Time ticking down in game one.
15 seconds for SSG to play a little bit of defense and turn it into offense. Daniel with the decoy play, leave that for Arsenal. Countdown going on now. Reynolds waiting patiently. No panic yet for SSG, but now they got to throw the house. Arsenal with a good challenge. TRK and Khaled will send this over to the side, and Reynolds barely kept it in the air, but could not break past Ahmad. Arsenal barely keeps it alive. TRK to kill it, and Falcons take game one.
History is it gonna continue? Can Falcons keep charging forward? They take game one.
They take game one, but SSG put up a tough fight. Couple of saves coming out there from Arsenal and Daniel. You could see on the offensive drives what they wanted to do. Out pressure Falcons, make them uncomfortable in their own half. Get some bumps and demos, the SSG play style. But Falcons so good at controlling the ball and playing it around that for them, all it took was just getting their opportunities. They get the scores late, and they're able to hold on.
They were never able to really take Khaled out of the game. He was always consistently there. And then you've got Ahmad and TRK pushing up, being ready to receive any touch that's going to come out of the defense. Space Station as well. A couple of mistakes in the defense that cost them.
So Ahmad leading the way with his 5 shots. Deadly accuracy a couple of times. Did get a gift on one of those goals. How do you not absolutely fall in love with this going on behind us and all around the Copper Box Arena? It is so good to be back.
That's right.
I can't emphasize enough how important that is. MENA haven't had their own land. This is the closest thing. London is the closest thing they can get to a home crowd.
But now both teams have an entire arena watching.
I don't know how they propose to keep the noise out of their ears. It is deafening at times inside the Copper Box Arena, but then kind of a hushed silence falls over the crowd as we go to Aquadome for game 2, and the tension is there as this is ricocheted away. A great opportunity for Falcons on the doorstep, but now TRK has to start from square one.
We keep seeing over and over again how cool Falcons are under pressure. They'll go for a fake, they're communicating well, they'll let the ball go behind to one of their teammates because they're not afraid of having to rush.
That comfortability for Falcons is very important here. The ability to stay locked in. You start to look at SSG, you want to see that from Daniel. Daniel's definitely had some great carries upfield, but sometimes those final shots haven't been on. Pass, Khaled, TRK, oh, it's off the post!
That will not help the old shooting percentage, usually incredibly reliable, but not this time. The SSG defense catches a huge, huge break. TRK doesn't make contact this time, and that will be dished off to the corner, where SSG finally gets the reprieve they very much needed. Drop down to Arsenal, intercepted by O'Khaled.
Redall's looking for those demos on the attack, and it seems what they have to do against a team like Falcons. The defense has been strong, the midfield has been strong. Space Station aren't able to hold strong or long amounts of attack against them, so they have to make one big play.
See Arsenal going in and out, just trying to get these demos, trying to slow down Falcons, trying to give Daniel some room here. Daniel also with the card change coming in, but that being said, keep an eye out on him. If he starts to feel comfortable and enabled, this could send SSG to a new level.
That's the advantage as well of Falcons going so fast. It does make them more elusive, harder to demo, harder to find for Space Station. And they may have to change up their playstyle a little bit here if they want to really take control of the game.
Huge bump there by TRK. It looked like Falcons might have given up possession deep in their own territory to Space Station, but that timely bump intercepts the play, and SSG are still left wondering, how can they break through this staunch Falcons defense? Ahmad and Reynolds to the rescue, keeping this game scoreless for now.
It's a close game. Daniel, flip reset off the back wall. TRK sends it to the side. Reynolds is there, and Arsenal has to get boost, so this play is going to try to drop down. But now Falcons, looking for a counterattack, will send it to Daniel, and things will settle here. But you got to think for SSG, they have to make the most out of some of these drives. They've been coming up a little bit too short.
They haven't been able to get it, but neither have Team Falcons. Ahmad looking for the opportunities, and it feels like Daniel at the other end is the one to create those chances. But now Arsenal, we saw him in the winter split step up massively in the group stage. He could also be the one here to make the difference.
And it's his physical play that has to shine here for SSG. He's been brilliant with the bumps and demos, in particular demolitions though. Comes in second in the tournament, only behind, of course, Kong for demolitions per game. Here's Ahmad, just trying to launch O'Khaled downfield, who hasn't done a lot of scoring, but he does here! Falcons strike first again!
This is the team play that has brought them on this stage! Beautiful carry from Khaled. He does it all in the air.
This is Khaled's first land, or is it his 100th land? Khaled is going big.
TRK looking for more. This could be a dangerous spot for Space Station. Good ball into space, still almost netward. That is a great solo effort by one of the best solo players in the game. He's up for more too. My goodness, is there anywhere he's not yummy?
Yeah, they're everywhere. Team Falcons have had so many chances on the attack. Every time they're crossing it up, they have somebody ready. Even now, an accidental pitch is going to go in their favor and almost finds the net.
My thing is, for this Falcons team, you look how they're not afraid to send these passes out. They pass out in transition. These has been so efficient for them, despite SSG trying to demo. As Khaled trying to get around Arsenal. Good touch. He gets demo for that, but buys Reynolds enough time. And it just seems like they swarm Space Station Gaming. There's a minute left, and SSG are playing from behind.
Just 1 minute left. That's all it takes for Space Station.
They have not had any success stopping O'Khaled, and they've had less success stopping TRK.
Damn! He is absolutely disgusting. It's automatic. Off the backboard, lower left corner. Falcons are here.
He could
Falcons double their lead. They show no signs of relenting. And now Daniel got to try and figure out how to breach midfield, which has just not happened for SSG. They've had so few quality looks. TRK to the backboard. Reynolds lets it go, and fortunately for SSG, they at least maintain a sliver of hope here at the end of game 2.
Every time the ball's near the net, you're thinking, Falcons, don't do it to him again.
They've got everything going. The momentum in the game, the crowd on their side, and also the clock in game 2. Final 15 seconds, and it just looks like there's no way this one gets away from them. SSG have one more drive. You see Daniel, he doesn't have the read. The clear out doesn't matter. Ball's gonna hit the ground. Falcons take game 2.
They are up 2-0. They don't just have the crowd behind them, they have the spirit of every minor region backing this team. No minor region has ever made a top 3 before.
Minor region. That is a term that is going to be obsolete
by
the end
it's
of
over. It's
not just
already
this
gone.
season, by the end of this event. And we've got the word Space Station has taken a timeout, and a well-taken timeout here because all the momentum is squarely, as you can hear, on the side of Team Falcons.
That right there, that along with the gameplay that you're seeing on the screen, sometimes that can be too much. We've seen SSG break down, and for Chrome, this is a big timeout. They got to be able to neutralize this. He has to be able to lock these boys in if they want to have any chance in this series.
They have been able to do it. V1 in the Winter Major. They did in the lower bracket against Moist as well. They made late series comebacks. They are an incredibly smart team. They know how to adapt. But I don't think the demo plays are going to be the answer. What do they do?
I mean, it's really just about neutralizing things in the air, playing that midfield game, cutting out those passes. They have to be fast. We've seen them when they're on their own drives upfield. They can get to the ball much more quicker sometimes in some challenges, but when it comes to Falcons, they have a really good way of managing the pace of game. They can see when SSG are low on boost, and they take full advantage of it.
Chrome has called the Falcon squad a familiar matchup. He says he sees this matchup constantly. Another counterattack team in North America. But now, maybe the best coach in the game, at least for my money, has to find a way to bring his team back from the brink of relegation to the lower bracket. And if anybody can, I have full faith in Chrome's ability to do so.
Chrome Day 1 as well was that hype man when everybody felt down, when no one was truly cheering. He brought him up, and I think that's going to be huge for Daniel. He looks like he's lacking a bit of confidence right now. And look at them go.
I love this. This is a familiar one for you too, Yummy. A lot of support for Team Falcons. SSG trying to rally as well.
Oh, God. The entire stadium is shaking.
It is actually shaking. You can feel the rumble under our feet. This is absolutely incredible. I know this. We talked this arena up so much when the word got out there we're coming back to London. It has absolutely delivered. And now Reynolds is trying to deliver with a solo effort off the kickoff, but nothing doing there as Ahmad shut him down. And that's got to be the problem for SSG too. It's got to be a team effort to get by SSG because there is nobody that can outplay anybody on Falcons.
See if the timeout worked. You saw a pass play almost connect there from Space Station. They come out the gate swinging a bit. The first few minutes is going to be very important to see if they've been able to kind of lock back in. Otherwise, this series could be over for him. Here's Arsenal in the air. Low play. Reynolds followed. That's also a block from Ahmad. He's almost like a wall. Daniel trying to do it all. Gets a touch, but Khaled has to read.
It's already looking a lot better for Space Station. They're not just hitting the ball towards the defense. They're taking some more time. They're keeping the possession, and that's what allowed Daniel there to make a slower play.
Oh, Daniel trying here. Oh, he got the shot through, but the defense altered the shot just enough, and he couldn't get it cleanly on target. So now Ahmad, given all day to play this ball out of the zone. Left down for Daniel to the backboard. TRK right there, and more importantly, no clear rebound.
Look how far back Falcons are sitting as well, and this could be a bit of a disaster if they are willing to push forward. They may feel too confident with this 2-game lead. They need to keep that aggression up.
I mean, you see them though, even when they're uncomfortable reads, they're always able to make a little bit of contact with the ball. Just being able to make contact is going to make Space Station a little bit more hesitant up the field. That being said, Space Station have had all the pressure in this opener.
That's one of the most underestimated part of their mechanics. They're not just thinking about this current touch. They're thinking about where they can land, where they can recover, where they can hit the ball to as well.
Oh, Daniel barely getting a piece of that. His shot just a little off, and O'Khalid had the stop on the near side anyways. Now Reynolds stuffed by O'Khalid again. And that's been the problem too. For Falcons, they've made multiple stops in a row. 2 attackers have come for SSG, and neither's had any success. TRK got a piece of this. Open opportunity, and Arsenal scores his first of the series.
You can see the play building. Once Daniel picked up the mid boost, it's a perfect bounce. Falcons, for the first time, look uncomfortable. Double backflips as Arsenal puts it in the top right.
They're in England. They got their teacups out and they had a picnic in net. Space Station had run rings around them. They didn't know what to do.
Seeing now, Space Station, have they figured things out coming off the timeout? You see Arsenal looking very comfortable on that drive. And again, they continue to keep up that offensive pressure. Falcons have been stuck in their own half for almost half a game.
This is insane. Nobody does that to Falcons. No one in their own region, no one throughout this weekend have been able to pin the Falcons for as long as Space Station have. And they're doing it again, it looks like.
Halfway mark of a game that just you feel like mentally SSG absolutely must win. TRK over towards O'Khalid. O'Khalid, no other options. Easy stop by Daniel over to Reynolds, and more importantly, to a teammate and to an intentional play deep in SSG territory. We've seen Space Station get a little panicky in defense. Just kind of throw the ball, hoping somebody can get into it. Oh, this sneaks its way through, and Daniel gets a cheeky second goal.
You're absolutely right. Just sneaks past, Halligan gets a mistouch, and you can see TRK tries to get there in time. Everyone tries to make contact with the ball, but Space Station have found a way in. They found the secret.
And we know Arsenal, the leader of these comebacks, he got a sneaky little touch on O'Khalid that threw everyone on Falcons off.
SSG, it feels though like a couple times they've gotten gifts to get into this series. Now they got to actually capitalize and maintain this advantage. Reynolds missed this one. The shot from O'Khalid, no good, and the follow-up from TRK wide as well. Golden opportunity not converted this time for Falcons, and now it's Team Falcons starting to fall apart just a little bit late in game 3.
They can't get the shots they're looking for them. They go wide, they go high, and that's because Space Station have been keeping them so locked out that they're desperate for the best shot possible. None of it's sticking.
Oh, Reynolds, ooh, he tried to turn for that one in time. Uncharacteristic whiffs from Falcons when they're in the upper third, and time ticking down. Can they make something happen? Ahmad, slow play, shot, top right, and then they bring it within 1.
He is Ahmad. He will roar. Team Falcons will not sit down, and he's brought them back into this game with a sneaky little fake.
Just a little hesitation, all it takes to throw off SSG, and suddenly it's a game again. Ahmad right through Daniel like he wasn't even there as Arsenal has to play that out to the side. TRK waiting, and he does not commit too far. He realizes there's plenty of time on the clock as TRK now going to come up here as O'Khalid rotates out. Waiting, trying to hit Ahmad in the middle, not there. Now O'Khalid will find Ahmad to tie the game!
He's a miracle! Thank you, Ahmad! Falcons, did you believe they bring it back?
He does it again and again. How many times does he have to show you who he is?
15 goals in the major. None bigger than that one to tie up game 3. And he almost got by Arsenal again, but another opportunity, 2-on-1, and still the Falcons defense holds. And again, all the momentum from the squad from Saudi Arabia as Ahmad will play this out to the wing. And Arsenal right there to meet him. A rare win for Arsenal. And now we will pause things here with 19 seconds. Oh, high drama here at the Copper Box. 19 seconds separating us from overtime in game 3.
You can tell it's getting a little controversial here in the copper box. A lot of people are trying to figure out what happened there, as we have 19 seconds left. We got word controller disconnect here, and now we
of
are
all
going to have...
times.
Yeah.
Oh, you couldn't script this any better.
The magical moment it all builds.
And it's a mental fortitude test now for these teams. You have that high intensity right down to the closing seconds, and now you come back with, all right, kickoff, 19 seconds, and you've got overtime looming, and who knows how long that could last here in game 3.
And now you really got to think about it, because like you said, this is the game after Space Station have taken the timeout.
Yep.
It felt like earlier on in this game, they had Falcons figured out, but you've all talked about it. They've been such a strong counter-attacking team. Ahmad only needs 1 or 2 good looks, and we've seen him every time he has a look. He's made the most of it. Now, as things are all equalized here, the question is, who's going to come away with this one?
Well, maybe a disadvantage there for Falcons because they were the ones that came out of nowhere, scored those 2 goals back to back, and I think Space Station would have felt a bit rocky, so maybe a little bit glad to have a bit of time to relax and go back to a kickoff.
Well, if you're just joining us, first of all, where have you been? It's okay, we forgive you. You've missed not quite a classic yet, but SSG threatening to make this a bit of a series. It's been Ahmad that has led the way for Falcons. 4 goals and an assist, 3 assists and a goal for Khalid. TRK has added a goal for Team Falcons. And Space Station Gaming struggling to get going, but they seem to have at least turned the corner at the start of game 3.
Can we just talk about Ahmad for a second?
Sure, let's talk all about Ahmad.
They were out. Space Station had absolutely dominated Team Falcons through this game. All the possession was theirs.
Pressure, everything.
And then Ahmad single-handedly switches it all around.
He just needed one play. You saw him do it all by himself. Then you saw his team start feeding him the ball, feed the hot hand. That's what works. But now with 19 seconds left in a kickoff here, things can swing one way or another.
Don't give Ahmad any space. Space Station were going over Khalid. Maybe they change up their plan. Maybe they start the demos towards Ahmad. The crowd's ready. Are you guys ready at home?
Here we go. 19 seconds.
Oh, let's go kickoff.
Incredibly important kickoff for both sides.
Khalid.
No way! Led for the lead, and Daniel with the save. SSG tested immediately. And now a sudden countdown for overtime in game 3. Ahmad, one more time. No, we go to OT.
What a scary passenger play for Space Station. Right off the kickoff, straight in their own back half, but another kickoff goes in their favor this time.
Back-to-back kickoffs here. This one definitely favoring SSG. You see Daniel with the short touch, and it just gives the ball to TRK. Now SSG, they have a chance here. They're set up to work. You see Arsenal, quick shot in, but this one will go and finally get cleared out.
Wait. He just could not convert. Arsenal got in the way. Follow up here. There's nobody diving in. So Reddles will pound one downfield, and TRK sure-handed at the back has the easy play, but now Reddles, quick turn, up to the backboard against Khalid.
There's a
demo comes through, but it's popped away off of Arsenal, and Daniel has to stay back.
It almost looked like the unlikely culprit of Reddles would be the one to finish Team Falcons, but they keep managing to hold on. Space Station getting creative here. Look like they might be able to get those chances if they can just get another shot towards net.
Ahmad has been just impossible to deal with for Space Station Gaming. And now Khalid, met by Reddles. We're just one awkward touch, one big-time 50 away from this game and maybe series turning on its head. Ahmad couldn't get by Reddles, so Khalid now back to TRK, who tried to take his time. And now Ahmad given no quarter at all. But TRK back to Khalid, his shot saved by Reddles.
Oh man, it's so scary here for Space Station. They're trying to manage the play, but Falcons, they're passing it back and forth between each other. Even when getting demoed, they are continuing to go all in on the play, and the fact that they connect so well means SSG have to watch every single angle. Their heads are on a swivel right now.
Ahmad, he's playing the biggest series of his life, and he is willing to fake in front of the opponent's net over and over again. It hasn't quite paid off yet, but it has.
2v1.
A huge space. TRK, he's got out that into bot. Daniel,
There's a bump.
makes a save.
It goes through. An answered prayer. Nobody could keep it out. And Falcons are on match point.
It's a light touch, but it's just enough for Falcons. They go all in on the drive, and it pays off massively for them.
How big are their brains? TRK and Ahmad working as a unit. O'Callaghan gets the clear at Space Station. They had all three members back, but they couldn't find the touch.
You can hear them all through Olympic Park from here. Unbelievable. The crowd fully behind Team Falcons, who are 5 minutes away from a shot at V1 and a shot at history, being the first team to confirm a top 4 finish since Chiefs. When you talk about non-NA and EU teams.
The fashion that they're doing it in is remarkable. They're set to take a sweep on SSG. Even with the pauses, even with the tactical timeouts, they continue to dominate. And this is why those boys are trouble.
I still can't believe Ahmad gets that bump on Daniel as he's trying to get it. It looked perfectly fine. It looked like Daniel had made the biggest save of his life.
I know.
The fact that he went for the bump is remarkable in itself. He could have just tried to put a shot on it and said, no, let's make this as open as possible. It pays off so big.
It's almost starting to feel like our top 2 players in the world right now are from Sam and Mina, Yanks and Ahmad.
Ahmad is making a very strong case for MVP. Almost added another there, but here goes Arsenal with Reynolds downfield. And again, Reynolds couldn't get the bump, but it doesn't matter. Arsenal scores.
We've seen this play before when SSG's backs are against the wall. Reynolds hunting, he makes the contact this time, and Arsenal wins the 50.
Space Station, they're the 1 out of 3 matches they were able to get the reverse sweep. If anybody could do it, it'll be Space Station.
Oh boy, it is a long, arduous road to get there. A save made by TRK as Daniel has to retreat. Arsenal trying to go underneath, and now here come Falcons. Breaking out in formation again. Oh, Khaled just missed wide. TRK immediately ties the game.
They respond just as efficiently. Look at the infield pass. Had the entire Space Station defense jumping. TRK with the equalizer, and just like that, this game's back on.
Free flip gang adds a member, and they add a member at land. O'Callaghan, again, he has not been able to get a heartbreak throughout the season, but maybe not anymore. Space Station almost finds one.
Yeah, but now you gotta watch the counter-attack. TRK denied right at the goal line by Reynolds.
This is fierce.
It's unbelievable to see the amount of offensive mechanics, to see the output of constant pressure, to see SSG. They can barely get a moment to breathe before it's back to their own
Watch out, Arsenal. You've got a rocket coming at you. Team Falcons won't stop. This is unbelievable, the amount of tag coming out from both teams.
Arsenal gonna try it himself. Got a piece of TRK, and there's no follow-up shot. Oh, a big whiff in front. A costly one at that for SSG, and they don't convert on the second opportunity either.
That hurts for SSG.
It does. Seeing that drive, they could have definitely made the most of Reynolds and made some contact there. They're still giving it their all on offense. You can see again just the layout. There's Daniel trying to get the bump out, but no lack of follow-up to apply pressure. It's clear all the way into the midfield for Falcons. And with that space, look at it, they're all regained and boosted. They're back at it.
I mean, it's easy to say, okay, just go after Ahmad. He's having the series of his life. The problem is, Khaled's been the one that's been setting the table for Team Falcons. You have to cut the play off before it begins. That's SSG's strategy coming in. This time they do get the demo on Ahmad, but they still don't get any forward momentum. They took out Ahmad, they took out TRK. They're both back in the play, and nothing got anywhere close to the net.
This is just proof of why it's so strong to have 3 mechanical players on Falcon. Space Station against any team would be doing so well with these demos, but you take out 1, 2 more are replacing.
No timeouts. No more games to give. Halfway through game 4. Can SSG come up with magic? Can they stop a Team Falcons that just seems like they won't quit? Ball on the goal line. Kala can't make it there in time.
Here goes Ahmad again, but this time met by Reynolds, and you can tell SSG straightening up a little bit in their chairs and getting a lot more proactive when Ahmad's anywhere near the ball. Reynolds trying to keep this play in. Looking for heads, finding none. Daniel will center, but TRK has this one lined up, and another clear from the youngster.
SSG's defense has been clutch. They are going to hold on even longer as they go for more shots towards the net. Daniel circling and providing that pressure to make sure O'Callaghan can't get an easy clear, an easy counterattack. They continue. And a clear does come eventually for Falcons.
Another game hurtling perilously close to overtime. TRK gonna take his time. Doesn't have much in the tank, but he'll still try and dance around Reynolds. Arsenal waiting at the back. Reynolds lobbing one in, easy stop by O'Callaghan, but it's the second and third chance opportunities you got to worry about. Reynolds going after TRK, chased him halfway up the wall and still could not make contact.
This feels like for SSG, they're trying their best to not come in, but you see Daniel, not enough room to be solo. Reynolds though with the shot, it's in! SSG take the lead!
They are relentless, the demos, the shots, and eventually it had to open up. Reynolds pushing that through as hard as he possibly could.
Could not come at a better time for SSG, but now they got to hold on for just over a minute to try and prolong this series, prolong their life in the upper bracket. Here's Ahmad, who's certainly got other plans, nearly on target, and Daniel will sweep it out of harm's way.
Defense from Space Station is so clutch right now, but isn't it
Ahmad! Oh, what a save!
They still are going. TRK looking for the shot as well. 40 seconds left here for Team Falcons.
Team Falcons again with that pressure. Like you said, they won't quit until that time hits 0. And for SSG, they have to hold on here. Daniel with the free space, but no boost. So going to try to get the 50 out. Looking at the boost side for SSG, they've been low here for so much. They haven't been able to get any control over the game. But as long as they can stop Falcons from scoring, they continue to play on in the upper bracket.
Falcons trying to hold SSG at bay and keep their hopes of a sweep alive. Final opportunity here. The communication not on point for Falcons on that effort. Daniel got a piece of this, and we will see at least a 5th game.
We've seen this before from SSG. We've seen them fight back tooth and nail. Look a little bit dicey on the start of the reverse sweep, but they are a team all about the momentum.
Exactly, and this is why that's such a big win for them, because it felt like all the momentum was against them going into this game, especially. The way that they were able to perform, I mean, you see Arsenal come alive. That's a huge sign for the team. And then just to see them, even when Falcons strike back, continuing, it was a battle. Push-pull, mechanic, the demo plays, all the bumps that we end up seeing on both sides of the field were absolutely insane. But for Space Station Gaming here now, as they get one more game, you gotta think this is probably the best position they've been in.
They are playing a bit of a dangerous game, letting Falcons have shot after shot, and you know how powerful they can be, but they're also drawing Falcons closer to their net. That allows them to be more in that position for those demos that we obviously see successfully panning out for them in this game.
We see these games very early on threatening to become Wild West shootouts, and then the defenses settle in. Fortunately, this time for Space Station, they got theirs before the Falcons clamped down defensively. But now they've got to do it again. A 5th game, Wasteland, the backdrop, as we see if SSG can prolong things any further. Ahmad, waterfall down, and Daniel's right there. He's got all day to play it.
The kickoffs have worked well for Falcons. They are often getting a bit of pressure on, but it can turn around in an instant. Arsenal gets goal 1.
I expected them to get a touch out on the side of Falcons, but I didn't expect it to go on the back of the net. Beautiful shot from Arsenal, forcing the defense to make that error.
Arsenal had only 1 goal in the first day. Those 2 matches that got SSG to this point. He's got 3 in this series, and he leads the team in scoring now. O'Callaghan, kind of an awkward play. Arsenal there to meet him. Now here's Reynolds. taking his chances up against TRK. Now Arsenal lob one in, and that's easily dealt with by Ahmad. Here come Falcons, who have answered quickly, time and time again, when SSG scores early.
Ahmad is looking for his chances too. He loves going off the roof. If he has that extra time on the ball, you know he can both go for a flip reset or fake it out.
Oh, that's in! That's in! No way! They picked the pockets! Falcons push too far forward and they pay the price of the clear.
Team Falcons bit off more than they could chew with that one at Space Station. They're looking on cloud 9 right now.
Manual chance as SSG open up a 2-goal lead. Now out of the corner, TRK and O'Khalid working their way downfield with Ahmad already forward. Just could not get by Arsenal, and Arsenal just seems to be playing with kind of renewed energy now into this 5th game.
Yeah, they have a great start, but this is going to be a long 4 minutes for Space Station Gaming. We've seen Falcons surge late. They're going to have to keep up this pace of play.
They were able to make the 2-goal comeback before, led by Ahmed. 3 minutes 40 is a long time. I do suspect that Space Station will keep the pressure forward, will keep on the attack, not give Falcons too much more room on that ball.
Arsenal easily dealt with Daniel all the way over on the side. They let him take a lot of time and space to set this play up, but here come Falcons again, only as far as Reddles. Waiting for someone to blink now near the middle stages of Game 5. SSG firmly in control, trying to get us to Neo Tokyo. And TRK will try and launch a counterattack. It's just not there. Ahmad was so far downfield. Reddles now to Arsenal, and they just don't have the connection.
This is good for Space Station Gaming, though. They're building up the confidence as they move upfield. You can see it. Reddles is taking more solo plays. Arsenal's getting involved as well. They're starting to leave it for each other. Falcons haven't been able to manage this at all.
And I love that from Reddles. He's able to go for the solo play. He's going for that touch that's going to just keep it away from Falcons. It doesn't require a second person from SSG. It looks like they are comfortable trying to hold on to a 2-goal lead.
You know, we see so often a team with a lead like this, they will still try and press downfield and then give the ball back to the opposition and give them multiple looks at their net. As that one just a little high and wide from O'Khalid. Here goes Arsenal, can't follow the play himself, and he couldn't get TRK either. But what we're seeing out of SSG now is they have kind of played this possession game. They're not letting Falcons get to the ball with time and space, other than here with TRK, but there's nobody there to pass to.
This looks really awkward for SSG right now. They haven't been able to get good touches. They're also low on boost at this point. Arsenal has the most. That's a huge clear to be able to get them some space, but they definitely were in danger on that drive.
Sometimes when you look awkward, though, it can lead to your advantage. It pushes your opponents too far and too fast, like Falcons have done a couple of times throughout this game, throughout this series, on the comeback from Space Station. A minute 40, we saw a very deadly Falcons early on. Not seeing the same chances coming from them.
You can tell it is a different approach from SSG with the 2-goal lead. They have stifled the Falcons' attack, and they've started to turn the crowd a little bit. I mean, they've taken the crowd out of this. You know they are waiting to erupt if TRK or Ahmad can come through here. Got the demolition. It's TRK taken off. Arsenal was taken out as well. Ahmad shot, easily stopped by Reddles. And now it's TRK. We'll make it a game again.
Once they activate, your defense better be ready. You saw the initial touch. He wanted to force that touch out of Reddles. The follow-up, and TRK gets an open look and an open net. You can't give that to Falcons.
It takes all 3 members of the Falcons to be able to get through Space Station's defense. But that is where their push-up, their aggression, their 1-minute play may come into advantage. That's where the comeback might happen.
Just ask any G2 fan. No lead is safe in this building. Arsenal trying to add back to it, but O'Khalid at least shadowed him enough. And now Ahmad right down the middle. TRK a little late getting started, and Reddles will dish this off. That's a great play to set up Daniel. Is pass to Reddles, intercepted by Ahmad. And now with 33 seconds left, Team Falcons waiting for their opportunity to break out again.
Huge credit to Reddles throughout this game. He's been going for some of the smartest touches that keep it away from Falcons, that keep the possession, that give them more chances, and that maybe score goals. Now with 20 seconds left.
This is going to be close. SSG just have to stop Falcons from getting on that counter attack. But here's TRK taking his time. Pass to Khaled. Khaled tries to play that out. TRK's in the midfield, has Ahmed in the mid, but he has to retreat. Daniel to Arsenal. Goal!
Space Station! They are going to take another. And this is a statement game. This is a game that says, yes, the comeback is real.
SSG has been in this spot plenty of times before, and I've reminded them in the past, all right, if you're gonna win one or two, you might as well win the rest of them, or don't waste our time. We're gonna see a 6th game.
Well. They got started. Is it a little too late? We have yet to find out. But Space Station Gaming, stay alive after a very impressive game 5 from them. Again, Falcons being so limited in this game.
Yeah.
Just not as much as controlled as all. Of course, they got that one breakaway play where, you know, the entire team got involved, but they didn't have opportunities like that.
You heard Reddle say it earlier. Team Falcons are the most mechanical team in the world. But if you looked at this game, you wouldn't believe it. Because Space Station stopping them at every touch, stopping them before they can make a single play. And Falcons have had to stretch as 3 players. That was their one goal.
History being what it is, SSG has done this 3 times already. Twice on LAN, and the one that wasn't was the first ever best of 7 reverse sweep in the North American RLCS. It was this season. So Space Station Gaming in very familiar territory, going to a 6th game after dropping the first 3. Even with all that momentum against them after the game 3 loss, we continue on.
The question is, how much more do they have left in the tank? They continue to extend and expand their leads. Game 6 is on the screen.
And how much does Falcons have left in their tank? Can they stretch? Can they make the adaptations? They haven't called the timeout.
That timeout still in the pocket of Team Falcons as Ahmad drops one to the backboard, and it's a shot that's going to be way off to the corner. Nothing netward or towards a teammate for Team Falcons. Space Station maybe let off the hook, but Khaled there to continue the pressure. Looking to get one more touch. Reynolds has control though, and a much needed clear out of the Space Station half.
Good clears out. The Falcons have been concerningly quiet.
They have.
The question is, are they starting to see some sort of frustration themselves, as it hasn't been working in terms of, they've been able to get out, but when developing the offensive plays, it hasn't been as simple as it was at the start of the series. Every time they try to go for a pass, it just gets cut out. The Space Station is moving the ball very well around.
Team Falcons have not been able to break down Space Station as well as they did the first 3 games of this series. Really first 3.5 games of this upper bracket semi. Reynolds now out of the corner. They got a demo, but TRK, his absence is not fatal. And now Ahmad trying to get through. Oh. It feels like he changes speed so often, it's almost impossible to defend on the fly.
And when he has so much space in the air, you're expecting a flip reset. That's why it works so well to fake it out, to fake out the defense. But there we go! Arsenal, baby!
T-Shaka strikes again! Off the ceiling, wastes no time shooting that past the Falcons defense. He's come alive, and so has Space Station Gaming.
It's always Daniel for Space Station, but the 2 experienced players, the 2 veterans, the 2 older players are the ones stepping up right now.
Arsenal has taken this series over for Space Station, and now Reynolds threatening to drop one in front. Khaled's got the clear, and more importantly, towards a teammate in TRK. He's got Ahmad to his right down below. And Ahmad looking to steal boost, not going to be able to, so he had to play that ball middle. And Arsenal right to Reynolds, 2-man play downfield with Daniel just waiting back. And now it's his turn to challenge TRK, and he couldn't get the ball, but got the next best thing. Stop TRK, SSG holds possession in their own zone, but they might have got stuck playing with their own food a little too much.
I don't like that from Khaled. You've seen how successful they are when they're slowing the ball down all throughout their play in this new MENA region. It has been make a fake, draw out a defender, then take the shot. But now it looks like almost they're panicking. They're taking the shot from the midfield, easy to defend.
You see that early jump too from TRK, trying to get involved as quickly as possible. Falcons are just banking on a Space Station mistake, but Space Station, as they've started to gain momentum in this series, they've also been so much more consistent on just making contact with the ball, and it's been really tough for Falcons to play off that. Got 2 minutes left here in Game 6, and for Falcons, they're gonna need something here really soon. It just feels like they've been playing most of this game in their own half.
The sign of SSG playing well is that their opponents look panicked, and Team Falcons are rushing.
This will be Daniel. It looked like he might have had Reynolds as an option. Instead, Reynolds had to turn back. And Arsenal's gonna fall right on this. Right place, right time. But as cool as that play looked, didn't really do a whole lot for SSG. The lead is still just the 1 goal. TRK in the air. Daniel there just a little bit faster. And I think that has changed significantly. TRK was faster than anybody else on SSG. Daniel has finally matched him as the series has gone on.
Look at that speed from Daniel. It's a great cut. He's straight to Arsenal. He tried to play it slow, but TRK not taking the time at all. He's playing his own game out there. Falcons are used to playing so fast. No. That's an uncharacteristic miss, and Reynolds will punish him for it.
Oh, Falcons, you are up 3 games. It's about to be a tied series, and a mistake like that from Ahmad shows the stakes.
And you can see the emotion.
Yep.
Hand on the head. The frustration is there. What a turn of events.
I'd say now the teams are even, right? I mean, SSG gave Falcons a couple gifts like that very early on in the series. Now it's been paid back and are just about right back where we started. Almost tied up in the series, but still a minute left for Falcons to turn this around and change their fate.
The most clutch team in Rocket League is that Space Station Gaming right now. The team that can turn any series on its head.
Whoa,
We're heading
whoa,
towards
whoa,
Game
whoa.
7, but Ahmad, he does not want that Game 7.
They might have to prove to you once again if they're clutch with mistakes like that. Misplay in the backfield, they get caught out, and Ahmad forces it into the open net.
Sometimes they just stall on the clutch.
Hey, so, you know, if Space Station wanted to make the series ugly, that's one thing. That looked hideous. Here we go, 38 seconds left. Reynolds gotta recover now. That drops right to O'Callaghan. And the window has been opened for Falcons to try and prevent a trip to Champions Field. TRK had it drop down in front, but Arsenal's there. Reynolds as well, and he played the low 50 to beat O'Callaghan. And now it's Ahmad, full tank of boost. That kicks out to Daniel, who makes it a 2-goal game again.
Free shot, Daniel's gonna bank it every time. The young rookie comes up big when it seemed like pressure was almost on SSG.
And in your dire moments, you have Rettles. He waited on that play, waited on that 50 so he could go underneath, so he could take it all the way down. 50 it back to Daniel. Rettles is a brilliant strategist.
Well, the final countdown serenading us and leading us to Champions Field.
They try for one more, but it won't matter. Space Station Gaming, my goodness.
The home of Rocket League, we head to the home of Game 7s. Space Station have got 3 in a row, and they have looked confident, comfortable in the last 2 games.
Imagine if SSG can continue this and pull it off. An all North American upper bracket final in London.
I love that Reynolds' mom, Reynolds' dad are here leading the SSG army. I think they're turning the crowd as much as anything else. We are seeing the crowd start cheering SSG.
Things have shifted dramatically.
The arena feels different.
It does. No one knows what's about to happen next. But there is one thing that is certain. We have a tactical timeout on the side of Falcons.
Yes, we do. They finally burned their timeout on match point. And so, Falcons get this extra minute to recover mentally and also try and talk through what has gone wrong in the last 20 minutes or so. that they have not been able to close out Space Station Gaming. Hey, I'll tell you what's gone wrong. They haven't stopped Arsenal. They accounted for Reddles, they accounted for Daniel. They kept Daniel from taking over the series as he did the first couple that SSG played. They did not have an answer for when T-Shock just decided, no, I want to win tonight.
What a combo. Arsenal and Reddles at the moment. Arsenal gets them the lead, Reddles is keeping it.
That level of performance, you gotta think, these two stepping up, it relieves so much pressure off of Daniel, who they are going to need in a situation like this.
We knew history could have been made. Now we know history will be made. Either Falcons get a top 3 or SSG get a best of 7 reverse sweep at Landon to go through to the upper bracket final.
The 2 best words in Rocket League, Champions Field. And we have one more game indeed to decide who faces version 1. Game 7, Falcons Space Station. Buckle up, here we go.
Let's see how the tactical timeout will fare Falcons. Can they figure things out when it's looked bleak? They've had a 3-game lead on Space Station Gaming, but they fought all the way back. As that is an open look at the net, but no one's there, and Daniel will get back in time.
The nerves already looking high with Space Station missing that one, with Falcons not willing to push up. This is definitely a Game 7 that they care about.
Who makes the first mistake? Who makes the first play that we'll never forget? It's O'Khaled for Ahmad, and jumping into the play is Daniel. Reddles left alone at the back. He's got the clear over TRK, and then Daniel getting in O'Khaled's way up in the air. And SSG, even through the timeout, they have not slowed down on defense. They're getting plenty of looks, our Team Falcons, but nothing kind of grade A quality at SSG's net.
Feels like things have started to slow down for Space Station Gaming. Most of these games, you gotta think that they've won. They've had the offensive pressure. We haven't really seen too much control or possession from them out of their own half. It's been rough as Falcons have completely turned it on from the start.
Falcons are trying to speed it up, but it is working somewhat, but at the same time, Space Station are playing up to it. They need to go for the save here, TRK, and what a save from Space Station.
Arsenal now trying to turn that defense into offense. Reddles also into the play, but it's Falcons breaking out of the zone. Double no!
It's open!
O'Khaled's there! Right between the eyes! Mina's secret weapon has finally been unleashed on land!
Mina's come alive, and so is Falcons! A beautiful setup by TRK, and Khaled being the one to start things off. They're gonna need the whole roster to take this Game 7.
It's felt like 3 games, 15 minutes purely in Space Station's court, but that is all it takes to turn it around. We finally see the first goal for Falcons.
Arsenal is going to be wide, and O'Khaled makes sure there's no rebound, but Daniel into the play as well, and the double commit there by Falcons wasn't pretty. SSG trying to keep this alive. It's Arsenal, net by TRK. Now Reddles. Oh, that's not clean by O'Khaled by any means. TRK taken out, but Daniel got a piece of that and played it away from Arsenal.
Oh no,
and now he's made an absolute mess of this.
Oh man, that was such a poor touch. SSG spent so many resources just trying to get that ball back out. But can they keep up the pressure? You're seeing Arsenal look for the bumps. You saw TRK try to bump Daniel. Daniel's holding on to it, but a 50 pass too. Oh, he gets bumped. He's still on top of the ball, but Reynolds will get a clear away.
TRK is managing to avoid bumps, get bumps. He's the one stepping up for Team Falcons in this Game 7.
Dangerous bouncer, Ahmad in no man's land, but nobody diving in for SSG. Now Reddles, solo effort, one to meet him. It's O'Khaled who makes the stop.
Arsenal.
Now Daniel, the Arsenal bouncer, saved away.
Oh no, mistouch from Daniel. That ball's gonna get away from Space Station, but Reynolds will try to keep it in for now. They're doing a good job of keeping the offense up and battling against Falcons, but they can't find that final shot.
Good
Even
pass.
as much as they try, it gets away from them.
And a great read from Khaled. That saves Team Falcons defense, because Space Station, they were looking close.
Power clear by Ahmad, right back once the ball came, so it's gonna be Arsenal. That one, I think, might have kissed the ceiling just a little bit, but O'Khalid had the read. Now Reddles can't get around Ahmad. Neither can Daniel. So Arsenal will try. He does, but TRK is waiting for him. Now Daniel going to take it himself. Easy stop by Ahmad, and more importantly, stays with possession. Burned all his boost, but then nudged Reddles away.
Holding on to a one-goal lead for a minute is incredibly tough. Can they do it?
SSG still trying here. Daniel looking for the double. It's mid.
Oh, he's not there.
And Arsenal can't go for it. Has to go back. Even with all this pressure, SSG still can't find the back of the net.
It's getting the moist vibe. Space Station versus Moist. It's those final moments. They're looking. They're pushing for the goal. Can they secure it? Can they get that overtime?
Arsenal, Doinkan, it's sent away by O'Khalid. But a miss there in the air by Ahmad.
He's got no
so now
boost.
Daniel with nothing in the tank, and it doesn't spawn for him. So he just has to sky one up, doing what very little he can. And then the demolition coming through, and nothing there at all for SSG, down to 33 seconds.
No boost and no support.
It's so awkward here for Space Station. Final 30 seconds. They need a drive. Arsenal to Daniel. Daniel gets the bump. It's off the post.
Oh,
no
where is he?
Oh no! TRK trying to get it past Arsenal, but this time it'll go off to the side.
They're cursed. They're cursed, Nazareth. Is it gonna happen again?
7 seconds. SSG brought it all the way to Champions Field. Was it all for naught? TRK with the stuff of his life, and Falcons are through!
For the first time in RLCS history, a very minor region team go top 3, and it is in the first season for Middle East.
Team Falcons have done it. There were so many questions coming into this event, and I'm sure those doubters have once again been silenced.
Nothing but excuses. Every time. Who's in this event? Who didn't play that one? Who didn't make the trip? Now the team's here at full strength, and the fans and the support is here in the Copper Box in full strength. It is a madhouse here in London.
This will go down in history. Here in the Copper Box, it always seems to happen. We have to see that chance that Space Station had right here. It was so close. We almost had that overtime, just like in that match against Queso for Space Station. But once again, it eludes them.
It does elude them, but fortunately for them, that wasn't a lower bracket match. It was an upper bracket match. So still got one more to play today. So we'll end up seeing a little bit more Space Station later.
That's tough.
But for Falcons, they got version 1 in the winners final of this event.
I think I know who the crowd favorite's going to be in that series. Are you kidding me? This crowd with Falcons against Calm in version 1. Oh my goodness. And think about what SSG has to go through now. They go down into the lower bracket, and we've talked about how much of a sea of oblivion that is, how tumultuous the lower bracket is. Oh, by the way, who's waiting for them? Moist Esports.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Here we go again. History just continues to repeat itself.
And Mina, Falcons, previously Sandrock, have secured themselves the invite through to the World Championship.
Yes, they have.
They're going straight to the main stage. We'll have 3 Middle East and North African teams over the World
What an incredible story that is, too. I mean, not just starting at the beginning of this season. This story begins several years ago with the Middle East kind of surge into Rocket League Esports and just trying to get a seat at the table, and then finally they get their opportunity. And everybody calls the fall major, for whatever reason, they call it a fluke. And instead, it is Mina going through into the upper bracket finals. We've got more from the Spring Major coming your way right after this.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
World Championship is where the greats
become legendary.
Moment, all it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
Well, it took the full 7 games, but Falcons did finally put away Space Station Gaming, knocking them to the lower bracket and continuing as upper bracket favorites. This was quite the match. I don't know. That was quite the rally from Space Station.
There was a lot of rough calls, Wave. Arsenal was bringing them back into that game. That man was hungry. He was hungry for victory. But on the other side, they took that timeout and shut it down, James.
Talk about shutting it down. The last 4 games, they only allowed a single goal. They just couldn't score in that Game 7. Space Station, they were getting punched in the mouth early. The mechanics, the plays from Falcons, they looked like maybe the best team here. But SSG figured them out, to their credit. They just struggled against this tough defense by Falcons in Game 7.
Yeah, it was Arsenal and Red Bulls the ones that were mounting the comeback there for Space Station, but then it went to that timeout. Finally, we saw Falcons use the timeout. They probably didn't realize they had one because they're never really in a losing situation, but they took that timeout after Game 6. They reset, and that was a super strong Game 7 from them.
Yeah, very reminiscent of Moist v. SSG right at LA Major. Moist started off strongly mechanical, but SSG's game plan always comes through.
Yes,
and then we had the bump, the same bump play where SSG's around the line within the last 20 seconds, and they ended up dropping it.
Well, they will advance in the upper finals to face off against Version 1. Space Station, on the other hand, dropped to the lowers to face off against Moist. All things going according to plan. We will finish off the day with that match. But for now, it's time to go back to the lower bracket in the quarterfinals here. We have K-Corp, Karmine Corp taking on Furia. Both teams with excellent performances so far. They can be so proud of what they've done, but one of their runs ends here, James.
And honestly, I mean, Furia on the uptrend, and honestly, K-Corp, that last series, they gave it away in the final moments. They looked so strong. Earlier in the series, K-Corp had control, but then they let Version 1 back in it, and I thought they just started to make some mistakes, and Furia, they've got all the momentum in this match.
On the contrary of what Johnny Boy believes, it was not entirely Noli's fault on that play. All 3 players kind of made a mistake, but hopefully they can bounce back. Fury, on the other hand, they're looking really hungry, CJ.
They're looking hungry. They're my boys, King Card. They're coming out strong. We talk about Yan. He is looking like one of the tournament MVPs right now. He was looking so comfortable in front of the crowd, so what a matchup we've got right here.
Furia, and I mean, who do you favor in this matchup? Who do you feel like has the stronger momentum coming into this match? Because like we speculated earlier, Bates, that the upper bracket might feel a little bit cold. The lower bracket seemed like we've been playing all day. Karmine looked anything but cold.
Oh, no, it's definitely KC if you're going to favor him. Fury haven't played in about 7 hours. So, I mean, if you really take that into account. And also, earlier when Fury played Optic Gaming, it was really Yan that was carrying the load. Kaio didn't usually look like himself a card, especially then also. But KC had a complete team unit on that upper bracket series against V1.
I thought you were going to say meltdown at the end, and then you said unit. Because that last game in the final play, they let it go. That's such a huge blow. That's such a huge blow to morale. And honestly, yeah, they haven't played for 7 hours, but this guy right here was the man. He was playing maybe the best individual performance that we had seen so far.
He had like 2 hat tricks in the series?
That's what it's all about as well. On land, we're looking for who's looking the most comfortable. And I think for Karmine, we haven't really seen a play that really popped off in that first series. However, you can look straight at Furia, and you're looking at Yan. He was looking more comfortable than any other player so far today.
But is that a disadvantage to have a team like Furia where you have one player and you're relying on that one player, and if he gets shut down, you're not able to stand up to the other team?
Yes. Yan played so well against Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming kind of has that same thing in Mist. It's like a battle between those two, and it's about Lanlu, Drees, and then Kaio and Card to really fill in the gaps. Karmine Corp is a complete roster, complete unit.
Well, let's make some predictions, folks. Tell us who you think is going to take this one at home in the fan vote there in chat. Use hashtag KC for Karmine Corp, hashtag Furia for Furia. And I mean, I have no idea who to predict here. So I'm gonna wait till the end.
All right. Good call. Yeah, take that approach. Well, I don't know. Obviously, Karmine might have the crowd favors here, but Furia, they were the heavy. You know, I don't know. What do you reckon, crowd? What do you like here? We like Karmine Corp here.
Oh, they're not even.
That's nobody. I don't think there's a single person.
I don't think they care. So I'm going to go Furia here. I'm on the Furia boys. King Card, he's got to get it. Yan, he's looking super comfortable. So let's go Furia.
James?
You know, honestly, CJ, I don't think the crowd has much influence on my opinion.
Yeah.
But one thing that does influence my opinion is performance. And Yan had that. The team doesn't rely on Yan. Yan just did it. He took matters into his own hands. You give Kyle or Card the floor, they can do the exact same thing. I think Furia's got this.
Ooh, I don't like to sway the table one way or the other, but I gotta go with my boys on the left over here. I'm gonna go with Furia. Yan's looking too strong, and I think he has two great enablers right beside him in Kyle and Card. And I'm not sure if Noli's gonna regain, but Noli got it.
You sure your name's not Tyler? Because you're always baiting us out here.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a roll with Alone G, KC, Carmine Court going all the way. If you're confused, it's Let's Go in French. KC will take this victory. They're a more complete team. Let's get it, KC.
I'm gonna go with K-Corp on this one as well. I think they did a better warm-up more recently. I think they are hungry to get revenge after dropping that final Game 7. How did chat feel? Split right down the middle. My goodness. Let's get into game. Let's get down to that best of 7 down there. One of these teams' run ends here. K-Corp, they've been fan favorites up to this point. The blue wall is furious, but they're literally against Fury here. Can they take it? First of 4 advances in the lower bracket.
Game number 5 on the day, and we are ready to see whether or not KC can bounce back after a disappointing loss. Turtle, a loss that is difficult to bounce back from, especially given how it went down.
I mean, come on, Game 7, buzzer beater, and you lose it. Move it down to the elimination bracket, your tournament life at stake. This is huge, not only, of course, for KC, but Furia. Meanwhile, Furia, they're the team, excuse me, that has all the momentum in the tournament. Not only the crowd behind them, but of course, crowd behind KC. Furia, the damage they can do, it is on another level, truly.
Yeah, the two teams with completely different stories up until this point. Carmine Corp have to regain the way Space Station did in stunning fashion, winning 3 straight after losing 3 straight. Carmine Corp, they've had a bit of time to think about what went wrong, what they can plan for the Furia series. Furia are coming in with the same heat that they had earlier on. Almost an opening goal. That man, Yan.
Yeah, and KC be happy to, at least there wasn't somebody to immediately follow up, but Yan immediately giving a lot of pressure. There's one player I want to see just get involved in this series very earlier on, Turtle. That's Nolly. He's the one that made that mistake. He kept the ball up in the air, but off the backboard, Itachi hasn't got rid of it. And KC are gonna be truly tested.
And it's gonna be Kyle coming out strong off the pass from, of course, Yan doing all of the work on that one off the backboard. 2 players stationary too from KC. And that's not the ideal start within the first minute.
Furia are a team that have been going from strength to strength throughout this tournament. I think there was an awful lot of us on the talent team that once we got done with day 1, we were looking at Furia and going, okay, South America, I hope you've got some other ideas as to how this is going to go, because Furia do not look like they are up to the task. But Johnny, what we saw earlier was good. Nolly, that's so important.
Yeah, huge pass in field here from Astral. Yan trying to slow play the ball in the back corner, but actually ends up just giving it away. That was immediately punished by Carmine Corp. You know, don't forget, this is the team who swept Furia to start off the entire event. 3-0, it wasn't a close 3-0, it was a complete thrashing. So Furia are looking for revenge here.
Yeah.
I think they've completely leveled up since then.
And if you want to put a microscope on that previous series with KC and V1 in Game 3, there was a lot of chances missed from Carmine Corp where they had so many looks at the net, the accuracy not there, and you think what would be different if they were able to hit the net like they are here in Game 1.
Nolly heating up here on Manfield. What a pass, Astral!
Once again, I mean, Nolly's ready for him, but Astral really nailed that pass. That's so unexpected. A couple of pre-jumping goalkeepers for Nolly to beat, and he goes underneath both of them. You know, Carmine Corp have put it together today. They've looked fantastic. They've definitely had moments where they've fallen off. That's what they've got to try and avoid in this series. Furia were extremely consistent earlier, but it's all KC. Astral assists 2 goals, scores his one as well.
They've come in with a target, and it's infield pass after infield pass.
Oh my goodness.
Furia, no answer to it just yet.
It's the fact that Itachi in that play waited until that defender bit on the challenge, instantly flipped it over, and that created the space for them to get that opening shot. 3-1, KC. They aren't too affected after that tough loss against V1. They're hungry.
Yeah, very impressive to see such a strong start. The mentality. Astral and Nully questioned many times as the slot comes in from Kaio between both of the Carmine goalkeepers. We have got an extremely high-scoring game on our hands.
Yeah, offenses seem very sorted out. Defenses on the hands, a little bit more questionable. Storyline-wise as well, Turtle, for KC, this is a big one for their career stories because they have players on here, Nolly and Astral especially, where they were questioned by an awful lot of the community. Can they bounce back, or, you know, they were sort of pushed as a negative force?
Right.
If you come and win after the way they lost earlier on, that goes out the window. You never have to hear about it ever again.
Absolutely, and I feel like that constant, you know, praise that we used to give them about their mechanics started to fade, and then people started to question their mentality. Astral has proven and spoken in so many interviews about how this is his best team mentally. They're so happy. They're so excited to get on the pitch, and Furia, oh my goodness, they would have been excited to get that third goal.
Both teams look scary. Sometimes I have that feeling when you're watching a Rocket League game that every attack is going to result in a goal. With so much space in the midfield, it looks that way. So Yan comes in for the open net, and it is 3-3.
Might as well just make sure we're ready for a 5-5 at this rate. Itachi did well on the first challenge. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't only against one player. 3 each, 2 minutes left. Both teams pretty much taking to this like it's one of the practice lobbies.
Of course. Now, I'm seeing Astral's name show up so frequently here, obviously doing damage on the offensive front, but previously and all tournament long, he has been a menace on the goal line, pre-jumping every single save, finding a way to keep this ball out of the net. But you're up against Furia, some of the best striking, if not the best striking, specifically from Yan. It's going to be a new challenge for Astral.
Yeah, the level Yan showed us earlier, and the difficulty to read Furia's offense is going to test Astral a ton. I asked Nolly at the start of this event, who's the most mechanical player in the world? He said Astral. You know, he's been in that conversation ever since he burst onto the scene. Years and years ago, he stayed at that level mechanically, which is so impressive. I mean, Turtle, you talk about how quickly mechanics can disappear from a pro career.
They're gone. I don't have it anymore. Instantly fades. If you're not putting the hours into this game, somebody else will come up right behind you and absolutely obliterate you on the mechanical side. It can literally be a matter of weeks where you're not playing this game and things can slip into the void that fast for mechanical players like Astral.
Itachi delays the shot. 1 minute left here. KC, the team currently looking the more offensively potent. Astral has to at least get the stop this time around. Kaio, well, Yan for the demo, and if that was on target, it would have been in. Second one, and Astral believed it was going to hit the post. Gets the save on the second time around. A flurry from Furia, but nothing finding its way to the goal.
Yeah, you've always got to worry about that angled air roll shot. It's Furia nearly sneak one through. Armin Corp hang on with their goalkeeping once again. A little bit of help from a post here and there. They've done most of the work themselves. Yan with a very, very deep position. He's going up for this, of course. Reset, of course. It's automatic for Yan, but saved by Carmine Corp.
Card keeps the pressure on. Might have a little bit less options. So much boost used on the previous attack. Oh, that one's going to be a race. Can Kyle get there? No, he cannot. 1 goal lead, 7 seconds left.
Oh, and it's within the final few seconds that you find this 1-2 pass all the way behind the midfield line. This is an early shot that KC are going for, and they stick it. What a way to potentially end game 1, but you never know. There's plenty of time, and at the copper box, crazier things, of course, have happened.
I have no idea what you're talking about whatsoever, Turtle. As we get the ball back into midfield, Card keeps the ball alive.
Oh my.
Can they get this ball back over? Now Astral just baits them a little bit, says, you want this ball? Sorry, mate, you can't have it.
Carmine Corp regain. They bounce back from their devastating upper bracket loss and continue their winning streak against Furia. They've won 4 straight games against this team now. 3-0 in the upper bracket, now 1-0 in the lower.
And the way that game sort of panned out might have been the best thing for KC, because it became a tense affair, a match where, you know, 1 or 2 little mistakes become things that you remember the entire way through. That might not have suited them quite as much, but because it was a shootout, Turtle, they just got a chance to really settle into this and understand they know what brought them to the dance.
Absolutely, and it's wild to me because if you told me that game 1 was going to be a shootout in this fashion, I would give the edge to Furia, because I would assume given the fact that Yan has been unbeatable, every shot he takes seems to find a way into the net, you'd think Furia have the edge, but no, it's going to be Astral, and it's not the mechanics on the striking department for Astral, but it's the passes that man can predict.
Nolly Astral very linked up well in that last game. Itachi didn't really have to do much, but that's a scary thing to think of. Itachi's been ridiculous this event as well.
I'm just looking behind me, man.
Well, we can hear
they're going for it.
Yeah, big on Carmine Corp. Remember, this is the same crowd that was going nuts for Furia earlier on. Now they're cheering for Carmine Corp, but I can promise you, if Furia start popping off the way they did earlier, they're going to win that crowd back. Yan won them earlier on.
I think the only thing they might be upset about is the fact that they've got the orange side of the lighting. The blue side's over there. Oh! They might be even more upset about that.
Well, that's a quick start. Yan attacks the near post early. It's actually trying to backpass here, gets demoed. That's a bit of a greedy challenge there from Astral. He could have stayed goal side of that ball. Instead, ships underneath it, gets dunked on, and they do not have a third man back.
I've noticed we've seen a lot of those plays from, I'd say, every single team competing in this tournament. A lot of corner challenges where you got a second man trailing behind very close, and it comes down to who can win that one challenge in the corner.
We had a ton of those in the SSG first Falcon series just now.
That's all it was.
So many awkward-looking corner plays, but they're denying 50-50s. The reason why you see players from the Falcons lineup and also Space Station just kind of driving up to the ball and not really doing anything is because they know there's no threat. Why would I flip into that and give the ball momentum in a position where the other team can't really do anything anyway? It's pressuring the ball without overcommitting. Oh, that was almost a brilliant read from Carmine Corp.
I'm sure there's a few Furia fans out there as well thinking, look, we lost the last one, but hey, that went better than last time out in our first game, and we saw what we did over there. As Astral waits and waits, lack of boost probably influencing that decision. Even Bob's actually cards might live to regret that one as we go to the backboard. Astral having that one perfectly covered. KC, ever since we got to those 3-goal leads, of 3 goals from both teams total, have just been a lot calmer with the way that they've been positioning.
Right, and this is huge for Astral, keeping that calm environment, making sure that he feels comfortable to get a lot of these plays going. And there he is again with the big clear downfield. Itachi, you'd love to see his name pop up on the screen, maybe get involved in the offensive side, and he does just that, almost connecting with Nolly. A good pass across, but a better save.
Fantastic aimed pinch pass. I love the back post positioning from Carmine Corp as well, really threatening so many angles in offense. Furia, no slouches in defense either.
He's got boost.
And they know how to double tap. We already know that from today. Every single time, it looks dangerous. It's now a little bit of a tangle in the back corner from Carmine Corp, but they come out pretty unscathed.
We saw what Yan could do earlier on, but it'll be unrealistic to expect that from him every single time. We will need to see the whole of Furia involved if they are to win this best of 7 against KC. The card does go backboards. Carmine Corp, though, have had that really well scattered the entire way. Now they're on the break. It's only going to be Card by himself. Can't get there. Too many bodies, too many people blocking. No chance to stop it.
Oh, I love this because I think I can do this. A flick on an open net. Look at that. Beautiful. Stunning stuff. But the pump was extremely important there as well.
And one thing I was going to harp on was going to be KC's positioning. They seem too bunched up, but there it actually worked to their advantage. You've got one player going for the dribble. The other is so close that when the challenge does come in, you know exactly how that ball is going to line up with the challenge. You can take him out, and that's what happened. KC striking and equalizing this game number 2.
Well, the way Furia play as well, it's confidence-based, not just for them, but against their opponents as well, because if KC continue to stop those plays, despite resets, despite everything else, it's going to make them so confident to sit back, come towards us, we'll be fine. That's what's happened so far, but now Yan looks towards something different as the ball goes sailing past him.
Yeah, it was game 3 actually, both times in the lower bracket matches that they really started to get so amped up on stage, really start to yell after every single goal. So I'm wondering why that doesn't happen straight out the gate from Furia. They seem to come into a series quite composed, and then it all goes out the window. So I'm looking forward to that moment, because right now they're staying pretty calm.
Johnny, I know exactly why. It's much like us. We need to save our voices. Yeah. It's a long, long time.
Well, these are no more best of 5s, okay? We've gotten to best of 7 territory, and these games, we've heard a lot of players talking about it, and it's been every LAN after every LAN. You get hot, you get sweaty, you literally find yourself in complete and utter exhaustion on that stage, especially one at this event.
And you can't drop focus for a moment, because the moment you start looking to your left, spot someone with a shirt that's got your team's logo on it, you know, you start looking around, that's when mistakes start to happen, and it's another open net. KC 2, Furia 1.
Nolly brilliantly gets back to the ball to double tap it on the floor past the last man. Card with a helpless chase, as he knew the ball was destined for the net.
And that double tap doesn't happen often for teams that Furia has been facing so far in the lower bracket. They're able to win the challenge with this speed they didn't expect coming out of that man behind the ball who's going for the air dribble. And in that situation, it was Nolly. Furia, I say they have to be more aware of how KC are trying to approach it, because you're going to keep leaving your net open if you're not expecting it.
This is a problem. We saw this versus Optic earlier. A lot of counter-attack goals for Optic early on. Now it's starting to happen against Karmine Corp as well. Furia overextending. Karmine Corp not really looking uncomfortable in defense at all this game. It's looking more and more like the upper bracket matchup that they had earlier in the event.
And it's not even the typical counter-attacking goals that we typically see, where someone's late waiting downfield, get the booming clear over to them, and suddenly they'll redirect it and score. No, the player that is starting the counter-attack tends to be the one that is scoring it as well. It has just been the full send. All three players gone for Furia. And nobody available to go any further.
Space.
Off the backboard, Itachi realizes the danger. Still going to be dangerous. Shot saved yet again. That 2-goal lead will stay intact.
And it looked like that second shot from Kaio had to be placed better, but maybe off the backboard he can find it. It's going to be Yan, the man we keep talking about.
Yeah, that is a bit of redemption for Kaio. Like you mentioned, he really should have had that first one, but he just stalled in the corner. In comes Yan, full speed, and that's something Karmine Corp weren't expecting.
37 important seconds here for Furia. If they go 2 down in this one, statistics really not in their favor. History not in their favor. Yan wants to go the whole way! Step up! Yan, the man!
He's back. He didn't go far. Just took a little breather, and now he's ready to take over the series again. 3-3. Furia came back the last game in the exact same way and lost it. Can they do different in game 2?
Total, I'm starting to think Yan just doesn't like Manfield.
No, not at all.
Every other map, brilliant. Oh, Nolly might go the whole way! Nolly gets the brace, and he re-establishes the lead.
Just when we think Yan is going to start heating up, it's Nolly who's been doing it all game long. Gets the follow-up. That second touch is crucial. And 23 seconds left. That might be the final goal of the game.
What response from Nolly as well. Yan went flying past the play, misread it. Nolly read it correctly. Now Furia have got it all to do once again.
Cards. Reset secured, wants to go the whole way, but Itachi having none of it. Even gets a second touch over on the wall. That's really going to slow this play down. But that's quite a few players forward. Over the top. Who's going to be the first this one? Nolly places it to the side. It's off the wall. Might have an infield option. Instead, they're going to try and chase the ball down. Itachi to Astral. Will they keep this up, or are they just going to drop it as soon as they can? Astral's fake doesn't actually catch them out.
Yeah, he's trying to go for the mind game there. Let the ball drop to the ground. Furia read it. They've got half a chance, but Nolly denies them. And his winning goal will stand. 4-3, but more importantly, 2-0. Furia down badly here. This is their 5th game loss in a row this tournament to Karmine Corp.
Yeah, this really has been just 2 games of pure shootouts, but Turtle right now, KC have been the team quicker on the draw.
Right, absolutely, and that's all thanks to Nolly and that second touch, and these plays have started in their own half. That's something that I've noticed from KC. Previously, against version 1, I thought they were doing a great job at starving out version 1, keeping the pressure forward, but in this, they're able to adapt. They're much more willing to go for that transition. You'll see a lot of these do actually start in their own half. This one going in favor of Yan, but look at this one from Nolly, all the way in his own corner. He takes the air dribble, the second touch, and is able to get the follow-up.
I want to point out as well, by the way, Yan's got another hat trick. That's his 3rd today.
Are we even surprised at this point?
Somebody get this man a hat.
I'd be more disappointed if he didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
They've still got so much to do here, and you know, we talked about him earlier, Yan really dominating, but
it's got to be Kaio. It's got to be Kaio. We need somebody else to help Yan, because you can't expect that consistently. And even that type of performance he had in that game was stellar, but his teammates weren't there to support him. And you can't 1v3 at a situation in context like this.
Yeah, not against Karmine Corp. You know, he 1v3'd the green wall, turns out the blue wall, a little bit harder, a little different level, but we did expect that. You know, Karmine Corp, at least in terms of their display this tournament so far, has been a higher level than Optic, so you can't just take over a lobby like that. You need a bit of help. We need to see more from Kaio and Card. We need to see consistency from Yan as well. It was his miss that led to the last goal for KC in game number 2. A little bit of warm up there with the chain dash for Card. keeping the mechanics, keeping the hands ready to go.
Card off the wall. He's going to get a bit of time. Can't quite generate the power that he needed. This is the player that you were calling for. Need to get Kyle up and running, but Nolly, Astro, and Itachi just have a sense as to where Furia want to place that ball each and every time. It's not the chaos that we were seeing Furia cause earlier on. Instead, it's pretty calm from Kami and Corp, despite the fact that they have been conceding quite a bit.
And interestingly enough, we haven't even seen too many demos from KC. This is, again, I want to remind everybody, is a rematch from the upper round 1 where these two did face off. KC took it in a sweep, and there was a lot of demo plays that led to the demise of Furia. They haven't needed to utilize that, but with a flip reset, you're going to do just as much damage.
I think Astro just burned his teammate's hand with that one.
Oh my.
Unbelievable double reset, bar down and in as well. I know he might have been onto something. He's back in the best of the world next conversation. Crazy from Astro.
And Astro has been at this level for the longest time. Just the last time that we got to do a European LAN, he was the one, a part of one of the greatest overtimes ever. On the winning side of that one, couldn't quite close out the series. But if KC keep this up, they'll close this one out, no problems. Here's Jan. They need some more magic from him.
No way.
Will he provide? Will he ever?
How does he keep doing this? He saves the reset till he sees the challenge coming, then he uses it to send the ball and his own car towards that backboard. And of course, we all know what happens when Jan hits the ball into the backboard. It's in your net, Karmine Corp lose their lead. He actually managed to one-up Astral there, I think. It's definitely a close one. Crazy goals, either way.
Here he is yet again. Shut down pretty early this time around. There's the demo card. Had to react very quickly, but they're still under a lot of pressure. There we go, and Nolly reestablishes the lead.
And this looks just like the first series these two teams had against each other, where you're going for a demo, take out that last player. It's always been effective against Furia historically. Demos on that third man absolutely take them out completely.
Furia are on par with KC, but they're not ever in the lead.
No.
They keep getting back on level terms, but how often are we going into these final few moments thinking, all right, now KC are the ones that have got to try and respond. Might get worse as Itachi sees his chance taken away from him.
And this is, so impressive as well from Karmine Corp to see crazy goals, ridiculous goals, fly in their net, and then just stay calm and respond almost in machine-like fashion. They're just emotionless, just going about their business. And we saw Furia earlier on peaking on Optic, and that really caused Optic to start falling apart and doubting themselves. They just didn't know where to go, what to do, but Karmine Corp have got the answer every single time. Here's Nolly with the reset as well. Wanted to bump, Jan evades him. It's a very nice save, actually, keeping the ball safely on the back wall, but it almost ends up in their net anyway. I mean, these saves are impressive, but Karmine Corp are still all over them.
Good block off the backboard, Itachi, and saved. Follow-up will be wide. Astral realizing that if put on target, he might leave his team in a vulnerable position. This team Furia had it covered infield, but nobody around. Cards chasing it. Astral happy to let him do so. Reminder of what is on the line here. We have Mina over in and secured for tomorrow. How big would it be for the international stage of Rocket League to add another team, to add Furia, for them to go one better than they did last time around?
And also to leave Moist as the sole European team. It's possible at this point.
Oh, nice flick. Maybe get a demo from Yan, searching for it. We're seeing some more action from his teammates this time off the backboard. Doesn't fall. Astral's able to get the save, and Furia are forced to try to implement some tactics that we haven't seen. It's the opposite theme for KC. I'm getting glimpses of every series so far, and they're combining it into this one play style where they can utilize whatever they need to at any given moment.
Well, they're just challenging the ball so effectively. Furia have had their clips and they've had their highlights, as they always do, but they're just a bit too few and far between now. 1v1. Astral delays the flick, goes to the 50, muscles it in. That's genius from Astral. He knew the ball's too far forward in his car. If he flicks it here, it's going nowhere, so he uses it as a mind game. Wave dashes the landing to create some distance and goes underneath the pre-jump.
1 minute. Furia need to turn this around in 1 minute. Can they do it? or is this series getting beyond them, despite them being so close every single game up until this one? KC have seemingly figured them out. They've solved the riddle that has broken teams before them. Nolly takes his time. Off the ceiling, Yan tries to get there. He at least gets some contact. But if Fury are going to make something of this, they've got to try and create it. They've got to try and do it very soon indeed.
And finally, whenever Furia does win at 50-50, they don't get the proper follow-up, and because of it, it's turned down the other side.
Yeah, they need to do something miraculous here. Karmine Corp are crushing them. They're just completely smothering them in the back corner. Where is that life? Where is that lifeline from Furia? I think it's just a bit too far gone. Full control for Karmine Corp. They're running down the clock. They're not taking any risks while doing it.
Wow.
And they are about to put Furia 4 match points. Space Station faced elimination 4 games in a row. Furia will as well. They're going to need to pull out a comeback the same way that the Americans did.
You want me to put this into context? We have never seen a best-of-7 reverse sweep at an RLCS LAN. If Furia are going to keep South American hopes alive, they have got to do it right here at the Copper Box. Timeout called by Furia, and this is going to be the team talk of a lifetime from their coach.
This is where it all starts, and you have to build the hype from this moment forward, Johnny. You were talking about it yourself. Every time they'd scored before, they'd pop off, get loud on the stage, become a monster that KC couldn't handle, but not right now. We haven't seen any glimpses of energy, any momentum started. What is the difference maker for them, and how can they get that energy back?
I want to speak to you about this as well, Johnny, about what you do now if you are the voice that is speaking to these players over on Furia. How do you go about this and get your team necessarily on form? Do you focus more about setting them down mentally, or do you just spew tactics?
I really think in this case it would be a mental angle, because we're seeing shots fly wide. We saw Kyle and Aquadome hitting the bar with an uncontested aerial. You know, it doesn't look, you know, it looks mechanical because they're making mechanical mistakes, but I don't think that that is a mechanical issue for players like Furia. I mean, we saw them earlier on this very same day, so you've got to think it's a mental thing, a mental block against Karmine Corp. It's the team that swept them into the lower bracket. They've put 3 games past them again. You just got to calm down to say, okay, well, you know, look, they might have the counter. They've beaten us 6 games in a row, but let's just enjoy this. We're in London, we're in the Copper Box, we've qualified for Worlds automatically. We're bringing another SAM team with us because we've overall, throughout the whole year, gone top 8 on average. This is a massive success story for Furia and South America, so why not just enjoy it? Just try to relax, and if you can stay relaxed, it's so much easier to hit those shots in key moments.
So it's one of those things, isn't it, where the first game, cool, that one gets out of the way. You don't really believe just yet, but once that second game is down, suddenly
something changes.
The other team is just as aware of it as you are.
Yeah.
But first things first, get this one out of the way. Take the mental reset and play this next game as if it's in a vacuum.
Right, and here's the thing, you got the losing out of the way, okay? Literally, you just got it out the way. You know your back's against the wall. There's nothing else to lose. The expectations thrown out. 4 games in a row. We've never seen it in this environment, but we know it's possible.
Got it as well. You were talking a lot about Furia. How about Karmine Corp? You know, what a comeback from them. They went down to the lower bracket in devastating fashion. To come back and play like this, it shows what strength they've got as a team mentally, and how much they've really come together as 3 players and an organization and created family. It really is so clear to see on social media, in this LAN in person. Yan sneaks one in here for 1-0. That's something we haven't seen too much. Furia in front, and we've got a long way to go.
If there was ever a time for another Yan hat trick, I think Furia would take one here, and maybe 3 more after this as well. They've got it going, and I feel quite importantly for me here, Toto, they got it in a way that didn't require incredible mechanics.
Absolutely.
That was fundamental Rocket League that scored them a goal.
And it lets you know that you don't have to pull out 4 flip resets and a solid 50-50. It's a simple shot into the back of the net. You're outpacing the player, a one-on-one situation, and that right there relieves a lot of pressure. And this wide open net is going to give you some confidence as well.
A rare KC overcommitment. Hard actually hitting that one in with a blue trail, so that's kind of an unlucky own goal there for Nolly. I don't think he was really trying to get too much on that, but always dangerous to challenge on the outside edge of the ball in the back corner for that exact reason. Let's see what Karmine Corp do with a 2-goal deficit.
It's got to be slightly cathartic as well for Furia, because that's how they were conceding earlier on when they were trying to chase down the game. We have the score one with now KC, the ones trying to chase forwards. I certainly feel pretty nice as we do get the ball into the midfield. Yan. So far, that's trickling slightly off target. There's another little moment for Furia. Kaio has got another, and whatever was said during that team talk, Johnny, is certainly working.
Yeah, it's Kaio now, so that's the step up we're looking for. You know, not a flip reset, but still a great read on that ceiling bounce. Yeah. This is what we asked for. Kaio stepped up massively at the Winter Major, really aided his team getting up into the top 6 there. Now they're in the top 6 in Europe as well. Kaio's starting to make an impact.
Seeing one Yan goal, you know, doesn't give you confidence moving forward for Furia, because we've seen him pop off already in this series alone. He needs his teammates. He did get the support of Kaio.
How about two? How about 2 Yan goals?
There you go. I'm a little bit more convinced now.
I mean, at this point, it's just one more goal for the hat trick, another one to Yan's record. I would love to know what the maximum amount of hat tricks we've had during a live event ever has been, because Yan must not be too far off it. Kaio off the wall, 4-goal lead. This is furious to lose. The only good news here for KC is they've got 3.5 minutes to play with. That's where the good news ends.
Yeah, they can just like try to stop conceding, first of all. I think that would be the biggest thing for Karmine Corp. Every goal that goes into their net gives Furia more and more confidence. It gives them more reason to get loud and start screaming on stage and get that energy and the momentum that was so vivid in their first series of the day.
And I think it's important to mention as well, Turtle, for Furia, this is not something new for them in this series. They have been scoring 3-4 goals in now the third out of the 4 games that we have played. The last one was the anomaly. We know Furia can do this consistently because they have been.
Absolutely. It's all about cleaning up their defensive rotations and truly breaking some bad habits, as that shot does get blocked from Yan, going for yet another goal, looking for that hat trick. But you're absolutely right. They know that they can score. They're used to getting, you know, 3, maybe 4 goals on the board. It's when it comes down to their defensive rotation and how they crash the net. Are they able to get those saves? How are these 50-50s going? The corner play, so much smoother in this game alone than the rest of the series. They're also keeping the ball very grounded, going for more dribbles. The composure is there. Furia, this is how you start a solid foundation for some more momentum moving forward in the series.
Furia are holding on to that clean sheet, but the most important aspect of this game for them. Karmine Corp have stopped conceding, which is the first step to any comeback. Now time is really getting away from them, so they can't be careful. They've got to commit. What a save by Card on the retreat there, just deflecting the ball over the bar. Ooh, they are protecting their tally. 4-goal advantage remains. Make it 5. Card puts in his 2nd goal again.
All right, I'm going to ask both of you. Are we getting a hat trick? Which one's going to get it? Is it going to be Yan or Card?
Yeah. You got to give it to Yan, the man.
I'm going Card to be the contrarian over on this
one. You would, Shogun.
Of course I would.
Typical.
5-0.
Come on.
One thing to note here, despite the fact that Furia have used their timeout, KC will have access to theirs should they feel like using it. Falcons only used theirs after the 3rd game loss earlier on. Get the feeling KC might use it after the 2nd should we get there.
To be honest with you, that timeout terrifies me for Furia. I'm remembering back to the previous major up against Queso. Furia, I believe they won 3 games in a row. Timeout got called. Queso won the next match. That's how easily your momentum can be broken down in a LAN environment. Crucial. And we'll see if KC decide to use it after this game, or if they want to save for just a little bit more panic.
It really makes you wonder, would it make sense to just use the timeout now?
Get it out the way.
You use your timeout for the win, now we're just going to use our timeout, and then we can just get the series over with 4-1 instead of waiting until the very last game of the series, the way Falcons did to use the timeout. And most teams tend to do it after, I think, that 2nd loss in a row. Try and take the wind out of the sails. Nolly wants a double here. Oh, he's almost got it. That would have been a great goal. Probably inconsequential. Great stuff from Nolly either way.
Inconsequential, but still big. Furia holding on to that clean sheet. And doing it in convincing fashion overall. The chances from KC have been very few and far between. Furia have settled down, and if they want to take this series back, they can't get back into shootouts, because one of those goes your way. Heck, we've seen when KC get the lead, Furia struggle to get the lead back. It's been perfectly fine for them to get the goal back.
Right.
But once we get back there, KC tend to be the one that take the lead yet again.
And good news for Furia, because what I'm about to say is a bit absurd as Itachi hits an absurd shot himself.
Clean sheet out.
5-1, get one for the road. Nice passing on the defensive side to move down the field, and really good accuracy. But for Furia, it doesn't feel like they've reached their limit at all. There's still so much more to improve on. I haven't seen a lot of the quick passing inside of the box that they're so used to going for, especially up against Optic.
They have sat back in this last game with a more cautious approach, and I think that could be the way to go. And it's no doubt what they're going to stick with, as they don't have any more games to play with.
Yeah.
That preservation of their goal seems to let them just remain calm.
Yeah.
They're not seeing so many goals flying towards them anymore. So they got more time to just build their offense slowly. When they do, they always score goals. We've seen it all series long. Even the games they're losing, they're scoring so many goals. Jan's getting hat tricks. But it's about the defense for Furia. They've got to stop conceding. They did in Game 4. That's what they've got to keep doing now into Game 5.
As much as I was saying earlier on that KC are very good at seeing the individual plays of Furia and shutting them down, sending one player and getting a good enough block where it's a bit more difficult to find the follow-up. You can say the same thing the other way around. Once Furia had the lead and it was up to Karmine Corp to suddenly start putting together the plays, Furia suddenly seemed very comfortable with that. There was nothing that KC really did that surprised them in any real way. This is what we're saying. One, we don't start believe yet. One more, then it starts to creep up.
Definitely. I mean, I was sitting watching the Falcons SSG game, and I can tell you, it's that second win that really made me think, hang on, there might be something here. The first win, I'm not convinced we're watching a series yet. Second win, okay, now we've got a series, because it's so much easier, so much more conceivable to see the series be tied after 3-2. But yeah, 3-1, I'm not convinced yet. We have to see more from Furia for me to even think that there's a possibility of this going the distance. Good news is, though, they've stopped that 6-win streak that Karmine Corp had on them, 6 games in a row. Now 1 for Furia.
No! There we go.
The energy here is just, you can't match it.
It's constant.
You simply can't match it.
I really hope it is coming through to everybody watching back home, because here we are just getting bombarded from all sides with walls of sound.
How do you think the players feel? I was actually backstage when I heard Joyo come in. He's like, I literally am shaking. I can't feel anything right now. I was losing it on the stage. Not only was it hot, it was sweaty, but I couldn't hear a thing.
Well, let's see if we can maybe get the crowd to start us off for this next game then. I'm gonna go silent for a little moment. It's up to you guys. Make some noise.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that's something that they can and will do.
Yeah, I have a feeling that one went through on the stream.
That was the biggest freebie you've ever had when you were trying to interact with a crowd, Shogun.
I love my job, mate. I love my job. Let's see if Furia can start to enjoy theirs a little bit more. 5 more minutes away from making the world start to believe. But for KC, get that first goal, and suddenly you're in a position that you've won from multiple times.
Oh,
Cards. That's a big spot. He's got to do a lot of work.
So space for Itachi too. Into the midfield, the missed shot. That was it to start this game out hot.
Yeah, that looked a bit chaotic for both teams, but no goals as of yet. Nolly, perfect pass. It's read well though. Furia are starting to make those key interceptions. They're getting a better read of Karmine Corp with every passing minute.
You're so much closer on the challenges in the corners. We talked about it before, Johnny, where KC, win a challenge, you've got somebody like Astral or Nolly with the fastest possible follow-up. Furia are matching that, if not outpacing them on that follow-up in the challenge.
Yeah, if there's anything Nolly does not lack, it is confidence in his own abilities and his abilities to get over there, and from what we've been hearing, in the abilities of his teammates, glowing reviews, as we've been speaking to him throughout the week. Passing opportunity, that is over the top of Nolly's head. Kyle wants to go the whole way. Maybe has been one of the less represented players over on the scorecards. But still, he is a difference maker.
I want to see more flip resets from Furia. It's, you know, it's so good to watch. Come on, give us a flip reset.
That's the first time that has ever been said by anybody.
No, it's not because they don't do it, it's because I just can't get enough. I just want to see more of it.
It's addicting. It's truly addicting.
I think, you know, backboard defense has been prioritized by Karmine Corp last couple of offensive pushes by Furia, so that's when you want to slow the play down. That's why the flip reset is such a huge play these days. Because it forces the defender to come at you. You can't just wait on the backboard for somebody to come your way. You need to make a move. And, you know, Furia are sitting back with a lot of space to play at the moment because Karmine Corp want them to come at them. So, okay, well, slow down the play. That's where they can really flex their muscles with the resets.
Here it is. It's what you asked for. Johnny slowing it down, going for a solid first touch over one player. Then the second gets the follow-up. Johnny asked, and Furia answered.
That is massive. Itachi could do nothing more because Furia have figured out what they figured out earlier on today, Johnny. Forced bad saves, and the goal will come your way.
And Itachi did about just about all he could there. He's trying to crossbar pinch the ball away. It just didn't pinch. He hit it a bit too soon. He got a solid contact. And here come Furia again, but that will be easily saved. But the boost is really a problem right now for Karmine Corp. Itachi grabs 100. Nully as well, so they're going to be fine here, but brief moments where they're all starved. It's the worst thing against a team like Furia. Astral, reset double. Thank you very much.
Oh, and look at it, the challenge in the corner. Astral's up so early. He has no competition in the air, and if you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile.
I notice how he leans back for the reset there, not the more traditional spiral underneath the ball, because he needs to generate so much power into the backboard by kicking up the bottom side of the car into the ball, landing the reset while also sending it into the backboard. Perfectly done.
So Furia tasked with finding yet another goal. That one-goal lead was always going to look tenuous. It might be on the opposite side now as Nolly doesn't get it in. Save from Kaio. Drop down from the sky to try and get rid of that one.
Dive bomb save as well. He just had to go for it. You're not getting a good recovery off those, but there's no choice. 2 minutes left. Furia's defense still looks a whole lot better than it did at the start of the series.
That might end up either be a point of laughing later on tonight or a point of frustration, knowing that they had the tools in the toolbox to beat KC, but maybe they left it too late. Off the backboard, you really expect Yan to create something, but the first touch, just put it too high. Good thing that Karmine Corp had it covered anyway. Astral wants it once again. I feel like we all forgot how good Astral is on land, but that is a big win from Kaio. A miss from the defender, and Card too far forward. 1-1 stays the score.
You cannot make those mistakes. You're tied up 1-1. A minute and 25. A mistake on the other end, the accuracy, both teams failing to hit their mark.
Yeah, it's like you said, you just can't afford to make those mistakes. That's the best chance they're going to get, surely. Completely uncontested shot from point-blank range. Like you said, a lot's going on in front of him. There's cars falling down. Are you, really convinced that they're missing? Well, maybe you should have been. Just go for it.
But if you're there for a reason. You were there because you thought there was a chance. Instead, it's gonna get better. Yan has the goal. Furia have the lead.
Oh, that was a big slump back into the chair there from Astral. He's not happy about his clear there. Definitely more of a pass, more of conceding possession than a clear, but Karmine Corp visibly frustrated after conceding.
But Astral is talking to the rest of the team. Despite the mistake, he's got that little bit of frustration out. He knows the task back at hand. He's matured so well. Now he needs to try and prove it at this situation. Shot! In! Yan has a brace!
You might be in the best space mentally, but if you're up against Yan physically, it's over.
I'm starting to believe right now Furia are taking the same path Space Station did, and it's that second game. If you can get 2, you're still losing, you're still facing elimination, but now it absolutely looks possible that they could make this reverse sweep happen.
And another game of keeping Karmine Corp down at 1 goal, if they can keep this as it currently is. I'm sure there's a few Furia fans out there remembering a couple of very quick goal swings against their particular direction. Will not want to add another one to that tally. I love this. Stay back, hold the midfield line, force Karmine Corp to do all the work. That is a double commit. Almost didn't matter, but now it's up to KC. Have to get control of the ball. Astral, low boost, still wants to get the play. Infield pass to Nolly, fakes out one, and then gets the goal. How cool can you be?
I mean, he's just completely unaffected just rolls in a dirty, filthy fake. And he's just like, yeah, whatever. Next kick off, let's just go next. 12 seconds to go. Karmine Corp still need one. Can they get it?
Off the kickoff. The ball is at least in the air. That's one of the more playable positions you can get.
Here we go.
Furia chasing down, just slightly off target. The ball no longer can hit the floor. Furia want to send us.
Popped up.
To game number 6. Can they do it? Yes, they can. And now you start to believe.
You start to freak out. 2 games won for Furia in a row. Do we get the timeout?
Timeout.
Johnny's indicating it to me.
He's giving me the symbol.
Oh, it's timeout time. It's got to be. I mean, you could see the frustration there, and I think they've got to take the timeout just to let themselves breathe.
There it is.
And they do.
There it is.
I think this is the correct move. They're not going to wait until game 7.
No, not at all.
They were so annoyed at how that game went because they're throwing away goals that earlier on in the series, they would have really forced Furia to work for it. That second goal, especially, really got a big reaction out of Karmine Corp. They're reacting more to their own goals, the goals they're conceding more than the goals they're scoring. That's when you know, okay, we've got to just take a breather here, think for a second how we can dig ourselves out of this hole.
Well, this is a very different looking series now because, as we've mentioned a few times, whilst it has been high scoring, Karmine Corp have always been the team typically in the driver's seat in these situations. Now we're getting Furia getting these goals.
Right.
We're seeing Karmine Corp be the team that has to chase. They're not as offensively potent when they don't have access to the counterattack.
Yeah, you're talking about being in the driver's seat. I mean, take a look at the last 2 minutes of that previous game. Furia, they were all the way back in their own half, able to comfortably take a boost. The rotations didn't have to be as fast as possible because of the amount of pressure they were putting on against KC. And with this timeout, it could kill the momentum of Furia, especially with how that previous game ended. KC had that mind game, so many mechanical plays. It's really just up for grabs at this point.
It looks like defense is, really the turning point here. When Furia started to really prioritize defense, prioritize making sure that they're getting back after attacking so they can have more players for Karmine Corp to get by. There's only 3 players on a Rocket League pitch. But it's still so hard to get past some of these teams. I think Metsonoris must have just entered the building.
Where's he at? Where's Metza? I'm looking for him.
I'm trying to spot him.
Where is he?
I can't see him anywhere.
I don't have my binoculars out here. I don't even have my glasses.
How did the whole crowd see Metsonoris and we didn't? I don't understand what's happening.
He's here in spirit. That's all that matters.
Maybe the crowd looking towards us and thinking, endpoint. Endpoint, maybe a couple of timeouts instantly turning the momentum in your favor. I haven't seen any jumping jacks over on the stage, which I'm a little bit disappointed by.
I think we had some squats back in LA as well.
There was that one going for it. What we do have, though, is 5 minutes separating us between either a finished series or Champions Field again, and the chance of the first ever LAN best of 7 reverse sweep.
Oh, Karmine Corp starts strong though. That is a shot from Nolly. What power he's able to generate on this one. Astro launches the ball at him, and Nolly comes off the ceiling to drill it down into the net.
That is disgusting. A fastball from the top corner, drop down for the first goal for KC.
I don't know if any of you at home got the chance to see Nolly's camera there. That is an angry, angry Nolly. He does not want to be part of this sort of history.
And that we do actually have a live footage camera there. That is, in fact, a moving picture. He's just choosing not to move. He's sitting there absolutely steadfast after drilling in another brilliant goal, exactly the same that he did.
We're not even in game 7, and he's that furious.
He is focused. He knows what they got to do. So far, so good in game 6.
Nolly's mantra has been very simple. When he watched BDS go out, he turned around to us and said, "I'll do it myself." Now we're in game 6, this same mantra on the field, looking to take this series away from Furia and away from South America. And this now, Turtle, is where Furia needs to do their best work. Can they get the going back? Can they get the goal back? And can they turn the storyline of the series on its head as Jan does get rid of the danger?
So far as I'm watching this play break down, you can see Furia, they're not uncomfortable with boost. They're taking a lot of pads, using a lot of it as well to put shots on net. And finally, it slips in for Jan.
Once again, it's the reset, but this time it's Kaio forcing the bad save, and it's Jan with the follow-up shot to tie.
You said some key words there, Johnny. The bad save. the specialty of Furia. Make you panic, make the bad thing happen. It's great if they score off the mechanical play, but the whole intent of it is to set up for that next player in. Here we go yet again, off the backboard, followed from Card, and he is blocked.
Seems like we don't usually see Furia throw all 3 players forward after the first 3 games. They attempted to do it, but there were so many open nets that KC just bombed towards their half from the midfield. Now we're seeing a 2-man passing play from Kaio.
What a pass as well. The follow-up was inevitable. KC flounder in net. Furia absolutely rolling even after the timeout.
I feel like this is the first time I've ever heard the copper box divided. There was a couple of people booing that one.
I heard both.
There was some, well, you can hear it maybe right now. The copper box, the blue wall, wants to make sure that they are heard. That one's going to be off target, but Yan with the follow. And he scores it. 2-goal lead re-established.
You can see Nolly used every ounce of boost to try and get this touch. He got bumped and then boosted back in position. That would have been one of the most ridiculous saves. Even the attempt itself was absurd.
It was pretty close. A great recovery by Nolly, but Furia are absolutely on a roll. This is insane to watch. Even after the timeout, they have full control. They've got Karmi Corp in the ropes.
Oh my.
Astro double.
Oh, no, he did it.
He's done it. The response, once again, is immediate.
I'm looking at the coach's hands right now. I don't quite know what I was communicating. He was just asking the same as we were asking. What is that? How does he do that?
That is disgusting.
He just used the backside of his car.
Astral with that car is just as dangerous as they come.
That is insane.
The goal lead cut in half might be re-established! Card with an absolute banger!
And out of the smoke, Furia emerged. They just slammed it with the goal explosion and the demo coming at the same time. Perfect. It wasn't even an infield pass, it was an infield drive. He just brought him the ball.
Just a handoff.
Didn't even leave it. Yeah.
And it had all the power that Nolly found in the corner. Revenge on the other side.
Off the backboard yet again. A 3-goal lead would feel pretty good right now for Furia. They maintain this. They are on the verge of so much history. Booking their spot in that top 4. And getting themselves that first ever best of 7 LAN reverse sweep. I think we're getting a little bit greedy. I don't care. I want to see the possibility happen in front of our eyes.
I mean, if we get Furia winning and then Moist winning, that's the first time we've had 4 completely different regions in the top 4 at an RLCS LAN.
Off the backboard. Nolly with, Kai was actually down there. Tachi gets some contact, but this is where Furia have done their best work.
Oh, look at that first touch too. From, I believe it was Card, able to stall and waste a lot of time. They are just pushing this ball forward, hoping to bait out some challenges, waste more and more valuable seconds off the clock. And notice the 3rd man from Furia, so patient and composed. They already have the 2-goal lead. This is where you don't want to get greedy.
Yeah, they're really dialing in those recoveries as well. You mentioned 3rd man positioning, so safe, but they are still throwing themselves in, keeping Carmine Corp back in the corner. But every time they do that, they're doing it with boost to recover with. They're not completely using everything. They're staying in constant motion. This just puts so much pressure on Carmine Corp, who can't get out of their own half and even start to try and come back.
Nolly up the wall. Atachi is downfield. He's looking for anyone to bump. He has actually got some contact on Cards. But thanks to the presence of Yan, it's not going to be an overall problem. Yan in field. That's an awful lot of Card, who does still try to deliver. 1 minute on the clock. 2 goals needed from Carmine Corp. Well, we are going to Champions Field. And right now, Furia's defensive displays have been phenomenal, outstanding. Any other words you want to give to it to describe just how good it has been. They just need 45 seconds more of it. And Card, that was disgusting.
And yeah, Astral scratching his head right now. He's blinking, thinking, what on earth is happening? How has this series turned around so badly? Because earlier on, we saw a similar thing. We saw Space Station coming back against Falcons, but Space Station were absolutely peaking there. Falcons didn't really, I think, make too many mistakes. Space Station just elevated. They started to read Falcons on every single play and started to break them down, started to pop off with huge goals. But Carmine Corp are probably frustrated at their own performance here. They're thinking, why are we falling apart against a team who we've beat 6 games in a row? Now we've lost all of our match points. We're down to the last one. Well, firing a late comeback here, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, not at all. I mean, 22 seconds left. Time is almost completely out. And for KC, think back to what was working previously, the first 3 games. So much creativity with Astral. There was always a person in the middle of the field able to make plays. Who has been the playmaker? We've seen solo plays from Carmine, but nothing else.
Yeah, no timeout to work with. The team plays that we saw earlier on,
Timeout didn't work.
That's it, confirmed. It's been so for a while. Furia have brought it back to Game 7, and they've done it with a celebratory goal as well.
You guys ready? Champions Field in the copper box. It's something different, man.
More history.
Furia, 3 goal games down. 1 more to go.
Come on.
SSG earlier on could not finish it. We have been blessed with another chance to maybe see the impossible happen. For Furia, 5 minutes is all that separates them. And for Carmine Corp, 5 minutes to rectify what might be a big wrong in their history.
There's definitely a lot of lessons to be learned here, regardless of the result, because Carmine Corp were in full control. And one tactical timeout turned it around in such devastating fashion that even a timeout by themselves couldn't bring it back. They're lost for what to do now. They don't have any more timeouts to use. They're, still looking relatively threatening when they advance, but they can't keep Furia at bay. Furia's more safe style of offense is still so effective. And it's like they have more waves now, because they're not just throwing it all in one go. They're taking their time.
I just can't believe it, man. So many people are looking at the first 2 days and thinking, wow, this might end up being quite a boring event.
So many sweeps, barely the distance.
How dare they? How dare they? Copper Box Arena! Are you ready for Game 7?
Can Carmine Corp rise to the occasion? Furia have thrown down the gauntlet. They have won the hearts of London fans, and they open the scoring again. And in the nightmare scenario for Carmine Corp, I think it's gone in off one of their own players.
How did this slip in? Astral, he was too high above the ball, ended up ground pinching it back into his own net. A disaster within the first 14 seconds.
And Furia in this position have been unstoppable. When they get that first goal, they do not let it get away from them. Yan was good enough to force Astral into the play and still lands on the ball. Yan is taking on the entirety of Carmine Corp. Will Moist Esports be the only European team left in this tournament?
Oh my God. That sounds reminiscent, actually. I think I've seen that before.
John, you gotta get better writing these scripts, dude.
Well, hey, we changed up this one. Instead of it just being Queso and all NA,
we
threw a little bit of Mina in there, threw a little bit of salmon there.
The spices, that's what we wanted.
Oh, Astral did find the angle. Jan was fully aware of that fact, made sure he was over there. Oh, infield! Oh. Barely out of the grasp of Nolly.
You see that one swing across, and Carmine Corp has historically been so good at finding a player at the other end and smacking it, of course, into the top left or top right corner.
Yeah, it looked like it should have been it. I mean, sometimes they are just slightly out of reach, but I think that one was within range. Carmine Corp not putting it together here, missing many opportunities to create chances and to score them. Furia still sitting back. They're not lunging, they're not panicking.
Oh, what a dunk!
Taking their time. Carmine Corp not passing well, they're not finishing well. It's just all going wrong in Game 7.
The ideas are coming to Carmine Corp far too late. They can't communicate it over. I do like some of the ideas they've been having, but unfortunately the teammate knows nothing about it. Snolly is going to have to back down at least for now. Cards lofts the ball up to Kaio. Oh, it's just his mere presence means Furia have their second.
Masterful mind game. Kaio flies right by. Astral's got his eyes on him, not the ball. And the ball just sails right in, 2-0. An insane turnaround.
Rent-free. Living in Astral's head, you saw him go up for the ball, and you assume somebody's gonna make contact. Instead, it just floats right in. 2-0, Furia, they have the momentum. Karmine Corp struggling even after the timeout, couldn't get it. We are moments away from history in the RLCS.
Yan just sticks around, sees 2 players up against him, and he likes those odds. Nolly, though, at least gets the ball up and moving. Astro, with Itachi in support, takes the block instead. Just nothing to play with when it comes to offense. From that particular angle, Yan will clear. Astro from the wall, and Furia happy to see where that one came off the ceiling. More time off the clock. Karmine Corp have not got rolling yet, and that time is ticking away from them. Itachi dodge forward. Might have been able to go for a fake, but the ball was going straight forward. No changing to catch Furia out.
There was an attempt at the 50-50, but nothing came out. Back down the other end, we've got a lot of big clears. Both teams are so cautious, don't want to overextend. Go for big clears and hope you find a redirect on the other side.
So many records about to be broken. The first reverse sweep in RLCS LAN history. The first time that 2 non-North American and EU teams combine in the top 4. And also the record, the all-time record for goals scored in a best of 7 in RLCS LAN. That's a little bit due to G-Corp as well, but Furia are doing the impossible right now.
Itachi infield to Nolly, fancies the chance on the 1v1, does put the ball into a playable position, but there's nobody left around. Take a look at the boost totals currently over for Karmine Corp. There's nobody with any ability to get involved in this play. They finally reboost, but because the play has already gone.
And you'll notice somebody from Furia, they're putting themselves in between 2 players of Karmine Corp, expecting a pass to come out from the midfield. I talked about how I wanted to see it more with passes, but it looks like solo plays might be the answer. And we all know Astro loves to go for those, and so does Itachi.
Oh, the writing's on the wall, maybe more accurately the crossbar, because that was a moment where you'd rather any kind of bounce stand straight down and then clear. Karmine Corp getting a bit of misfortune there, but Furia still look great. They're hanging on to this 2-goal lead, giving nothing, but now suddenly Karmine Corp find an opening.
Oh, it was never going to be easy, was it?
Nope.
1 goal separating these 2 teams, and Yan will not want to see that one back.
He can't have seen him. He went for a speed flip there to the side of the pitch. He must have not known that Karmine Corp had a player there.
Off the kickoff, Itachi goes up the wall. You can see Yan trying to stop him, but that's still not quite enough. Itachi can still recover this play. Astro to Itachi. Back into the midfield. Nolly can't quite take the first time shot. They're taking their time. They want the perfect play.
Oh, no!
Itachi!
Finally, Furia have fumbled. That was definitely clearable. Kyle had boost. He had the ball in his sight, but he misses it, and it just lingers on the goal line briefly before Karmine Corp scored to tie the game.
Oh, that might be the mistake that prevents RLCS history. Final 30 seconds.
Astro under his own control. This is where Karmine Corp got caught out earlier on. This is where they kept the ball alive, and it ended up costing them. Will we see anything similar this time? Will we even get the chance to? Everyone from Furia is going. They want their offensive chance. Itachi takes control of the ball.
Yeah, all of Karmine Corp in low boost, but they get shots out of nowhere.
10 seconds.
It is saved. Furia now looking to transition.
Yeah, down the line. Has got caught up in support. Takes out Itachi. The shooting angle wasn't there. Instead, he set up his teammate. Kyle with South America on his shoulders, and he will wait for another chance.
This time they do go to overtime. Karmine Corp with not even an option to keep the ball alive. That's probably a blessing after what we saw earlier.
Card beats 1 player.
Backward.
Can he find the angle? No, instead he looks around. There's no teammates left to turn the ball in. 1 goal separates these 2 teams from top 4. Astro booms the ball long. Itachi keeps the ball moving. Massive back into the midfield. Shan to the corner. And Itachi will clear.
Yeah, key touches here. Every touch so important. Now he gets back to the ball. Mid-air recovery. Now it's free
Itachi!
for Karmine Corp!
History tonight. Karmine Corp move on. And suddenly their series against V1 becomes a distant memory. Turtle though, Furia, they delivered in a way that none of us expected to 20 minutes ago. What a series that was. And we still have 1 more to go today.
Oh, and one of the best series of the tournament. This is definitely a highlight that we'll all remember and look back on. Furia so close from breaking their RLCS record. and making it out of top 6.
Legends, absolute legends. They've completely won the hearts of everyone here in London. This is a true example of what can happen inside this very special place as Furia up against one of the fan favorites, and they're getting all kinds of support, but they earned it. The way that they play, the results that they get, proving themselves time and time again. They're going to Worlds as a guaranteed team in the main event. They've brought along one of the other teams from the region with them. Hats off to them. They're really pushing farther and farther. They're breaking their own records with every single event. Today, the last laugh does go to Karmine Corp. Somehow they won up the drama after what we saw earlier on. It went to overtime game 7, and they won it.
And for Karmine Corp, we now put those storylines about bad mental behind them. They came back, they won a game in a game 7 that they almost got beaten in, and instead in game 7, they proved the mental strength that they have, and they are moving on. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we have our final match of the day.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
The World Championship is where the greats
become legendary.
opponent. All it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment. Rise up, you give it all that you got and you rise up. All the stories that tell about the champion who came from the crown. Are you ready to carry it now? Going full speed, never stop, never quit.
And yet another series goes the distance, this one all the way to overtime in the end. Itachi able to put it away and keep Carmine Core's hopes alive. What a moment, what a match. And Shogun, man, how are you feeling after that one?
I'm struggling, man. It's
You had a
so
sweat
good.
on.
Mate,
Came up here,
there's
you were
nothing.
sweating.
Honestly, I keep looking at all of these apps for different ways to lose weight, but you should just have casting RLCS lands. It is phenomenal workout.
Just cast for it, it's easy as that. You can see our upper bracket has been set. We established that a while ago. Another best of 7 down here. The K-Corp able to knock Furia out. What a run from Furia. Pleasure to watch them play Rocket League here, but their run does end in the quarterfinals. Space Station Gaming versus Moist Esports is the last match of the day. Another best of 7, and one of these two very strong teams, dynamite teams, Titans in Rocket League, going home here in the quarterfinals.
Very different journey to where they are now. Moist going all the way through that lower bracket where Space Station just dropped down, having lost to Falcons in Game 7 in the upper bracket. They don't want to leave V1 as the only North American team left in the tournament. Moist, however, want to join their European brothers and continue that EU run.
Yeah, it's a battle of the mentalities here. As we said, the failed reverse sweep coming out from Space Station. So how do they bounce back from this one? And Moist as well, they've had the momentum. They had the win today earlier. So, you know, you'd probably have to favour them in the battle of the mind, Shogi.
I mean, I was thinking that, but KC just went and won, so that sort of seems to go behind. This seems to be a very, very special land with some very special performances. Can we see another one, Bates?
And an SSG, man. They're going to have deja vu. But earlier today, it felt like they're probably playing Moist back in LA when they lost that previous Game 7 against Falcons, and now they're going up against Moist. What are the coincidence of that? It's going to be an incredible series. It's really tough to call.
I mean, is it going to go the distance? We've been going to the final game of every series. I feel like we're due a sweep at some point. I mean,
imagine
You're rooting
being
for a
at that
sweep?
point after how good this week was.
Hey, look. Game 7s, we love them. But at this point, we've got to see a team start building up some momentum because these teams are struggling to close out series. It's that LAN pressure. The moment you see you've got one game to win and close it out, they're not able to do it. I want to see some dominance in those final games.
I agree, though. I think that this is maybe the most difficult mental situation any team has been in yet in this tournament. You got to Game 7, drop it, then face against a team that took you out in a very similar fashion last time. This is so difficult.
And you got to remember, despite the fact that some of these players are experienced, that's experience that came 4 years ago. Everybody had to go through 2 years without live crowds. And they've got back to it now, and they've got to regain that comfort.
That's very interesting that, you know, we had all the sweeps without the crowd. We get the crowd and we get 6,000 people here at the Copper Box, and all of a sudden we've got best of 7s going to Game 7 reverse sweeps. Everything's crazy, but yeah.
All right, well, no time like the present. Let's make some predictions, chat. Let us know who you think is going to take this one down. Hashtag MST, hashtag SSG. Depending on how you feel this one's going to go. CJ, give it to me.
I saw Joyo's mum down there. She said you better predict them, so let's go Moist.
Oh, you've really got... I'm going against someone's mother. All right, let's go for Moist as well over on here.
Okay.
Moist.
Moist. Wow. Really?
Yeah. Sorry, Bates? Hey, no.
First Falcons. You really don't believe in Space Station.
Huh?
Why are you going against Space Station? What have they done?
Because when SSG plays these mechanical teams, game plan, I think, is phenomenal. I think they execute properly, and I think they have really shown that the game plan can only bring them so far. It's been twice now where they played to Skywalkers, I say. They played Moist in LA, lost in 7.
Oh, you really are intelligent, aren't you? It's Moist. Moist.
It's Moist. Put them up there, folks, at this point. Space Station, 2 matches on the day, not a single prediction. Chat's had them both times, though. Is Chat right this time around? Let's get down to the stage. Can Space Station do it this time? They have such a mental battle to face. On the other side, Moist has been waiting to give them another taste of their medicine. 2 advances, Europe or North America. 1 more best of 7 to close out the day.
Saturday has been nothing short of ridiculous. Space Station coming fresh off a thrilling 7-game series, now in the lower bracket here against Moist. Cole.
A couple of thrilling 7-game series in a row, and we are potentially in for the 3rd one in a row. This is going to be a stunning series, Stumpy.
Space Station falling victim to the fact that they couldn't close it out earlier on. Heartbreak for them. They find themselves here in the lowers and against a horrifying team in Moist.
It's once again Moist doing what they did in the winter, which is just make an impressive lower bracket run. This is one more rung on the ladder for them. They've been consistent ever since they got into the lower bracket. Space Station are gonna have to find a way to break through that.
On the opposite side, Space Station, when they are down, they really feel like they're not going to be out. Is that how they want to start this series? Absolutely not. But the pressure from Moist is at a boiling point.
Joyo has been absolutely nailing these double taps since this major started, and this is just one more to add to the collection. There he goes. He makes it look so easy.
And that has to feel a little bad for Space Station, knowing he wanted to start out strong after that last series, but Moist always going to bring you that. Joyo is always going to hit those double taps. They got to find a way to cover them. As another one just bangs off the post, Space Station will take it away.
The amount of fans as well between Moist and Space Station here it's almost night and day, right? It feels like Moist are the home team. They are the one that everyone wants to support. Rettel's dad is here doing God's work, quite frankly. He is getting everyone chanting. He wants that SSG hype because they were such a big land crowd team in the LA Major.
And they came so close to that reverse sweep earlier on, losing it in devastating fashion. Couldn't quite get over the hump there. And they'll be refreshed, ready to go right now against Moist Esports.
Space Station have been on offense for about 20 seconds now, trying to keep the pressure up. A light shot turned away. You see again, Space Station always hunting on that goal line for a demo, but here come Moist. Not a lot of moves to commit, and how often do we see that from Moist? 2 of them in the air near the ball. It has to be so frustrating on defense.
It's also just terrifying just to look at. You see somebody going for an air duel, do they have the flip reset, or will it be the man on the ground who wants to send that dagger to your net?
Moist slowing things down. Nice small ball passing here from Moist. Move back down to the orange half, maybe get a shot. Space Station just trying to withstand Moist passing, not wanting to overcommit, because you know one bad challenge could just send the ball hurling towards your net, but Moist continuing to pressure.
They're putting so much pressure on Space Station Gaming right now. Every time Space Station clear it, it's coming right back at their goal as Arsenal gets half a clearance, but again, look at the speed from Joe, who wins it cleanly. Daniel saves it out wide to the side, but again, shot after shot raining in for Moist.
Good opportunities for Space Station to get counter-attacks, though, as we mentioned earlier. Boys are sending a lot at every single play. There are holes. They just need to find avenues where that ball can slip. Rise, able to clear it to the corner, and another touch.
Some opportunities here for Space Station. A nice bouncer, but it's off the post. And Moist get there first. Space Station just not in position to take the rebound.
Just for a second, Moist Esports, who have had boost control since the beginning, were pretty low between the 3 of them. They do manage to survive a fairly scary moment.
It's Moist again. Not able to get to that challenge. Space Station might have a breakaway, but again, gonna be difficult getting by Rise. Moist able to maintain that 1-goal lead. A lot of time, shoot off the clock, just under 2 minutes left. Another demo in front of the line. Moist able to handle it for now.
4 demos coming in this time. Moist going towards Space Station Gaming. Vadera up for 1. Can't quite get that double. The shot coming in from his teammate.
Showing no signs of fatigue so far, Moist Esports, after that best of 5 went all the way earlier against Team Liquid. Rise gets in there and almost nips it past Rettles.
Another demo for Moist, but Rise ends up getting bumped out, or Vatira bumping into Rise. And maybe that could have been an opportunity for Moist to add to their lead. Regardless, they maintain possession. They have a winger, and well, to commit on that, I don't know if that's going to work.
Vatira coming in, trying to get the God pinch from the heavens. Didn't work out this time, but Moist, that's the kind of inventiveness that they can have. They can work every now and then, and Space Station need to keep their eye on the avenues of play that they will be exploiting.
Two of them have 0 boost right now as far as Space Station are concerned. This is not how you get back in the first game, especially when you're conceding.
And they had a couple of chances, but this is just too much. Rise getting the first 50. He's got plenty of time, slips it right over the defender, and nobody from Space Station ready for it, hoping that challenge in the corner would have came out. They were still getting back into position.
Yeah, I mean, it's such good play from Moist Esports. So tempted to sit back and defend, but this is the team that never fall into that trap. They keep on pushing, and time after time, it works out well for them.
Oh, Vatira, my goodness, how often does Moist do it? Right off the double tap again.
Off the kickoff as well. When Space Station are down, they are being booted over and over again. Under a minute remaining, that's Moist with 3 goals. When this game looked so close, Space Station, they let off the gas by 5%, and Moist have put their pedal to the metal.
They definitely seem to have identified the backboard as a weakness for Space Station, have Moist, but one thing they don't have as a weakness is this kid, Daniel.
Nice win here off the kickoff for Space Station. See Joyo trying to get the pinch, but read well by Daniel, and he got the favorable bounce off the ramp as well.
It's a good idea for Joyo, I think, to go for that pinch, but with Daniel coming off kickoff and going to the left-hand boost regardless, where else is he going, Joyo?
Space Station could get something going here. There is some time on the clock. A pinch getting it down to the blue might start getting things done. But Moist, keeping that ball close. Rise keeping it away from that Space Station rotation. No boost, an attempted pass. Moist can clear it away, more time off the clock.
Finally finding its way into that blue half for about half a second, but then straight back into the orange side. Final 20. Sees Arsenal alongside Daniel going for a miracle play. Rise will miss. Arsenal will go low, but just devastatingly wide.
So close right there, just to giving Space Station half a chance. And wait a minute,
we go.
What's happened in the defense? Moist, only 1 goal up now.
Just a little bit of nonsense.
Just a little cheeky challenge here from Rettles. Actually avoided a bump, which forced him to jump early on the play, and that happened to put him in perfect position. Now 8 seconds left. This kickoff is everything for Space Station.
Suddenly it gets very, very interesting for the last 8 seconds or so. Everybody is watching and just seeing, can Space Station win this kickoff? Joyo, he's highest read by Arsenal, but Joyo, a huge challenge in the air.
Popped up high. Rettles trying to keep it away. Push downfield. Arsenal not really in position, and Moist will take game 1.
Game 1 of what may well prove to be yet another lengthy best of 7. 4 games needed to win, but we know that Moist are going to go 3 up. Space Station will bring it back up to our game 7.
What could possibly make you think that?
We'll see Champions Field. Space Station may or may not reverse sweep, but it will be exciting regardless. The composure on Moist throughout that entire game as well. Super chill. Sitting there, chilling together. There were goals scored, they were having a good time, but they were like, no, let's go. We've got this. We can win.
One thing Space Station did well, though, was at least make Moist sweat at the end of that first game. From 3-0 up, they were looking so comfortable. The mechanics were all working. The double taps were flying home time and time again. Their mechanics are just as good as ever. But Space Station, they kept on pushing and got themselves to within a goal.
And I think for Moist, they did such a good job of controlling the pace of the game, and how they do that is just these nice touches that sometimes it puts it back, but the control of Moist, that's what has made them so consistent in every single series we've watched them in this tournament. That kind of expert control is so hard to contend with. No matter what Space Station try to do on that challenge, they make it so hard to get to the ball.
Earlier on as well, it was Vatira in defense in particular against Liquid. He stood up tall so many times, allowing them to have that control. And then when Rise and Joyo get going, they're borderline unstoppable.
They're going to hope that they are completely unstoppable this time, though, because going to the lowest so early has hurt this team. They play so many more games, but they still have the full intuition of a Moist roster.
I think Space Station had a little bit of momentum near the end of the last game. Maybe started to figure out how to get by Moist one-on-one here in the corner. Not much really here developing for Space Station as Moist just drive him to the corner, get another clear.
Good start there for Space Station. They're getting a little bit of pressure and certainly not looking like they've been overawed by this situation. As Retals goes to the ceiling, Arsenal is waiting underneath it. How's his first touch? It's good. Good 50-50 game from Space Station, something they're known so much for. I don't think we've seen enough demos from them either. Against Voice Esports, that's one way to really clear the path.
Yeah, getting rid of as many players as you can is just going to make those final touches a touch easier. Somebody else I've not seen a huge amount from is Daniel. I think at this LAN, we saw him absolutely pop off, nearly going for an incredible double tap there. He's made some opportunities, but you look at him a few months ago and he scores them. There's something just a little bit different about the British air for him.
Space Station have gotten a little more control of midfield. Light shot taken away by Retals, up in the air already. Latira and Rise working their way forward. Joyle, third man for Moist. They contend with a counterattack. Here it comes for Space Station, a little wide of the net. Not much there developing, but again, Space Station able to contend the midfield line at least, but Moist pushing forward.
Retals going to have to keep an eye on this one. That clearance a little bit dangerously close to the Space Station goal, but it was into space, to be fair. So the com's still good for Space Station. He's still showing lots of alertness. It's been a long old day. All of these teams have had. It's been an epic day of Rocket League so far.
I mean, going down, as I said, into those lowers, it's also good practice. Ultimately, you've got it at the highest pressure you can possibly play at. So far, Moist just have been the beneficiaries of dropping down. Space Station going from the uppers. It's a lot harder to do with mentally, I feel. But this game, as we approach half-time, dead even.
Moist have not had nearly as much time in the orange half, nor have they had the backboard as often like they did early in game number 1. In fact, it's been Space Station who I think have been getting a little more pressure on the net, and a couple of chances here for Moist. They only need one, and they almost made it happen, but a great save stopped in front of the net.
And it was Joyo getting that second touch that he just did not need to get. Vatira was there. If Joyo faked, I can see that absolutely being a goal.
Joyo is going to put this one high into the top of the map. Daniel's following him up, and I mean, just a bit of dead space right now in this game. Certainly, though, Daniel pops into life, and he almost gets the dunk home.
Look, Astral got a double flip reset earlier. Daniel was like, you're right, I got to hit one too, Astral. Hang on a second, Moist marching down the field, immediately pulling off the play, not wanting to send the house there, recognizing Space Station. They've been able to thwart their attack on most of these pushes. Missed there, as it's put up off the back wall, and Vatira just trying to keep it away.
Slowly but surely, they get the impression that Moist Esports are just getting something going. Joyo again, not quite the touch he wanted, but these infield passes are starting to pin Space Station back. They're all relying on about less than 50 boost, and that means that Joyo and Moist Esports in general, they can really just turn the screw.
90 seconds and an open net appears. Vatira manages to work his way back into the home half again. A shot, both Arsenal and Retals being credited.
I don't think I've seen it bounce off the inside of the post from that angle before.
I mean, half the time, mate, that just goes in.
Not for Space Station. Moist. Able to survive, push the ball back over to the corner. They get demoed. Retals taking out Vatira on the play. Space Station move forward. I feel like Daniel's really starting to heat up. His shot was turned away, and another one for Moist.
Right, so dropping that just slowly into the midfield, had to rely on his teammates to pick up that ground. Rough touches may well be a decider, but Vatira managing to clear that shot away from Daniel, who is looking a lot more confident.
Yeah, his flip reset auto-aimer seems to have just been turned on as Rise has to beat Retals to this race. There's Joyo to the backboard. Rise getting it to finish. For once, he's not able to.
He hits that 99 out of 100 times. He never misses that off the backboard. Vatira in front can't get the dunk. And Space Station, a couple of chances here for Moist, and nothing on the board.
Space Station managing to avoid death yet again, and I don't think it's down to them. I think it's down to Moist not being able to score, but they're going for other one. Daniel!
It's been coming. It has been coming. Daniel has been threatening the magic in the last couple of minutes or so. Finally, this is the opportunity that he finally sinks.
Oh my goodness, and over to the left, able to get it away from Moist. Car was turned just a little off. It was going to be hard for him to get back to that. And Retals with that setup touch as well, just beating out that first defender off the back wall.
The chants of Laniel then echo around the arena as they take that incredibly late lead, and we're about to hear the countdown echo around as well.
Moist. Got Vatira. Joyo in the air. He missed the ball. Twice now. First, the miss off the backboard, went on an open net, and Joyo had another look, completely missed the ball.
So near yet so far for Moist, but it's Space Station that take their first game of the series. It was a nervy, tense set of 5 minutes on Aquadome right there. But I mean, Daniel Stumpy, this player, he is coming to life, and that is a scary thought for Moist Esports.
I'm really excited to see it as well. I've been looking at Daniel. I've been impressed, don't get me wrong, it's still Daniel, but it's not Daniel. It's not Laniel. We're seeing Dan, we're not seeing Lan, and that, going for the one, getting it away from Joyo as well, setting it behind both defenders, managing to get the goal at 12 seconds left. A massive play.
And with that finish as well, it wasn't just a case of getting the flip reset off the backboard and putting it on net. He really accurately threaded that needle to get it into the tiny point that wasn't being defended by two Moist
I
players.
do think Space Station, they can't rest on that 1-goal lead, and I really doubt that they will be, because Moist weren't without their opportunities. I would say Space Station definitely fortunate in a couple of those scenarios, but Space Station can certainly be happy about one thing. They won't have to fight down from 3 games to nothing.
Oh, that's nice. I think that's nice for all of us to not worry about that heart attack, no matter what side.
I know they really want to be reverse sweep merchants, but look, I think it's better for the heart this way.
You can't plan for it, guys.
They've got one up their sleeve. They'll take it later on in the tournament if they get there, as Daniel launches another one. This time better defended by Moist.
In the corner, Vatira trying to get things started, but every challenge, Moist have really been stuffed in the challenge game. It's just those breakaways that they get. Really the only issue that they're having. They can figure out a way to break through that Space Station line. Maybe they can start to open the scoring up, but Space Station, another clear.
Going long, it seems to be the aim of the game, and Rettles has got the target set on every single Moist player, along with the net.
Once again, Daniel at the heart of it, just putting this one onto the backboard in the perfect position. Joyo couldn't quite get that read, and then Rettles with the finish did what he had to be done.
Question mark looming over Joyo again, though. We saw him miss a couple of shots. We've seen him miss a touch on the backboard. I hope that doesn't become a theme of the series, because we want to see these teams at their absolute peak.
Well, they'll be able to talk it through, Moist. This is the team that's already been to 5 today. Goodness knows how far this one is going to go in this best of 7. They got the comms right. We know this is the team that can rise up from the ashes if they start to struggle. They'll be fine.
Nice bump on to Daniel. Moist trying to set it up. Oh, Rise just missing it. Maybe he had just a bit more boost, but it's still in the air. Vatira scores!
There's your man. Look at the pace from Joyo right here to set up Vatira. He's back in the game.
Rise managing to fake it away with the ball cleared from Rettles by Joyo, and the back right side behind Arsenal manages to receive that ball. Moist Esports are drawing it up versus one of America's best.
A lot of times breaking that levy is just enough what you need to forget about all the whiffs, all the misses from the previous game, and right off the kickoff, Joyo sees it, and Rise delivers!
Did we or did we not back Joyo to come back to life? Look at this, just floating in the air, getting over the top of 2 of them, and then there's Rise for the easy finish.
Brilliant movement by Joyo, just to open it up, lure someone in, and then send it for the pass. You can be simple with them, but that is not always the best move.
Oh, they got another one, and he missed it! Space Station, they had the line covered, but you think if the shot is wide enough, maybe it finds the right side of the net. Moist still in control of this. They actually lose the 50. Smart non-touch here from Arsenal. Now he's underneath on the dribble. Got the 50, got the read underneath, but no angle for Space Station to attack. Joyo closes it down.
I mean, Joyo, the speed that he's showing right now is pre-jumping in defense. He's teeing up Rise. He's involved in everything suddenly for Moist.
Heading to the ceiling was Vatira to shut down Daniel. On the side of Moist, they've got Joyo turning it on. For Space Station, they have that secret weapon.
There he comes down the field, wants the bump, not gonna get it. Vatira gets kicked out of the way as well. Rettles enough boost to make something happen, and Arsenal harassing them downfield. Pushed in front, Daniel in the air, got the 50. Arsenal in front, he got the catch, not exactly how he wanted it. And it taken away by Vatira, wins the 50 against Daniel, putting Space Station back.
I love the idea from Space Station, trying to take those extra touches in front of the Moist Esports goal, but just not quite working for them there. And then Moist, they counter so quickly, but here's Arsenal. He's got a chance himself to send one forwards.
Space Station really trying to force Moist into those 50s. Feeling very confident on their approach to the ball. Arsenal several times now. And they're always sending that man forward, trying to get a demo, but here they come again, Moist. Joyo trying to take over the game for Moist, keep them in the lead, maybe add more.
We're really starting to see the mechanics get activated on both sides. Well, Joyo getting flip resets. We're seeing Daniel going for the same. We're seeing demos coming from Arsenal and Rettles, and Rise and Vatira following up on the blue side.
Space Station got the midfield. They got a demo. They have the backboard. They almost got the goal, but it was taken away at the last moment. Vatira picks up the save.
We've seen that so many times from Vatira today, just showing his importance when the ball's in blue territory. We get a chance to attack. 2-1 up Moist again on the cusp of going up in this series.
With 90 seconds left, it becomes imperative that Moist hold on and hold that line. Joyo on the backside has 30 boost, but one flip reset means it goes further than you could have dreamed.
Space Station, eyeing to dive forward on that 50. Vatira doesn't get the pinch he wants, but it does allow Rise to come in. Moist, again, thwarting Space Station, not letting them spend time in the blue half. Well, Moist end up bumping into each other. This does give Daniel a little bit of space, but again, the 50s are starting to flip here for Moist.
Yeah, just a little bit rushed there from Rettles. He could have stayed behind a little bit longer, stayed grounded, but he just jumped too early. That's allowed Moist in for this attack, an attack which is still going until Rettles makes up for everything.
Joyo becoming maybe a touch too predictable with the flip resets, but with the lead, all you need is to draw a defender in. You don't need to be getting the goals, you just need to act like you're about to destroy the dreams of your opponent.
Back in the corner for Space Station. Keeping it close.
Oh,
Rise
no way.
Tried to use his crystal ball and almost found the right answer. Arsenal got the 50 back for Space Station. He jumps in front, and we've seen him do that many times to put Space Station right where they need to be. And it's pushed up high again. Rise got the redirect, and he puts it in!
Beautiful finish there from Rise, living up to his name. And just check out this finish, the beautiful pass there from Joyo. And Arsenal is just beaten all ends up.
Tapping it so deftly over the deep end. Nothing too crazy needed, just something that will outwit the man behind you. The 2-goal deficit now, the Space Station to chase. It becomes a scary prospect going down. But Rettles with the open net by the hand of Arsenal, it will be one.
Just like in game 1, 3-2 with 20-odd seconds left. And it's going to be nervy for Moist yet again.
Arsenal getting the first demo, opening up the back end of the net, and then bumping another player up into the backboard to take them out. Arsenal doing a lot of work to clear the path. And now a little bit of time for Space Station. Arsenal takes it himself. Wants the ceiling, actually just takes it. Back over to the side. Shot denied before it could even happen. Rettles, a little bit of space, and no more time. Here he comes in front. Rettles, back in front. Still in the air. Daniel's there. Puts it up high. Where Space Station got it in front, but Moist take the game.
There was a chance there for the redirect, but just slightly heavy in the touch at the 0-second mark, and Space Station Gaming find themselves going behind in the series.
It was good movement down the pitch by Rettles. I enjoyed the fact that he went solo for a little bit and then tried to hand it off to Arsenal, but as I said, Cole, going just too close together. You couldn't get the redirect to go in a good place, and ultimately, Arsenal ends up tackling the teammate. They need to go for risk. Don't blame them one bit for it. Moist go 2-1 up in the series, and the crowd are very much on their side, chanting the players' names, wanting the Europeans to win out.
And twice they've won out despite it being so close right at the end. I mean, we talk about it a lot, but it just continues to be true. Moist Esports, they never seem to panic where any... Hello, by the way, guys, you all right? How you doing?
Hey, boys.
Give you a little wave. Wait.
Fellas,
they're having fun up there.
Hey! They wave back at us, happy days. Yeah, Moist are really good at holding out, is what I was saying.
Space Station, now I gotta figure out how to tie this series back up. Again, it was like game 1 at the end. They started to figure it out, and Arsenal starts looking really threatening in front. The more demo-heavy Arsenal gets, the more worried I get for Moist. Because as soon as he just is like, you know what, I'm not even gonna go for the ball anymore. I'm just gonna take it out of the play. Moist gonna have to keep their cameras on the swivel.
You absolutely do not want to see him when he is angry.
I'm just loving the battle right now. I was going to say between Daniel and Vatira, and Joyo as well, but there was Rettles steaming and also a goal for himself.
Light touch here from Daniel. Allows himself to get to the 50. Now Moist still with control. Taken away by Rettles. Space Station just getting to these touches. A little space for Moist. Daniel saw daylight, but just couldn't quite get to the wall.
And Vatira, I didn't think he was anywhere near that ball. Manages to beat Daniel out regardless. Joyo in the corner trying to show off the mechanics. Goes high, but Rise tapping an unlikely shot towards the net, but drop down from Vatira. Chances really emerging with Space Station wrestling one back.
Great pace there from Daniel to get involved. Arsenal takes his touch, Rise tackles him, so a good attacking chance for both teams, but still 0-0.
You saw Daniel in the corner just kind of used the tail of his car, just a light touch, the bounce off the rim. All of Moist were covering the back wall and were ready for a bounce center instead of just bouncing straight out. Those little light touches from Daniel that just keep Space Station in those tight sequences. They gotta find a way to get those quality shots. Moist able to keep them away from the net for now.
Interesting movement by Joyo. Fancy going down on his roof. Didn't manage to get anything special out of it though, and so Space Station continue their push. No demos just yet for Arsenal, someone I'm really keeping an eye on. Trying Rettles to just get in the brains of his opponent.
I love that about Rettles, that unpredictability to just stare down his opponent with absolute fearlessness. And this attack is still going from that moment.
There it is!
Demo comes in, surely it's going to lead to a goal, and yes it has!
The Destruction Derby will continue here on Utopia.
Again, Space Station, it's their bread and butter. If you can't beat them, delete them. Space Station finally getting a lead after a while, about what, 8-9 minutes of gameplay?
Yeah, it's a big slog for Space Station there, and it's one of those moments where you really do see daylight, as you mentioned earlier with Daniel. It's something where that needs to be held, it needs to be cherished, and you need to extend it further. Keep parting those clouds, because the rainy day is coming.
Space Station are done with double taps. They want to see no more of them. Covering the back wall again, and keeping Moist out of it. Maybe getting one of their own, trying to push it forward. But Tira's there to clear it away.
Daniel's just going to take a touch. Only as far as Joyo for now. Rise is waiting for it, but Joyo just puts that one into the corner as the crowd continue to serenade. Absolutely full energy from everybody behind us. Still 1-0 Space Station, despite what the crowd want to see happen.
I love having that soundtrack behind us, by the way. Hearing them singing the names of any given player. And Arsenal shut down Joyo's naming lights.
Tira wanted to commit. You saw him swivel away. He had his teammate Joyo come in to help him for the save. Now Vatira, a potential breakaway, but then shoved the ball to the corner by Arsenal.
Vatira's done that a couple of times in this series, when the ball is landing on him and a player is so close to his blind spot, and he just has the composure just to take that first touch, the perfect first touch, and dribble it away and make it look easy.
Nice pass over in front. The shot, actually another pass, and the shot way too high from Joyo. A big chance and a good creative opportunity there from Moist.
Passing quite close to each other makes it difficult for Space Station to read. And that save! How does he dive in front? Both Arsenal and Rettles credited for that one as well. Can Rice get the touch? Instead he turns and tries to double foot Rettles in the net.
Vatira's been one of the best defenders at this major so far. He just keeps popping up out of absolutely nowhere, saving Moist Esports' skin, but they need to do more than save themselves. They need themselves a goal quick.
They had a little bit of space, but Joyo decided to wait. He did get a 50 out of it. Rise also trying to push the issue in the corner. Moist starting to wrap around the Space Station defense. Can they constrict it? Can they get the tie? Vatira, the pass again denied. Space Station have a good read on those infield passes. It hasn't worked for Moist in this game. And an open net, a goal off the bar for Rettles.
Rettles did his best to go. You know, he's playing crossbar challenge, an old British classic. Daniel did so much work. If Rettles had missed this, would have been quite something, but he didn't. He managed to get it in.
Oh, I really felt like that was going to get missed, and I was kind of here for it. But I'm happy that Space Station managed to get it away.
You are that's a certain kind of evil.
I'm a cruel and evil man, and I purely want this chaos bracket to continue.
It's Rettles. Rettles can deal with it. He's got the ego he needs to get over that and score the next goal.
He was born in the chaos. It's fine. Moist, they want to bring a little bit more order to this series, though.
Oh, here comes Space Station. It's another open net and another goal. Rettles gives Space Station their third.
The game plan working to perfection for Space Station Gaming. Just defend with all your lives, and eventually you'll get a free goal.
That's 3. That's somewhat insurmountable for Moist.
Somewhat.
That may well be Utopia closed out.
But we thought that in the first game.
We've seen crazier things in this tournament.
Exactly.
But there's still 2 more games, regardless of these teams, to battle through against each other to win.
Down in front here for Vatira. Moist just unable to get anything that they wanted going, and it it wasn't like game 2 where it was missed opportunities from Joyo or whiffs, and what a save. It's been that. Space Station locking it down. They haven't given Moist the opportunities in front of the box. They've hopped their passing routes. Moist haven't had the space. They haven't had the chances, and Space Station all over them again.
Earlier on it was Daniel, now it's Arsenal that has stepped up massively. First with a huge save on the goal line and a little fake afterwards just to take away any chances of Moist Esports being able to bring themselves back into this game. The most comfortable win for Space Station yet.
The speed and aggression at the end of Utopia sums up how that game went for its entirety. As it drops to the floor, off the backboard, Space Station level us up 2-2 as we get to a late point in the day.
This is a gritty series so far. You don't see a lot of space. You don't see what you saw in game 1 with the high-flying attempted double resets, and there's just not the space to do it. It is cutting off passing lanes. It's getting to the challenge as quickly as possible and not giving opportunities to the other team, for both teams.
Yes, I describe it as wildly imperfect. There aren't these clean mechanics that we see. Every now and then they will get past. You'll see a wonder goal from Daniel, the double flip resets, all of those moments. But you won't see that happen time and time again because of the aggression, because of the activity that they're chucking towards the opponent.
And when the game gets so challenge heavy like this, you see the mind games happen. You see, okay, I'm gonna try to bait you in. I'm gonna try to make my car bigger and try to cheat you into coming into my challenge and forcing your team into a bad spot. It's levels of mind games at that point, Cole.
That last game was exactly what Space Station Gaming like to offer this little esport we call Rocket League. They want to be horrible to play against. They want to make you make mistakes, and they will always punish you for them. They have a team that no one likes to play, and based on that last game, Moist Esports weren't having too much fun.
Moist have been able to respond with each Space Station win. See if they can continue that here on Wasteland. Space Station, not feeling too much pressure, getting an easy clear to start. Oh, actually, they got it in front. A shot, a goal!
Yeah. I was going to say first 30 seconds leads into opportunities, and Space Station, they get the first one, pinched wonderfully by Rettles, and then faked with the hook shot initially, going into the high shot above the keeper.
Arsenal taking his form from the end of last game as well, where he really just started to dictate the pace of things. That was another example of that, and he's looking like the best player on the pitch to me right now.
Space Station in their last series, they just took a while to warm up, and it was Arsenal who really kick-started their engine and got Space Station back in that last series. They couldn't complete that one. This has been much more a back-and-forth battle. Rise in front, trying to find his way forward. Joyo, that's a nice catch off the side wall. Once he got in front, he's got a demo, but the ball pops up off of his hood. Space Station gets some reprieve here in the corner, but not for long. It's 2 there commit from Moist.
I was just about to say they seem to be focusing more on solo plays, slowing down the pace, taking control of the ball, but that double commit will not help them in that regard at all. You cannot waste boost if you want to play a solo-heavy playstyle. Moist have to keep the comms up.
Rise, tries to go for something special. Nearly secures it, but Rettles shutting that down. Joyo, the man with the goal participation, attempts to get another assistive medal. Rise again to shoot, and the assist from Daniel.
Rise, this is not a good shot, and they're the last player in net, no boost. You see him slow down and puts it on the back side, and that was gonna bounce out off the post. Rise just off the mark, but it didn't matter. It was enough to get the goal.
Also, it wasn't Daniel, it was Rettles. Apologies.
You did say the assist from Daniel, and Daniel passed it to the shooter, so
in which case,
I'll give it to you.
All good.
Well done.
And you know what? He made it awkward on the shot, so I said it wasn't a good shot. But Rise, you know what? Decent.
We're all wrong. We're all right. Well done, guys.
Good team effort.
Oh, almost a good job there off the bar, but Arsenal's shot just a little too high. Space Station forced back. Another demo, and maybe 2. You see him wanting it, but Rise isn't going to let it happen. Gets the clear out, and another touch off the bar and out. Space Station have control of it. Rise bumping the last player on Space Station. He's going to be slow on the rotation, but Moist can't push the ball forward. Another demo, this time Rise onto Rettles as Moist trying to push forward.
Moist come into this event winning the most recent EU regional against Team BDS, so they have victory in their blood since joining Moist Esports. They came so close last time out, battling to get further this time as the musty flick comes out.
Something that we've seen from Joyo when he gets comfortable is he goes for musty flicks. He's done it ever since we saw him on Queso, and it's continued the tradition through to Moist Esports. If Space Station see him musty flicking around the pitch, it becomes a dangerous weapon.
front. Moist and Vatira got the challenge and a quick read from Daniel. Reynolds racing back to this ball in the corner. Joyle gets in position in net. Vatira trying to make it a little easier. Ball up high, and Joyle's there for the clear again for Moist. Space Station hanging on to the midfield control.
Yeah, just about, but one misplaced pass lets Moist straight back in. That's brilliant play from Daniel, though. Can he get himself going again? Quieting down a little bit in the last couple of games, but he's so good when he has ball control. Arsenal continues his ball control. Can only take it out wide for now, keeping control of the ball.
No!
And letting in Daniel out of nothing.
He took Moist for a ride on this play. Hop right off of him. Look at that. Are you kidding me, Arsenal?
And the fact that Daniel was waiting and ready to strike from the genius of Arsenal, a mentor of his laid it up on a plate.
Moist trying to get that goal right back off the kickoff. Space Station ripped the ball away. Good 50 from Reynolds, but no one from Space Station there immediately. Moist trying to find their way off the backboard. Space Station again have been so good, so clinical, Cole, in finding those passing lanes, cutting off anything Moist trying to do off the wall or in front of the box.
And I love how happy they are just to slow the ball down, even in those terrifying positions, but it can backfire when Moist have chances like this. Arsenal is going to go high. They can see those seconds ticking away. Another goal will be absolutely lovely. That one's going wide. And Joyo, the speed that he's shown there to nip in, but Space Station, they're getting every loose ball right now, and it's working so well in their favor.
Oh, Rise trying to get that touch out, but in the air, another challenge, keeps the ball hanging in front of the box. Moist, that one just off the ramp. Bounces high, another shot, another bar down and out. Space Station almost get a 2-goal lead.
How on earth did that one stay out? I don't know if it was red or if the ball just fell on him. And suddenly, the parting of Space Station, Moist get their equalizer.
Joyo making it happen all by himself. A perfect read and a perfect shot to put it in as a tie game.
Vatira was just there with the escort, but Moist, they do get themselves back into it. Every game so far has been so close, and this one on Wasteland is no different as Moist put on more pressure. Rettles has to keep himself behind the ball. Great win there from Daniel, but Vatira with the wonder read again.
Wonderful read from that backboard, keeping them safe in the overtime on Wasteland, potentially a saviour for Moist and Space Station respectively. I'm sure both of them are welcoming it at this point. We approach golden goal time regardless with 30 seconds remaining and a bump from Rise to clear him away. The final 20 sees a double commit from Moist. Space Station, they are floundering on the backside. They're so low on boost.
Moist are building the pressure cooker right now on the Space Station, and it just might explode here at the end of regulation. They've had the pressure, and now they just need the finishing touch, but Space Station will leave it in a second. Right at the end, and maybe get one of their own to pass in front. Nope, we got overtime to go to match point.
Lovely idea, the pass there at the end, but unfortunately just not quite the player on the end of it to keep something going into overtime. And we will go into next goal wins territory. Great pass there from Arsenal. Daniel is there, but so is a save.
Close one in front of the box. Moist trying to get that ball out. That's not the best touch there from Vatira. Forces Rise into support. Joyle gets demoed on the play, but Rise forces the ball back out. Vatira gets in front as well. That demo nullified.
Vatira's in front, but Arsenal is dead behind. He's trying to bump every single player on Moist out of the way. If he gets a demo, it's just a bonus. Handed off from Vatira to Rise. Saved by Daniel.
Moist looks so threatening when they put that ball forward from the midfield line. And here it is again, in front. Poked down again. Joyo's in the air. Shot underneath, way too light. Space Station easily clear.
It was light, but I love the communication there. Vatira wanted it, but he let his teammate in, and now he's all the way at the back. Just trying to get past one, past two. Arsenal tees up Rise, and it's Space Station Gaming that have the pressure.
Joyle pushes the ball underneath. They got a demo as well to support, and that may have actually prevented a shot from just happening right there. Allowed them to come back underneath. Space Station win another touch. Back over to the corner. They're in control right now. But Moist, keep getting to these challenges before Space Station can really put the pressure on, and a big miss from Space Station.
We were talking about Arsenal early being aggressive. Rettles hasn't left the orange half. He's sitting on the back trying to redirect it like that annoying kid in Ranked.
A little bit better than that, though, is Rettles, than any kid in Ranked that I've ever seen, at least. And just one of the horrible ways to attack that Space Station have as Vatira races Arsenal to the ball and gets there. That one's going out wide from Rettles. Can there be a clean space touch here? Yes, there can. It's Rettles to Daniel to the backboard, but it's fine for now.
Joyo trying to find a clear Arsenal back in front. Joyo slips right underneath. Now with control, Reynolds stuffed off the ball. Punches it right in reverse, gets the 50. Moist pushed in a little bit of pressure. Another 50 in front, the shot on target. Saved by Rise.
Oh, what a save from the side for Rise, but the attack continues. Joyo, all-important touch, but Space Station have so much control right now.
More opportunities apparating for Space Station as this series continues on Wasteland. That's central, that's a shot, and it's a save again on a miss! These Rise have to be miraculous.
It was a whifty. Nobody hit the ball in the air, and then it ended up being a save on Space Station, but how do you expect the ball to just drop in front as you're trying to rotate out of net?
There was chaos, there was pinball. The only thing we didn't have was a goal. As overtime continues, half an extra game has now been played. This one's the backboard again. Space Station Gaming still edging it, but Moist, you just know how quickly they can turn something into magic.
Up high quickly, Joyo off the corner. Moist, all they need is one chance. And a nice carry here to prevent Moist from immediately getting the ball, but Vatira able to steal it away.
That was exceptionally clever from Daniel. He could have just boomed it into the ceiling, but he didn't need to. Waited and roll over the shoulder. And lets it smash the top left.
Time and again, when Moist need to ice up, Rise is the chilliest man on the field.
Beautiful finish there from Rise, and that overtime was pretty much the exact opposite of the last game, where it was Space Station who played that counter-attack style. In the overtime there, Space Station had all the pressure. They had boost control, they had more shots, they had more chances, they looked the better team. But Moist, they took their chance, and that is the difference between the two teams.
Timeout by Space Station. They're gonna need it. They are now on match point, 5 minutes away from being eliminated from the tournament unless they can somehow force it to Champions Field. I believe every single game, or every single best of 7 today. Is they gonna go 7 games? That would be insane.
It's such a stark difference to our fantastic, don't get me wrong, day of Brios.
I really wanted us to set a record for the sweeps, you know? I was having fun.
That would have been nice.
We ran out of brooms.
Instead, though, reverse sweep or not is never in this question. It is game 7, potentially on its way. We find ourselves at 6. We're on that precipice.
This is where, as well, player exhaustion really starts to come into it. I wouldn't be surprised, as they talk things through in this timeout, if we see a few more whiffs, a few more weird plays and mistakes. As these players start to get tired, the pressure just continues to impound upon them. Who can deal with it better?
And this vital extra minute that we allow them in the timeouts, they can take 1 per best of 7 series. It's been taken by Space Station. They are on that point where they need to not let anything slip. They need to win 2 in a row. It's vital time. As opposed to typical 60, you got 120 seconds to sort it all out.
And Space Station have got the perfect man behind them right there, Chrome. Stack said earlier, one of the finest minds in Rocket League. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We've got Vatira G'ing up the crowd. It's happening. Moist are loving this. They might not even need Game 7 for once. Maybe they can do it here.
London, get loud for your homeboys of Moist Esports.
Those of you at home can't feel it, but I just felt my feet shake from the vibration. That was kind of cool.
It was kind of cool. Nothing hits like Copper Box, Joby. Nothing hits like the Copper Box.
Space Station. Timeouts have favored teams that have taken.
Yes.
And Space Station, with Chrome, they're one of the best teams at being able to reset that mentality, to put things on the right track. Chrome especially. Sometimes in the beginning, the only guy cheering for Space Station when the vibes aren't there, he kickstarts Space Station's engine. They're gonna need full throttle here on Neo Tokyo. We're underway.
And they're playing well as well. Space Station Gaming have had such brilliant moments as Rettles just beats Joy to the ball, all ends up. Arsenal has been hot in this series. Daniel got about 15 flip resets in about 4 seconds a few games ago. They have ways to damage Moist Esports, and I'm sure that's what Chrome will have been reminding them. But Rise on the other side gets a flip reset of his own. Rettles gets the save, and then Vatira puts Moist up in the game.
We mentioned Rise's ice at the end of games, but he is instrumental throughout. Vatira outspeeding yet again the quickest man on the pitch.
And once again, it was a counter-attack. Space Station Gaming started the game a bit better. Then there was Moist. One chance, boom, goal.
Space Station in front on the kickoff. Reynolds puts it up high. Space Station actually forced back to their own corner. Daniel getting harassed. Reynolds hoping he can delay, and Arsenal wins a big ball and gets a big goal!
Maybe Moist getting just a little bit carried away. Space Station Gaming doing a great job in punishing them. And what a pass that was from his own back wall from Rettles to Arsenal.
Going central with that when you know the third man is already pushed up will lead to a goal surprisingly frequently if you've got the speed to beat out your opponent.
Such an important response from Space Station because you took that time out to reset the mental, to just kind of be like, all right, it's all right. We know how to beat this team. We know how to play this game. Moist scoring that first goal could have absolutely made the wheels fall off the wagon, Cole.
In a way, it's also the perfect goal as well. They punished their overconfidence just in case Moist thought they were going to run away with this one. Space Station say, nah, not a chance.
Rise. Underneath. Oh my goodness, Rise. It is crazy how much control these Moist kids have. This pushed out again and challenged. Space Station get the ball back downfield.
Tira's got no boost though, so we just got to wait for Arsenal to come down upon him. He actually did really well just to force that one to roll up, so Joy can do something with it, but that something is only getting tackled by Rettles for now. But where's this ball going? It's floating long until Arsenal finds Rettles.
Going central yet again. Passing plays seem to be on the menu tonight, and they do! Assisted yet again by Space Station.
Moist are playing pinball with Space Station right off the corner, right off the player, right into the net.
Now that, my friend, is called a doink, and it was a beautiful one from Vatira. Moist regained the lead, and that was a stunner.
90 seconds have passed, and magic has befallen us in the copper box. Moist take the lead and a potential top 4 spot in the Spring Major.
Think about the journey of Moist Esports in winter when they were queso, going on that almost historic lower bracket run. Not able to get it in the grand finals, but they're doing it again in the spring. They fall early and they just somehow pull out the wins. There's still time for Space Station, but Moist not threatened at all by the timeout, not threatened at all by the demos. They still continue to push the mold against Space Station.
They never give up with Space Station Gaming. I mean, this is the team that has reached deep in tournaments themselves as well since bringing in Daniel. They are used to this pressure, they are used to this experience, they're used to making these passes. Daniel, that one goes high. Who's following up? It's going to be Rettles, and Rettles gets the equalizer.
What's better than 2 defenders other than one incredibly confident American? Rettles charging down the duo, and yet the Space Station logo bursts into life.
Just half a game left on Neo Tokyo. Space Station respond again. They haven't been able to take a lead. Moist in front, but Space Station have a pass back over to Daniel. He sees Arsenal, he sees the net!
Oh! We had to hit that one with full power. Look at this, the goalkeeper was in the perfect position. Arsenal didn't care. Look at that strike over Joyo.
He's like an expert bowman. It's like he's been shooting arrows for 30 years. That accuracy, that power is ridiculous.
And yet, we see him get so loud and so aggravated typically, and he was calm as a cucumber on the player cams. Space Station this time with a lead.
Moist pushes it off the back wall. A little slow to respond here as they see Daniel. Now he's deleted. Moist trying to get control with Joyo. Small touch in front. Moist really trying to figure out where to get by this Space Station line. They do shuffle that ball underneath the back wall. Do it again here for Space Station. Joyo has one. He had the reset, but Daniel was there to commit.
Such a quick clearance there from Daniel. Knew exactly what Joyo was attempting and realized that he had to attack him in the air as quickly as possible. These mechanical plays, North Americans have been playing against them for forever, for years. They know how to defend a solo play, and that was a perfect example.
And Moist have had, Moist have this ball right now. Hang on a second. Puts it off the backboard, and a bouncer and a goal! Joyo makes it happen!
Vatira and Joyo, they were queuing up to put it away. All we needed was one of them to keep their composure. In the end, there he was. Joyo was there, bounces it over the top of Daniel. This game is going all the way. Maybe this series is going all the way too.
We draw it back up on Neo Tokyo. 3 goals apiece. 90 seconds remaining, and stories yet to be told. Rise wanting to read it from the corner bounce, but unable to. Vatira goes skyward, goes down, goes towards the net, but Rise wide.
Moist are feeling it right now. You can feel the momentum just Not able to get by Space Station for the lead yet, but Joyo pulls off for Rise. Looking for Vatira, he's got him. Boys back down the field, Space Station have a chance to look, but just throw it away. Back to the midfield line, hoping for a 50, they don't get one. Space Station again, dumping the ball away to Moist.
Moist do have momentum right now, but Space Station's first goal in this game was when Moist were getting overconfident. They just put themselves in the lead and were overcommitting. Space Station happy to play the counter-attack game if they have to.
40 seconds. Space Station need a goal now or in overtime, but Vatira will be there. Instead, a save, vital for SSG.
Still they're pushing, Vatira gets bumped out of the way. Joyo deletes one defender, but Reynolds still pushing forward for Space Station. Vatira looking for a clear. Arsenal back over to Reynolds. Reynolds gonna keep it close. Back over to the corner. He's got the 50 against Joyo, but no one's gonna follow up immediately here from Space Station. Daniel back over to Reynolds. Challenged it from the box. Another one, a leave there from Space Station in front. Rise almost getting it. Vatira pre-flipping in front. He's got one touch out to the corner. No pass, Space Station clearing it out. No time left. We go to overtime on Neo Tokyo.
Terrifying for Space Station Gaming right until the end, except wait a minute, the end is not yet. Everybody looking now, see who can get this next goal.
They're off the corner, taken away. Moist, a free ball in the midfield. Joyo, does it come off? No, it's taken away to the side wall, and Vatira can't get there in time.
Opportunities opening themselves up, and Daniel is there to attempt to sink it, cleared away by the Moist defense on the blue side. A bump imparted on Rattles as a gift. The Rise with 100 boost and the biggest dream of his life loses control. Arsenal up for the double touch. Vatira going long, and it's just pounding each other's net.
Space Station trying to thwart the rotation, deleting Moist players out. Joyo gets bumped, but he got the touch. Rise harassing the back line, trying to keep Arsenal honest. Reynolds got the clear. Daniel gets the bump. Space Station goal!
1 second earlier, Moist had gone for that exact play themselves, and Arsenal just dodged it. Down the other end, the air bump. Space Station Gaming show how it's done to force Game 7.
You are not safe on the ground, you are not safe in the air, and you are not able to take down Space Station Gaming without them going to the death of a series.
We actually got another Game 7.
Because of course we did, John. Obviously. Do you see the caliber of these teams up here?
I think the crowd had something to say.
They're not wrong.
There is one more game.
There is. Technically correct.
They're a smart bunch out there. And look at that. Moist, the energy. Absolutely
so
stumpy.
Good. Being able to watch them in person, interacting and having those emotions shows how much it means. And Rettles getting that winner. It brings him through. It keeps their hope alive.
I'm still thinking about that last whole sequence where Rise trying to bump Arsenal, but Reynolds had the free clear, and then Daniel just hits him right back
Space
with
Station
a
love
bump
it.
on the backboard. It's amazing.
Space Station love.
They say you can't play that game as well as we do.
Exactly. It's like Space Station trying to out-mechanic Moist Esports. Sometimes it will happen, but normally Moist will win that. Here we go, it's Game 7.
For the 4th time today on Champions Field, Moist, can they clutch it up like they've done so many times? Vatira gonna put that ball out, and Moist start out on the orange half. Another good challenge in front for Space Station, and we have a battle in the midfield.
Vatira's gonna try and dribble his way forward, but Daniel again getting so involved, just slaps that ball away. That's a great pass there from Daniel, but Vatira just sends it along.
30 seconds gone, and Arsenal is immediately going for the demolition man. He wants to remove Moist from the pitch, make it easier for his teammates, and Rettles, he does not want to miss out on that bug. Gets one and Rise himself. Daniel to shoot. Arsenal to bump, but Joyo to clear with the help of Rise.
I think Arsenal might be yelling at Daniel, just go for the shot there. I'll bump them all out of the way. He's trying to plow the Moist goal line. There's another good flick from Reynolds. How has he looked so far? This push, no double, and no shot comes. Daniel got another touch, tried to read that one, but not gonna get it. Arsenal holding down the midfield.
I feel like the way that Space Station play as they almost get them onto the backboard is perfect for a Game 7 like this, because you're going to frustrate your opponents by getting these bumps and demos. It can be so horrible to play against, but so good Vatira. Rettles gets a chunk of it, but the ball ends up in the back of the net.
At 50, getting straight down, and what a catch by Vatira. Put it right above the back wall, and Joyo, too much power for them to save.
Brilliant effort though from Rettles, to be fair to him. Didn't count for anything in the end, but so close to getting that save. What happened in the end though was it is 1-0 Moist in the decider.
Space Station want a quick response. Daniel. Not gonna get the ball out to a teammate as Arsenal continues to burn chassis off the field. Moist gonna move down again. High ball. Cleared away.
Moist Esports, they have to keep talking, and they have to keep moving their cars as well. As soon as you're flat-wheeled against a team like Space Station that's going to take you out of the game, they have to stay so fast and not just succumb to the situation. There's Vatira, almost another goal.
They're clear for Space Station.
Though. The opportunities, they're rolling in. There's chances where Space Station, they have to hold it. They need to get a goal down the other side, but what's more imperative than that, don't go down by 2.
That 50. Making life a little difficult for Reynolds. Moist moving forward. It's been hard to get goals. Vatira pushing this one up. Joyo just trying to be in the way. Maybe getting a bump out of it, but no contact. Arsenal, no touch. Reynolds, a nice catch. He actually keeps the ball close here, and then he gets deleted for his effort.
Oh, what a close down there from Arsenal Rise. He was alert to it, but just Arsenal proving that he can never be counted out of the play.
Rise got the catch. Not gonna fake out Reynolds. He's going full supersonic on Moist. Trying to bump them out of the way, trying to force them out of the rotation. Arsenal in the air, bouncer! Oh, what a save from Rise!
2 players having to commit to that, but Rise again, staying grounded, staying cool.
Oh, it's off the post!
Shooting wide, Arsenal isn't able to clutch it out.
Daniel tries to hold it down, and now he's got Reynolds again. Space Station weaving their way around Moist, but Moist able to cut each thread with scissors, still getting the ball back out to the midfield.
Here's Rice, huge boom from him, just to keep Rettles honest. Arsenal has Daniel in front of him. Can he clear a path for Arsenal? Not quite, but it does fall to Rettles in the end. That one just so high, though, exactly what Moist wanted. They'll be able to see this one play and swallow some precious seconds off the clock.
Arsenal in front. He's looked hot. Can he get even hotter? Reynolds and Daniel both commit to the ball, and this has created a breakout for Joyo. Joyo in front on the 50. The dunk not good enough. Arsenal flips in front.
Yeah, great blocking though there from Arsenal. Had to stay strong against 2 Moist players.
Oh, the pass.
It's getting so close. There is the pass. Huge from Daniel. Arsenal clears it. Chances at both ends.
The line so close there between Space Station chasing 1 goal or having to double it up. Now an attack forming on the blue side of the pitch. Joyo to clear, but only as far as Arsenal. Daniel demoing Rise as well. He's taking part in that action.
Rise got the 50. The bounce, but not enough boost. He's got to let the ball go. Space Station has to settle this down. Moist can be so fast on that attack. Space Station know it. They're just trying to keep Moist honest on these touches, not giving them too much space. Rise doesn't have the boost. Space Station win another touch.
Space Station are 2-7 in Game 7 this season! But none of that matters now with the late equalizer.
40 seconds remaining, and Space Station, they pull it out the bag.
Oh man, 39 seconds. Daniel coming up with the touch that Space Station need on the kickoff. Coming down to the end of regulation. Both teams have had their chances. Neither team has looked dominant. It has been a true battle in this best of 7. Space Station marching forward. Moist Esports trying to pull the rug out from under them. Here they come underneath. Shot on target denied again. Space Station hanging on to that ball. Vatira avoiding the bump. Space Station again getting that clear, just getting it away from Moist.
That's a huge miss there. Daniel's
he's
gonna get it
got
over
it!
to
He's got
Vatira.
it!
Yes, he can! Arsenal put Space Station Gaming on the cusp of the top 4.
Rettles becoming animated, returning to where he began. And on this big stage, they are sitting 9 seconds from success.
Can they do it? Oh no! Oh my goodness! A complete gap on the kickoff, and Moist have tied it up!
Turning this series around in a matter of seconds. The Space Station fans going from jubilation and returning that to Moist.
How do you recover from that? Let's find out.
Kickoff again, the end of regulation. Is it Game 7 overtime, or is it a buzzer beater? Vatira, he sees it! No chance! We got OT!
Oh my goodness, drama up until the very end. A series that had Game 7 overtime written all over it, lives up to the expectations.
Vatira, or excuse me, Moist, popping the ball up in front.
Joyo.
Another top for Joyo, taken away, but there's Vatira. Puts it up high in front of the box. Space Station under immense pressure right off the kickoff. Rise around the corner, Rise in front, but the box not gonna get there just yet. Vatira pops it up, Reynolds is there, and Space Station withstand the tsunami.
Arsenal immediately going for demos as soon
Oh,
as
the
they
pass.
get control. Joyo receiving from Rise that time. Rise missing on the second attempt.
Space Station getting another clear. They haven't actually got real control, but here, that might be the chance. Reynolds has to wait because Daniel's in the air. Arsenal also off the backboard, he comes out. Rise gets bumped off the play, but he's still trying to get the bump. Reynolds comes straight back down. Rise never gonna quit.
Nos boots off from the bump plays after the way the last game ended. Moist continue to attack. They smell blood, but Space Station have come more into the overtime after that blistering Moist start. Here's Rettles in the corner. Vatira dribbles away.
Rise pops it up in front of the box. There's Arsenal to take it away. Daniel also there, only 12 boost though, picking up every pad that he can. Moist, take the ball away again. The challenge is not quite in Space Station's favor right now. Vatira pops it up in front of the board. Straight back down, but the clear taken away again by Joyo. In front of the box, cleared out by Daniel to the corner. Space Station desperately need a clear. Can they get one here? Reynolds cut off again. Vatira, he's got it back to the corner. Pushes it back down, and Space Station withstanding still.
Such limited boost, and yet Space Station managed to hold on tight. Moist opportunities, but none yet to come. Will we see Space Station's incredible counters, or will we see Rise?
I saw it, and I've seen Rise do it so many times. You thought it was gonna happen again, but here comes Arsenal underneath, taken away again by Rise. He's got control in the midfield. He's got enough boost. What's he got? Reset, but too far forward for a pass.
It was too good a connection there from Rise. Wanted just to get a little bit more of a weak touch, but the attack continues. Daniel leaves it for his teammate. Rise is almost in. Is anyone there from Moist? Again, no.
All Daniel did was just sit there. He knew that there was the potential for the 50. Here they come.
Oh, the
Joyo
50.
busting, and the shot. Oh, Boys are the coldest team in the tournament. They ice up again.
It had to be Rise. It's always Rise. How does he do this time and time again?
He's absolute zero cold.
Oh my goodness, Moist Esports. 9 seconds, it's deja vu in London.
There's no way that you can take down Moist in a Game 7, not even Space Station. That is one of the most turbulent endings we have ever heard today.
The crowd going absolutely bananas for Moist. And man, you know, I think Moist are the merchants of entertainment. They know exactly how to give fans what they want. And I know every Moist Esports fan probably should keep a heart rate monitor on them at all times, because my goodness, that's gotta be crazy.
That was one of the most turbulent days we've ever seen at the Copper Box, and it will be wrapping up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to see you today. I hope you return tomorrow for Championship Sunday.